All right. Hey people, welcome back to my Tsukihime Remake stream, and it's been ages since we last had the stream. It's like probably last December or probably January. I can't remember the last stream anymore, man. All I remember is that we finished day 5, and that was the last of like Arcueid's route. So we're gonna be continuing where we left off. So the last thing that happened was we fought Blood. By the way, playing this blind, I actually ended up finishing the original Tsukihime after having felt like the drought of Tsukihime content. So I ended up finishing the original after this one. So yeah. Yo, Sachin is back. All right, let's actually get started to play. It took me a while to figure out how to upgrade the game, because not only has it been a long time since I had to use Yuzu, I'm using Yuzu as an emulator, but also I'm like having issues with like Yuzu detecting the game because I don't know, because I transferred the file. Yeah, it's fine now. We can play the game. Wait, so I don't remember the controls anymore. Oh, okay, so that's like... All right, here we go. Oh fuck! I don't remember the controls. I don't remember the controls. Wait, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Wait. I want to make sure I'm doing something right. Fuck! I don't even know how to do this anymore. Wait. What is this? What is this? What is this? Wait, give me a time to remember how to use this thing, because I really don't remember how to use this. Okay, there you go. Let me start. There you go. So you know I'm doing Arcueid's route. Okay, let me. Z is for like. Okay. Okay. Uh. Wait. All right. Okay. Let me actually start with. There you go. Day 6. Cerulean stigma. All right. Let's do this. The gentle rays of the sun dispel my sleepiness. Through my eyes remain closed, I can feel the serenity of my surroundings seep into every pore. The air is moderately cool yet gentle. Somehow it feels like the sky today is clearer than it's ever been. In that case, I should get up and go to school. After all, I've been so behest by misfortune these past 2 days, I almost forgot I was still a student. Oh, the lines. They'll never disappear. A lot of thoughts. I opened my eyes. I'm lying on the bed. My glasses are on the nightstand. Acting on autopilot, I put them on and let my gaze wander. The sunlight streaming through the window is so vibrant that I can almost hear it calling me outside. I take a deep breath and savor the fresh air. Oh, right, it's Sunday. There's no school. I need to get closer to my mic. Give me a second. Let me adjust my... Let me adjust my setting. Let me adjust this first. Okay, this should be way closer. Okay, this is way closer now. There you go. All right. Let's continue. The hands of the clock make a ticking sound. I can hear little birds chirping outside. Ah, I'm back. It's a morning just like any other, but now it feels exceptionally pure.
よかった。
I don't feel this way because I'm alive or because I was able to do something about that vampire. I'm thankful because I was able to go back to my normal life after going through that extraordinary event. Thankful that I could happily enjoy a morning like this. There's no greater reward for an insignificant person such as myself.
おはようございます。四季様。
Hey, it's Hisui, man. You're still scared by Hisui? I reflexively snap bolt upright. I look over and see Hisui standing at attention in front of my door. In front of the door.
翡翠。
申し訳ありません。四季様がなかなかお気づきになられませんので、こちらから声をおかけしたのですが。
I had goosebumps at that moment.
うん。いや、こっちこそごめん。
She startled me. I've only just woken up and already my heart is pounding.
あれ、まだ7時前だけど。
はい。四季様のお目覚めには少しばかり早い時間です。
だよね。じゃあ翡翠は何をしに来たんだ。
四季様を起こしに参りました。秋葉様からここ2日間の事情を説明してもらいますので、テコを使ってでも連れてくるようにと。
Akiha. The past 2 days. Explained. These cryptic words fly around inside my brain. Resisting the temptation to abandon my train of thought, I take 10 seconds to piece things together. Now that I think about it, or rather, no matter how much I consider it, there's no way I can explain the events of the past 2 days. Absence without official leave, violation of curfew, and on top of it, a complete lack of communication. Akiha is scary. Not that I don't come home before dusk. I shudder to think what kind of face she's making right now.
あのさ、翡翠。控えめに言って、秋葉のやつ、怒ってる。
Oh, Akiha is so angry. For sure.
さあ、どうでしょうか。
Oh, it's also angry. Nice.
それは四季様が直にお確かめください。
Oh, Hisui's also angry. That's not cool. Okay, Hisui's tone also comes off as somewhat cold and dispassionate. If this is how it's going to be, I should have returned to the mansion even if I had to crawl. Even if I had to crawl?
いや、ちょっと待った。それ以前に、なんで部屋で眠ってるんだ、俺。
Yeah. Oh man, I can't even remember how day 5 ended actually when I think about it. It's really been a while that I don't remember how Shiki even got back. Sorry, I was checking my stream. How's it going? Anyway.
四季様は昨夜の午前2時過ぎにお帰りになられました。
Wait, what the fuck?
玄関口で眠っていたのを姉さんが気づいて、お部屋にお連れしたとのことです。
Oh yeah. Kawaki-san is like the one doing the bodyguard duty, the security duty, right? He's well aware about on a lot of things, if I remember correctly. So it comes off as no surprise that, well, in the original, I don't know how this the remake does it, but I think she was fully aware. Not necessarily the event that was involving the vampire, but at least, you know. Did Arcueid bring him back? I actually don't know. My mouth hangs wide open. Coming home late at night after total radio silence. Falling asleep in the entryway after being unable to make it to my room. I'm like some feral drunk who's first and last train. How do you know what that means? Like,
人を猫か何かと一緒にしやがって。
Arcueid's face springs to mind. Well, I guess I should at least be grateful that she carried me as far as the doorway. In any case, I understand the situation now.
すぐに行くから、アキハにはできるだけ落ち着くように言っておいてくれると嬉しいんだけど。
申し訳ありません。それは諸事情によりお断りいたします。
What are you saying? Wait, sorry, what? Oh wait, I realized I wrote there's my caption for like my stream is grammatically incorrect. Let me fix the translation of the stream. It bothers me. What am I doing? Let me fix. Wait, I'm trying to fix something. I was fixing like the title for some reason. It bothered me while I was looking at the stream. Anyway, let's continue. Hisui replies firmly. It's clear to see that my standing within the Tono household has plummeted to the lowest of lumpen. Since Akiha is the head of the mansion, it's no surprise I have no allies when she's upset. That being said, I should get up. It's no use staying in bed forever. Oh, what the fuck? What just happened? Ouch. As soon as I stand up, a tearing pain races through my legs. So that's how it is. If I were to ask myself what I should be surprised about, it would be the fact I'm still alive. After doing all those crazy things, of course reading a morning like this feels unnatural.
シキ様、いかがなされましたか？汗がすごく。
A copious amount of sweat is forming on my forehead. It seems that just the pain of trying to walk is enough to cause my body to react like this. Oh, wait. I just remembered. Akiha should be fully aware of things, right? Because she's the one supplying Shiki. I don't know.
お体の調子が優れないのでしたら、もうしばらくお休みになられた方がよろしいのではないでしょうか。先ほどはああ申しましたが、秋葉様には私から。
いや、大丈夫。ただの捻挫だ。すぐに収まるよ。それより、秋葉の方が怖い。先延ばしにしたら余計に怒られそうだ。
Hisui's eyes are full of reproach, as if asking me not to tell lies. However, due to her position, she couldn't press me about it. I'm really sorry, but right now I have no choice but to rely on this obvious subterfuge to make you agree.
着替えたらロビーに行くよ。すぐに済ませるから廊下で待っていてくれ。
かしこまりました。どうかご無理はなさいませんようお願いします。
Hisui bows deeply and leaves the room. I change out of my pajamas into some casual clothes, trying to move my body as little as possible. My first weekend at home after 7 years away is already off to a rocky start. Hisui is waiting for me in the hallway. The pain in my left leg is enough to make me want to scream with every step. Although my entire body feels heavy, it's only a slight muscle ache. It's not actually all that painful. Felt around my hands to confirm, but it seems that the cuts I receive on my cheeks and shoulders from lost eye shards have completely healed. Wait, why? Why? I can't remember if Arcueid has a healing ability. And I doubt it's something related to Kohaku or Akiha. The hell? The unnatural lack of any scars make it clear that this is Arcueid's handiwork. She did say she would treat me after all. Oh! He has the ability to heal? I don't even remember that.
シキ様、差し出がましいこととは存じますが、こちらをお使いください。
Hisui timidly presents a long, narrow rod. It's a cane. No. A crutch.
よくあったね。
Oops.
以前、用具室で見た覚えがありましたので、一縷の望みをかけて探してまいりました。
Oh, Hisui's so sweet. Sliver of hope is a bit of exaggeration. I smile at the turn of phase before noticing Hisui's breathing a little elevated. Why? A little elevated. She must have hurried to fetch it during the small time window when I was changing. Wow. She's so sweet, man.
ありがとう。正直、歩くたびにかかとから飛び上がりそうだったんだ。すごく助かる。
はい。お役に立てたのなら幸いです。
I shift the weight of my body off my left leg and onto my left hand through the crutch. With this, I can walk without issue. I thank Hisui once again for her thoughtfulness, and together we head for the lobby. Well, we've arrived. I lean the crutch against the wall beside the door. Right ahead, on the other side of the store, is the head of the Tono family, Akiha-sama. She may be a year younger, yet she impatiently lies in wait for her pitiful older brother to make his excuses to her. I might as well be entering hell itself. No, complaining won't solve anything. These are the consequences of my own actions. Regardless of the circumstances, I was absent from school without permission for 1 day and then returned home for 2. It's no wonder Akiha demands an explanation. In this situation, I should... I'll just choose one. Honestly, I played this blind, and it's so been a while since I played the original, so I'm just gonna apologize sincerely.
そうだな。それが一番いいと思う。
I haven't done... I can't remember anything. I didn't even check a guide for this one. So, I'm like doing whatever anyway, so it's fine, you know? I can't talk about Arcueid or Blonde. Yeah, because she'll be angry, to be honest. Although, I'm aware that she's aware about some supernatural things, right? But I'm not sure how much she's, like, willing to accept those kinds of excuses. I can't remember how she reacts. But I'm better off, like, since I'm playing this blind, I think that's the best choice for... This is the best option for this situation. It's not like she would understand, and I don't want her to get involved. Yeah, this is my reasoning, basically. Though I absolutely cannot tell her the truth, I can at least apologize sincerely for my failings.
よし、行くぞ。
Take a deep breath. I open the door to the living room.
おはようございます、兄さん。
Neeson. Oh, it's Neeson. Neeson is back in the menu. Wait, how do you open... I want to open the window thing. The fuck?
不思議と、ずいぶん久しぶりな気がしますね。
How do you do quick save again? Oh man, I don't even remember. How do you... fuck. I don't know. I know how to do quick wait. Okay. So excess. Okay. Well, isn't she coming in a little hot?
いやおはようアキハ。
Oh, Akiha, man.
挨拶は結構ですからそこに座ってください。
She's so angry.
ええ、いろいろと長くなるはずですものね。
Is it just my imagination? Or does it look like she's having fun? Akiha. She must be. I'm like a deer caught in the headlights. Perhaps it would be a good idea to just respond with an appropriate greeting and then retreat.
兄さん
Neeson.
おう座りますとも。
A single glare from Akiha was enough to dash away the heat thoughts of his skin. I sit down on the sofa softly, holding back the pain in my left leg.
座りましたよ。
Oh man, she just noticed, didn't she?
言わずともわかります。妙な態度でこちらの規制をそがないでください。卑怯です。
She's being sin right now. Oh no, there.
なんで卑怯なんだ。
卑怯でしょ。そんな顔されたら気が緩む。
Oh, Akiha. After truncating her statement with a cuff, Akiha glares at me with an even sharper gaze.
兄さん、早速ですが、おとといと昨日のお話を聞かせていただけませんか？
As she eloquently makes her remarks, Akiha picks up her teacup. Though her sentence was phrased as a question, there's no mistaking the fact it is actually an order. But as her older brother, I can't help let her hear about what actually transpired. I would much rather have her hate me than worry about me.
それなんだけど、アキハ。
はい。何でしょう。
率直に言って事情は説明できないんだ。
At that, sorry, I'm loving the situation. At that, the teacup that Akiha was holding fell onto the table. No, it's more accurate to say that she dropped it on purpose.
秋葉さん。ああ、ごめんなさい、スイ。片付けてもらえる？
I gave her the worst response, basically. What a terrifying what a terrifying voice. I'm loving this. Hisui silently cleans out the spilled tea and the broken, very expensive looking teacup. Still, what an utterly terrifying voice. After she finishes cleaning up, Hisui leaves the living room.
それで、兄さん。
Oh man, it's not going so well.
何？
この2日間の出来事を詳しく話していただけますか？
Have I gone back in time? The head of the family is determined to make me talk. But even so, I can't talk to her about the situation. Even if it's for my own sake. I can't tell Akiha. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, bro. There's no way I can let her hear such a tale.
何度聞かれたって話せないものは話せない。アキハには余計な心配をさせて悪かったと思ってる。連絡を入れなかったことも謝る。だけど話せないことは話せない。
私に悪いと思っているのに話せないんですね、兄さんは。
Akiha, I want you to chill and relax.
弁明もしないのですか？
いや、それは。
As much as I'd like to explain myself.
言い訳のしようがないので。でもこの2日間悪いことはしていない。そう信じたい。
I feel bad for Akiha right now. That response, man. That's right. Those 2 days were nothing but kill or be killed. Despite that, I want to believe that I made the right choice. I wanted to help Arcueid, true. But even putting that reason aside, I still have no regrets about killing that vampire. I may not have acted fast enough. That may have cost lives. But at least from now on, nobody will die as a result of having their blood sucked.
ごめんな、アキハ。迷惑をかけるけど、これ以上は聞かないでくれ。
Oh no. Oh no, I don't like this look. Akiha stares into my eyes. The suffocating atmosphere persists for a little while longer.
そうですね。考えてみれば兄さんにも事情があるのでしょうし、私がそれに深く干渉することはできませんものね。
Bro, she knows.
悪い。そう言ってもらえると助かる。
わかりました。この件に関してこれ以上の追及は勘弁して差し上げます。連絡をいただけなかった点については私にも落ち度がありますから。
落ち度なんてそんなのアキハにないだろ。
携帯電話を取り上げたのは私です。
Oh man, she's making excuses for him. Oh man. Shiki, how can you deserve such a sister?
それがあればズボラな兄さんでも連絡ぐらいはしたのではありませんか。
Oh man, Akiha's going for full cope right now. Well, no, but actually, my phone has already been surreptitiously returned.
ですが、それも今回だけです。今後はこのようなことは控えてください。兄さんは遠野家の唯一の男性なんですから、もう少しご自分の立場を理解していただかないと困ります。
Bro, I want to start playing the Far Side routes. When is Nasa gonna release that? I'm already having fun on the Arcueid's route. Just talking to Akiha, man. I really prefer the Far Side routes. I am reminded how much awesome the Far Side routes compared to the main routes, man. I have to go through this, man. I mean, I know the remake does something with Shell's route, but I don't know, man.
良くない外文が広まってしまったら、遠野家の今後の人付き合いにも影響がありますし。
Future networking. Does she mean between me and some prestigious family?
いやー、それこそ
No, she's basically saying about him and her.
にしようと興味も持たないってあっちの方々は。だいたい遠野の跡取りは秋葉なんだから、家のことを思うなら俺をよそに出すなり、遠野の家にふさわしい婿養子でも見つければいいのに。
Oh, you said the bad words, man. You know what Akiha wants? You know what the Akiha wants? None of that. You know what she wants? Okay, let's not talk about this right now. Oh, man. I saw that expression. I just know she didn't like that response. Aki has fallen silent for some reason. It's really fun going through this route, knowing Akiha's feelings.
どうした？気分でも悪いのか、アキハ。
She does not want this, man. She does not want that.
結構です。私を気遣う余裕があるのでしたら、ご自分の体調を気にしてください。
That's her way of saying, you know, if you're gonna take care of, if you're gonna make me worry about a guy, you better take care of yourself.
慢性的な貧血持ちなんですから、兄さんは。
Well, if you think about it, Akiha is closely related to his quote unquote anemia situation anyway, so oh man. The Far Side Raz are coming back to my brain right now. She's right. I do collapse from anemia rather frequently. Or rather, you mean Akiha not doing her shit properly? That's so much spoilers there.
お一人で屋敷を出ないでください。そうでなくとも近頃の町は物騒なんです。兄さんみたいにぼーっとしている人は通り魔に襲ってくださいと言っているようなものなんですから。
Oh, is this where he finds out that he still hasn't taken care of the serial killer? Because he thought that killing blood did the trick, but it wasn't blood, it was, you know,
それなら大丈夫。あんな事件。
it's Sura de Baldajong. It's Michael Roa de Baldajong. The serial killings that had the city in an uproar. The culprit that news referred as the modern-day vampire. His whereabouts and identity still unknown even to this day. The shadow of the night that menaces the people of Soya. However, all of that is now in the past. Huh?
吸血鬼はいないってことだよ。その犯人はもう捕まったんだ。
そうなんですか。それは良い知らせですが。兄さん、よくそんなことを知っていますね。
ああ、たまたま逮捕現場に居合わせたというか。
I wonder why. I laugh at the ridiculousness of my own statement. I suppose it really is just a series of coincidences. The 2 days I spent with Arcueid. So much happened that even now it feels like it was all a dream. But at least the monster that had been resting in the city is gone. On the point, at least. I think I could say with pride that everything is taken care of.
兄さん、どうしたんです？急に嬉しそうな顔をして。
Well, Aki has a lot of things to be worried about. I mean, she's aware about. And I can't remember if she's so aware of all Cap Shiki's problem.
別になんでもない。
But I know Kohaku should be, because she was she was kind of like a catalyst for Shiki's increased insanity.
ただ終わったんだなってようやく実感できた。
With a smile on my face, I unthinkingly let those words slip out. It seems that this explanation was enough for Akiha. I thank her and stand up.
いや、安心したらお腹が減ってきた。朝食をもらってきてもいい？
私に許可を求める必要はありません。
Aw, so cute, Akiha. There's no need for you to be there.
朝食まで管理する気はありませんから、ご自由にとってください。琥珀なら厨房で朝食の支度をしているでしょうし。
Just so you know, I'm actually looking for Kohaku.
サンキュー。じゃあ遠慮なく。
Where it's the far side route, man. I'm looking at my Kohaku statue right now, and I'm like, when is that coming? I start walking toward the doorway. As expected, my left leg still hurts.
お待ちなさい、兄さん。先ほどから気になっていましたが、今のではっきりしました。足を怪我していますね。
あ、いや、これは捻挫というか、筋を違えたというか、とにかく大した怪我じゃないんで気にしないでくれ。
Man, Akiha wears nice clothes. I mean, he's supposed to be rich anyway.
大したことはないと。
Not a big deal, you say. And while she smiles, like, yeah. Oh man, this reminds me of Rin. I hate how Takeuchi has the same face syndrome. Man, that sucks. I prefer his original art. I prefer his original art. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is much more aesthetically speaking. This is much that his current art is much more cleaner, much more looks better. But the original art had soul in it. It had soul. I don't know how they will do the CG for Kohaku revealing her true colors, man. Because I'll talk about that later on. But right now, I just think about like the current CG doesn't have like that much soul as compared to the original one. Anyway, Akiha strides over to me purposely. Oh, you're getting close. And without hesitation, she makes eye contact and casually.
Hey.
What an asshole. She stomps right on the most swollen part of my left foot. Her aim is so accurate that you'd think she had a sixth sense for locating injuries.
あらびっくり。兄さんのポーカーフェイスも直接的な痛みには脆いのですね。
What an asshole! What did I do to deserve that? What? You don't have to go that far! What an asshole!
それ弱いよっていうか俺の方がびっくりだよ
Akiha, I want you to chill out. What the fuck?
お前分かっててやっただろ
誤解ですわ。大した怪我ではないという兄さんの言を信じて精一杯の勇気で試してみただけですもの。
Oh man, no, what the hell? No, no, that's bullshit. Akiha, what the fuck? My demonic sister smiles gracefully as she giggles. Oh man, I hate this bullshit, man. What the hell? Could she be any more transparent? This is clearly payback for me not telling her what I was doing. Acting as though nothing had happened, yet with a new spring in her face. Stop. Akiha returns to the sofa and elegantly sips her tea.
さて、確かに大した怪我ではなかったけど、放っておくのも良くないわね。
Akiha. Akiha, what the fuck?
兄さん、課長として命じます。朝食が済み次第、診察を受けるように。怪我の理由はともかく、大げさに痛がられるのは迷惑ですから。
Oh shit, we're gonna meet up with Arak.
そりゃ診察は受けたいけど怪我の理由聞かなくていいのか
興味ありません。どうせくだらない理由でしょうから。だいたい聞いたところで私には内緒なんでしょ。
A blunt reply from the head of the family.
外傷のない捻挫なら琥珀でも対応できます。
Nice. I need that call. Oh no! Ishai Kohaku takes care of me? She's drugging me, man.
そっか。今朝はアラク先生もい
Oh no! It's Arak. AKA the Noel. Oh man. That's a shell route thing. That's a shell route thing.
あの人はもともと外科の医師です。
The suspicious kind.
内科の琥珀と外科のアラク先生。お好きな方を選んでください。
What an unexpected turn of events. I would rather go to Kohaku and get drugged secretly. I'll have Kohaku-san take care of me. A compress and some painkiller should be all I need.
わかりました。では、食後は自室で待機しているように。
No, to be honest, I'm still very suspicious about Arak. So I'm like, wait, actually, knowing what Kohaku does, man, she fucking drugs me and all that stuff. Oh man, actually, this is. I read a good Kohaku.
私は午後から外せない会食があるので外出しますが、当主が留守だからといって、あまり羽目を外さないようお願いしますね、兄さん。
Decent. I'm not sure what she's so happy about, but Akiha has a really looking smile on her face. Now then, sate. The first priority is breakfast, but once that's dealt with, I'll go and get myself looked at. Bro, I already spent 38 minutes. Yes, best girl is back in the menu. Koaka-san comes in holding a retro wooden box.
悪いね琥珀さん。忙しい中わざわざ来てもらって。
いえいえ、今日は休日ですからお仕事も少なめですのでお気になさらず。四季さんのご指名ですもの。私などでよろしければいつでもご奉仕させていただきます。
Koaka-san makes her way over to the bed with an energetic smile on her face.
ではでは、診察のお時間です。ベッドに腰をかけてください。お加減が悪いのは主になるほど、左足だけではなく下半身全体ですね。
見ただけでわかるんですか？
はい、それぐらいは。免許こそ取れませんが、薬剤師と整体師になれるよう子供の頃から鍛えられているんです。
Wait, what the hell's an osteopath? I actually have I have no idea what's an osteopath. I'm just gonna Google that later. Pharmacology and osteopathy. So, this is what Akiha meant when she said Koaka-san deals with internal medicine. I sit down on the bed and roll up my pants so she can begin her examination. Koaka-san gently palpitates my leg. Every time her fingers brush across my shin, the pain makes you want to scream. And then...
四季さん、もしかして骨にひび入ってませんか？
Wait, what? So that's how it is. Though I'm glad it's only a fracture. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if I had quite a few fractures here and there.
そうかもしれません。でもちょっとだけですよ、きっと。
I have a bad feeling.
こうして我慢できる程度なんですから。
秋葉様のお気持ちがちょっとだけ分かっちゃいました。四季さんは平気なお顔をしていても、いえ、している時の方が大変な方なんですね。
Oh, speak of the devil. You know who's good at that? You know who's good at that thing? Oh man, we're talking to the expert here. We're talking to the pro, the 10 out of 10 genius when it comes to that thing. Jesus, I can't wait for your route.
しばらくお待ちください。秘蔵の軟膏などを持ってきますので、それまでベッドから動いちゃダメですよ。
Koaka-san walks out of the room with pattering footsteps. Left alone, I start to feel a strange sense of guilt. To think that even someone as cheerful as Koaka-san would speak in such a subdued tone. Quote unquote cheerful. Koaka-san's treatment is more orthodox than I expected. After applying the ointment, he takes up my heel, hold it in place, and applies a plastic cast that extends all the way to my shin.
いや、そこまで大げさにしなくても。
そこまでのことです。ご自分のお体を何だと思ってるんですか？そもそもこんな怪我をどこでこしらえたんです？四季さんの健康を任されたものとしてこれは見過ごせません。
I mean, she has a lot of stake here.
いや、それはですね。
While she secretly drugs people.
四季さん、正直におっしゃってください。
その喧嘩みたいなものです。興奮して殴り合ったというか。
Yeah, but that's a very extreme. Well, technically, he did go through a fight, but it's a poor excuse. But there's not really any other way that I can explain it. I mean, he technically went through a fight. Koaka-san seems earnestly worried about me that I couldn't bring myself to lie and say that nothing happened.
喧嘩ですか？もうダメですよ、そんなこと。わんぱくなのはいいと思いますけど、暴力はいけません。手を挙げられた方も手を挙げてしまった方も痛いだけじゃないですか。
Oh, that's so cute. You're lecturing me about this. It hurts both the person that hits and the person who's hit. I mean, the other guy's dead. Kokusan's words have an oddly poignant weight to them.
それはそうだな。痛いだけだよな。殴り合いなんてさ。
I mean, the other guy is dead.
でしょ。なのにこんな怪我までしてがっかりです。どんな事情があったにせよ、そんなことをしていると四季さんを見損なっちゃいますからね。
How about if I remember my promise about the ribbon?
ああ、俺もバカだったって反省中です。二度とこんなことにならないよう努力します。
はい、分かってくださったのなら結構です。それでは上の具合も見ますから服を脱いでくださいね。
はい。
Moving with purpose, Kokusan stands up and takes a firm grip on my shirt I'm wearing. In short, she's ordering me to get naked right here in front of her.
ちょっと待った。そこまでしなくていいです。痛いのは足だけだから。
何言ってるんです。両足もひどいですが、より厄介なのは肩や腰回りだと断言します。ほら、軽い炎症ができてるじゃないですか。
Wait, how does she know?
あ、痛っ。何？今のツボですか？っていうか、この悪辣な腕の取り方、もしかして小悪さんに生態を教えたのって次男委員のジジイでは？はい、
次男先生にはしっかりと四季さんのお体について教えていただきましたとも。
This is very convenient. She really studied everything that could take care of.
悪辣ではありません。巧みな指使いと言ってくださいね。
Okay, that kind of scares me, Kokusan. I mean, Kokusan. It's kind of scary. She knocked me face down on the bed like it was nothing. Dr. Jinan is a local osteopath that took care of me while I was living with the Arimas. Even now, he's right at the top of the list of people I owe a great deal to. That said, he's also at the top of the list of people I want to meet on Sunday.
それはともかく、炎症なら自分で湿布とか貼るから、裸になる必要とかないってば。は
はー、照れてるんですね、四季さん。
With a satisfied grin, Kokusan ignores my protest and starts to take off my shirt.
四季さんのお体なんて見慣れてます。いいから観念してくださいまし。
What did she mean by this?
昨夜もお着替えをさせていただきましたから、背中のほくろの位置までバッチリです。
What did she mean by this? She was busy drugging you, man. Now that she mentioned it, I was in my pajamas when I woke up, not in my school uniform.
ほら、暴れないでください。せっかく固定した足のギプスがずれてしまいます。
There's not much I can say to that, but even so, being naked in front of Kokusan is a bit.
では仕方ありませんね。私が見るのは背中だけにいたしましょう。それなら恥ずかしいことはないでしょう。
It's still more than a little embarrassing, but it's a big deal I'm going to get. It's the best deal I'm going to get. If I wanted to put a compress on my back, I'd have to get someone to do it for me anyway.
そうだね。じゃあ、お願いします。
I resign myself and relax.
念のため消毒もしておきましょう。喧嘩をなされたのなら小さな傷を負っているかもしれませんし。
The antiseptic stings my skin. The past few days were really something. I'm sure I picked up some bumps and grazes along the way without noticing. The antiseptic stings, but it's nothing compared to the dizziness from my anemia. Plus, every time she does on some more.
男の子なんですね。
Kokusan praises me, which may have made it a little easier to put up with the extra pain. And with that, Kokusan's examination comes to a close. After the examination, which lasted for an hour and was more professional than I expected, I'm struck once again by how amazing this person is.
ありがとう、琥珀さん。 左足も痛まなくなったし、これなら午後もゆっくりできます。
I mean, she was kind of acting as what's the name of Akiha's dad? Kinda. Oh man, she was kind of like a nurse to Akiha's dad, including the fucked up things. But you know, yeah, she was a synchronizer.
いえいえ、どういたしまして。
Was no, she still is.
それではお仕事に戻らせていただきます。痛みが引かない、あるいは悪化したらすぐにお声をかけてくださいね。午後は厨房で夕食の仕込みをしていますので。
Dinner? It's too early, isn't it? With an energetic parting smile, Kwaka-san leaves the room. Well then, I should also figure out what to do this afternoon. Wait, I want to lower the temperature of my air conditioner. It's too cold that it's making me relax too much. Anyway, having finished lunch, it's now the afternoon. Wait, what? Thanks to the morning's medical exam, I'm able to at least walk around without much trouble. Given that I can't go too far, how shall I spend my afternoon? I have a feeling I want to walk around the courtyard. Wait, no. Who do I meet if I go to the courtyard? I think I'll wander the halls of the mansion instead. I'll take a tour around the mansion. I doubt it's changed much over the past 7 years, but since I'll be looking at it from a new, more mature perspective, maybe I'll discover some things I didn't appreciate before. No, the reason why I was thinking about the courtyard was I was thinking about Kohaku, but then again... Wait a second. Oh no, shit, I was thinking about Hisui. Hisui's the one who does cleaning, right? Wait, no. Who does the garden? Which maid does the gardening? But I doubt in this round I'll encounter her anyway, but whatever. Now then, after snooping around the mansion for the past hour, I've come to a conclusion. There's nobody around, but I still say it out loud as though fishing for validation. The main building of the Tono residence is as large as a hotel. Just like the hotel, it has many rooms that are off limits to unauthorized personnel. The second floor of the East Wing is especially incredible. Not awful. I really do mean incredible. It's as if there's some unseen force at play. I can't get into the other rooms of the mansion because they're locked. But the second floor of the East Wing isn't barred by doors or locks. Instead, the second I step foot down the hall, it's as if I'm overcome by a sense of dizziness, or it's as if the hallway itself has started to shake. The one responsible for that is, of course, Akiha. Maybe I've developed a persecution complex. No. I'm sure I was just overthinking it. Either way, I felt as though my social life would be in great danger if I went any further, and opted not to enter the second floor of the East Wing. Oh, it's the other guy.
おいそれと当主の生活空間に入るものじゃない。それが家族であろうともね。昔からここではそうだっただろう、四季君。
That guy. I'm addressed by someone standing behind me and jump slightly in surprise. I turn around and there I see the other guy.
屋敷の探索は終わったかね。私としては出戻った人間には自室でおとなしくしていてほしいのだが。
Oh man, it's been a while since I played the remake, so you know.
それはどうも。こっちもよく知らない人間にうちの周りを歩いてほしくないですけど。
私を知らないのは君だけなんだが。まあ、そこは流そう。お互い深く関わり合う立場じゃない。いたしかゆしだ。今日はそうだな。私も気が緩んでいたらしい。君の後ろ姿から昔を思い出してね。
俺を見て昔を思い出したですか。
なあ、牧久さんがまだ万全だった頃だ。ここ数年は部屋にこもりがちだったが、もともとは植物を愛する人でね。こうして屋敷の周りを歩いていた。牧久さんが植物に造形が深かったことは話したかな。
Oh yeah, shit. Okay, I remember what got. Never mind.
私も少しはかじっていてね。二人でよくそこの植物園で語り合ったものさ。
植物園なんか厳重に施錠されてますけど。
入り口はね、裏口は簡単な鍵で開けられる。持っているのは琥珀状かな。ありがたいことに今でも最低限の世話をしてくれているようだ。
Oh yeah, that's how she makes her drugs. I'm a little surprised. Psyche just referred to Kohaku-san as Miss. I would have thought he'd be the type of person to look down on people for being servants.
あなたは琥珀さんと親しいんですか。
Oh, this is interesting.
私があの使用人と
The man chuckled sarcastically and began to laugh in earnest. I don't need to ask what he finds so amusing. Psyche Goto is laughing at the ridiculousness of the person in front of him.
何かおかしなことを言いましたか。
いや、失敬。今のは私が悪いんだ。何しろ君に落ち度はない。ただ、あんまりな質問だった。という
I have a feeling this guy's related. In Kohaku's route.
私は琥珀城とはそう親しくはないよ。彼女と話すようになったのは、アキハが当主になってからだ。
Kinda doubt it.
琥珀城はアキハの秘書役でもある。必然会話の機会も増える。どちらかというと私は翡翠城と顔見知りだがね。
This is another big surprise. You're telling me that Psyche Goto, this shady-looking guy, is well acquainted with Soy?
昔の話だよ。それもここ数年は全く話をしていない。挨拶程度はするがね。さて、私も日差しを浴びすぎた。肌が痒くていけない。
Psyche Goto raises his hand in the air, and the car that has been standing by the parking lot rolls up in the front of the entrance in the mansion. This must mean the end of our conversation.
ああ、本題を聞き忘れていた。どうかな？7年ぶりに屋敷を見た感想は。
特に驚きはないです。子供の頃の記憶合わせができたのは1回だけですし。
I replied to the man clad head to toe in bandages.
なんだ、面白みのない。しかし、そうだな。過去から戻ってきたとしても、見違えるような現実なの。
Having said what he said, Psyche Goto leaves the Tono residence. He's been visiting the mansion pretty frequently. I wonder if he has a house of his own in Soya somewhere.
次はその辺りに切り込んでみるか。
There's no doubt that Saiki considers me an enemy, or at least a nuisance. Know your enemy, and you shall not fear 100 battles. It'll be better to learn a little more about him if I want to be able to defend myself.
まあそれはそれとして
I don't want this to be the note of my precious day off ends here. I regain my composure and resume my exploration of the mansion. Next up is right. I'll head out to the courtyard. Oh man, so Shiki eventually goes to the courtyard. I head out onto the terrace. The terrace also abuts the rear of the living room. Back when we were little, this was Akiha's favorite haunt on days when the weather was good. Though perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was also her boundary. She never went out into the garden by herself. This terrace marked the confines of which she was allowed to roam.
そうだった。よく庭から声をかけて家庭教師の目を盗んだっけ
I think I remember being told to always keep to the terrace when we went out to play. That said, that it would be mischievous of us to go into the forest by ourselves or something along those lines. Of course, I went and took Akiha out with me to the forest anyway and got chewed out for it afterwards. I head down to the terrace and go onto the garden. The garden looked endless in the eyes of a child, but now I have a better perspective. It's a little easier to get a handle of the size of it. There are fewer flowers now than I remember there being 7 years ago, but aside from that, ambience in the garden is largely unchanged. After strolling around leisurely for about 10 minutes, I arrive at the gazebo. This marks the end of the garden. Oh, this is where he got stabbed, right? Past this point, it gives away to a dense forest, thick with trees. I'm still a little hot by leg injury, so this is about as far as I'll go today.
それにしてもつくづく日本離れした屋敷だよな
I sit down onto a rock and gaze out over the vast autumn garden. From this perspective, the mansion looks more like a castle than simply a Western-style house. It's a spectacular sight, but it's so far removed from what I'm comfortable with, I can't help smiling bitterly. If you ask me, the scenery is much more benefiting of Akiha or... Oh, he's remembering Arcueid.
あいつぐらいだよな
I can't help but think of that stunning, beautiful woman.
ってなんだ
Wait. Alright. Okay. I shake my head vigorously to clear such wild and crazy thoughts. Why am I reminiscing about Arcueid anyway? It's not as though I'm ever going to see her again. Now that she's accomplished her goal of exterminating Blob, there's no reason for her to stick around in this city. That's why it's no use being hung up on her like this.
だよなもともとそういう関係だしどうってことないほんともうあんな無茶をしなくていいかと思うとせいぜい
Closed my mouth before I could finish my sentence. There's no point even uttering such a blatant lie. I'll definitely be a lot less lively without her around. But whether that's a good thing or not is hard to say. After all, I'm still left with these feelings in my heart. Among those feelings is regret and even lingering affection. That girl was nothing but trouble. But even so, it was, well, kind of fun to spend time with her.
バカか俺は
I nearly got killed. Why on earth am I still pinning after her? The wound I sustained last night is still there on my leg. I remember how it felt when it seemed like I was going to be killed by Blob. I don't want to go through something like that ever again. I breathe out a sigh and leave behind the gazebo. I kill some more time strolling around the courtyard as I make my way back. And yet, even after the sun is set, the strange lingering attachment is not so easily forgotten. Maybe I should... Yeah. Oh shit. My afternoon off passed by without incident. I returned to my room to loaf around for a bit, and the next thing I knew, it was already time for dinner.
呆れた。いい加減忘れろよ、俺。
I shake off the thoughts of that blonde woman still lodged in my mind. I know it's common refrain that the sun sets early in the autumn, but it really does disappear far too quickly. I guess I was too absorbed in my insignificant thoughts that I lost track of time. Aki and I sit in the dining room. Kwaka-san waits attentively behind her, and Hisui likewise standing a little ways behind me. The dinner Kwaka-san has prepared for us consisted of a series of courses, culminating in a main course of Wagyu beef. Maybe it's one of those customs of the Tono residents, but Akiha spends the meal in utter silence, a prim expression on her face as she conveys each morsel of food to her lips. Akiha had returned to the mansion maybe an hour or so prior. Apparently some sort of unforeseen problem had cropped up and she had to go run it to the ground.
翡翠、念のため聞いておくけど、うちの夕食って死後現金だったっけ？
I guess they're having that awkward situation right now. I asked Hisui in a whisper, trying not to be heard by Akiha.
いいえ、親族の皆様間での談話は自由に行われておりました。
じゃあ、アキハが黙っているのは単に機嫌が悪いだけ。
申し訳ありません。私には分かりかねます。あくまで憶測ですが、秋葉様はお疲れなのではないでしょうか。
そっか。そりゃそうだよな。いつも不機嫌だけど、今は特にご機嫌斜めだし。ほんと、ご苦労様だこと。
I nod earnestly and sympathize with her. I can't say this out loud, but the best thing I can do for my sister after her weekend had been cut short by some unexpected crisis is to just let her rest. There's no reason for me to go and put my foot in it by bringing the topic up. Let sleeping Akiha's lie, and all that.
聞こえていましたよ、兄さん。別に午後の視察で疲れているわけではありません。食事は静粛にが当家のマナーですから。
I don't know, man. I think Makihizo is smeared. Akiha glares at me. It's only natural she'll notice me talking to Hisui. But the fact that she could even make out what we were saying is disconcerting. Her hearing must have been insanely sharp.
もっとも、それも過去の話ですが。どうしても話がある。今日一日の出来事を語り合いたい。というのであれば、その限りではありません。
I nod my head in understanding and resume eating. Perhaps as a result of having a light breakfast followed by a light lunch. By evening, I had developed quite an appetite. Though despite that, I am finding tonight's menu a little difficult to stomach. Not just because of the beef tenderloin and foie gras, but also because of the deep red sauce forcefully reminds me of blood, and by extension all the events that led to yesterday. An unexpected murder, an impossible reunion, an unbelievable monster. Weighed down by the heavy loss of life, their outstretched fingers, the touch of death. And finally, what I knew would naturally follow after we defeated that vampire. Parting ways. How pathetic. To sink this deeply into my reverie. My fever hasn't abated at all, has it?
それで私の仕事ぶりをいたわってくれた兄さんは午後の休みをどのように過ごされたのです？
ああ、俺のことか。午後は散歩に出て、部屋に戻ってからはずっとベッドで横になってた。
Hmm.
それはまた貧血ですか？
いや、考え事をしていたらいつの間にか夜になってたというか。体の調子は悪くないし、足の方も問題ないよ。
つまり無意に時間を浪費したということですね。
I mean, Akiha, he's injured.
そんなくだらないことを堂々と口にしないでください。私は何とも思いませんが、他の人が聞けば笑い物になるだけですから。
Akiha's reaction is merciless and leaves no room for rebuttal. But be that as it may,
確かに自堕落に思われる発言だった。というか自堕落だった。反省している。けど、秋葉は何とも思わないってどうして？
could it be that her strict attitude is just for show, and she's actually benevolent that it comes to her immediate family?
どうしても
No,
何
only
も
for Shiki.
当然で
Only
しょ
for Shiki.
私は党の指揮に何も期待はしていませんから。兄さんがそういう人であることは初めから承知の上です。
I see. What an enlightening perspective. You can't be disappointed if you never get your hopes up. I guess this is how it feels to be at loss for words.
いやー、ごちそうさまでした。
ごちそうさま。食後は習い事がありますので、私はこれで。
That was a weird angle just now.
兄さん、反省なされたのでしたら、今夜は早めに部屋に戻って勉学に励んでくださいね。
Akiha gets up from her seat and leaves the dining room. I believe that tonight's lesson is a violin recital as she's planned earlier this evening. Just how much of an overachiever is she? I'll definitely develop an inferiority complex at this rate.
四季さん、ファイトです。秋葉様に負けないで。
That mischievous maid bumps her fist in support as she follows Akiha out of the room. After dinner, I took a quick bag and headed back to my room. I take a seat at the desk furnishing my room. As Akiha says, I'd better make up for the fact that I spent the day idling around. I spread my textbooks out across the surface of the desk. Despite all the unbelievable things that had happened to me recently, at the end of the day, I'm still a second-year high school student. I have a massive pile of work that needs to get done.
いや、山積みなんだけど。
No matter how hard I try, I can't concentrate at all. The only thing I can think about is the figure of the woman who no longer needs me, and who I really ought to forget.
ああ、もう今日はやめやめ。
I give up, lie down on my bed, and stare aimlessly at the ceiling. It's okay. Tonight will be the end of it. The last 2 days were full of excitement, for better or worse. You had to be crazy to forget something like that easily. I just needed a day to cool off, that's all. I'll just lie here, doing nothing and let my consciousness drift, in order to keep my memories at bay and to dilute down the impression she left on me. I'll consign myself to nothingness and let the hours slip by. If I do that, all of the events that have transpired will surely become nothing more than fragments of the past. Eventually, my eyelids begin to droop. My consciousness slowly fades. My senses are Stimulated by unbearable darkness. And just like that, the day that went by so peacefully comes to an end. Lying there in bed, wondering if I'm simply trying to fool myself, I sink into uncertain slumber. So I guess yeah, this is day 7 already. Ugh. I wake up, my thoughts still hazy. My arm feels a little heavy as I reach out for my glasses. I must have developed a light fever. With that detached thought, I put them on. My vision returns to normal, but the mild dizziness persists. My symptoms resemble those of a cold, but this is one of those fevers peculiar to the morning. Like an engine that hasn't started up in a while, being warmed by combustion. This feeling will subside with time. There's a knock at the door. After a short pause,
失礼します。
with a bow, Hisui enters the room.
おはよう翡翠。今朝もありがとう。
おはようございます、四季様。お目覚めになられていたのですね。
ああ、昨日はぐっすり眠ったから。着替えたらすぐに食堂に行くよ。
Wait, let me adjust the volume a little.
琥珀さんにはちょっと熱があるから量は少なめだって伝えてほしい。
かしこまりました。体温計は必要でしょうか？
いらないよ。どうせいつもの微熱だし。
それでは着替えはここに。食堂でお待ちしております。
Hisui bows and leaves the room. Perhaps it's just me, but her bow didn't seem as sharp as usual.
心配してくれてるのかな。でもこんなの本当にいつものことなんだけど。
Wait, that could have been Kohaku, right? I still remember those things. I still have to think if every Hisui encounter is either Kohaku or like Hisui. So I have to be really careful about that. I appreciate the concern, but it's nothing to make a fuss over. If we're going to fret over about something, it should be. Oh man, he's remembering Arcueid right now. A wound like that, one you can instantly tell is serious.
しかしガムテープは本当ないよな。見てるこっちの血の気が引いたし、今度会ったら。
I cut myself short before I can finish my sentence. There's no next time. Well, we'll never see each other again. You couldn't convince me to get involved with that walking calamity of a woman again. Not for all the money in the world.
そうだ。それがいいに決まってる。
I digress. I digest the undeniable fact. It's Monday. The beginning of the week. A good chance to start fresh. Having washed my face and dressed myself, I entered the living room. Akiha is sitting on the sofa. The clock has only struck 7, but she seems to have already finished her breakfast and is now gracefully enjoying a cup of tea.
あら、おはよう、兄さん。今朝は早いんですね。
Do people actually? I actually have no idea if people actually do that. Akiha seems to be in a good mood. I wonder if it's because she's pleased to see me up and about so early.
おはよう。秋葉の方こそいつもおはよ
Oh man, what was that? And then I suddenly feel lightheaded, so I pinch the bridge of my nose. Even then, the dizziness won't go away. My body temperature rises, so much so that even I start to think something is wrong.
兄さん
I hear the faint rustling of clothes and the sound of approaching footsteps.
どうかしました？顔が赤いけど熱でもあるんですか？
う。いや、熱は確かにあるんだけど。
Akiha moves up close to me and peers into my face from below. That's odd. For some reason, when I look at her, it feels like my dizziness gets even more intense. Does this involve her ability to transfer? I know. Remember the part where Akiha is sharing some of her life force to Shiki, but she's not doing something deliberate right now, is she?
少し熱があるようですね。
This is kind of weird.
昨夜はきちんと毛布を使いましたか？環境が変わったから調子を崩しただけでしょうけど、念には念よね。そこで待っていてください、兄さん。今琥珀を呼びつけますから、朝食の前に熱を測りましょう。
Akiha turns her gaze to the lobby. She must be planning to go and call for Kakasan, who is currently preparing breakfast in the kitchen. I take this opportunity to avert my gaze from Akiha. As I suspected, this was all it took to alleviate my dizziness.
いいんだ、秋葉。琥珀さんを呼ぶまでもないよ。起きたばかりで体調が悪いだけだから、いちいち気にしないで。
体調が悪いのならなおさら放っておけません。風邪だったらどうするんですか？些細な病気でも兄さんには大事でしょ。免疫や抵抗力が人より低いんですから。
There are many reasons why Akiha is... Nah, let's not talk about this right now. Exasperated, Akiha places her hand on my forehead. Then sudden cool touch of her delicate palm sends a shiver down the back of my neck. Oh, she's using her powers right now? Oh, she's probably sharing her life force, I guess. For an instant, my reading lost completely. Akiha is right. There is something wrong with me this morning. I don't understand why, but every single move she makes goes right to my head. Just watching her is enough to make my body temperature rise. I mean, she's literally manipulating your temperature right now. If I were to touch her directly, it'll probably make me so dizzy I'd collapse.
兄さん、随分と熱くないですか？
I feel Akiha's voice echoing, not in my ears, but directly inside my brain. It was as if her beautiful black hair and her pale porcelain skin has turned into heat and were flowing directly onto my head. This is bad. This feeling will pass. My body's just a little unstable as a result of all the fatigue that's accumulated. What I need to do right now, before I do something unthinkable in front of Akiha, is...
よし、休養を思い出した。
Really? He's gonna do that? I brush off her hand and run like the wind.
シキ様、朝食まであと5分ほどかかりますが。
そうか、ありがとう。俺のカバンは？
カバンでしたらこちらに。
Flawless preparation. That's his salute for you. I think it's silly and take my bag from her.
行ってくれ。見送りはいいから。
お待ちなさい。熱があるのに何をしているんですか、兄さんは。第一、 廊下は走らない。妹の言うことはきちんと聞くが我が家のルールです。おとなしく今で熱を測ってください。
Akiha is waiting for me in the lobby. She must have come to try and stop me. However, given that she's following her own rule about not running in the corridors, it seems she's only just made it here from the living room.
悪い。ルールを守るのはまた後で。熱も下がったし、このまま学校に行ってくる。朝飯は勝手になんとかするから、今朝は多めに見てくれ。
なんとかするって、ちょっと兄さん、待ちなさい。何ですかその言い分は。後で守るルールなんて、それじゃあ規則とは呼べません。
As though feeling Akiha's reprimands, I run through the entryway toward the front door of the mansion. In my heart, I clasp my hand together in a silent prayer and apologize. I appreciate she's worried about my health, but there's no way I could say something like, "Well, the truth is, just looking at you is almost enough to make me pass out." I can't even begin to imagine the retaliation that would have been in store for me if I had. After taking a deep breath, I'm finally able to calm down. I should be safe now that I've put this much distance between us. Akiha isn't childish enough to announce I'm going to school too, and chase after her older brother as he likes it. She kinda does in her route, didn't she?
けど、怒る理由がルールについてなのが秋葉らしいな。
Remembering what she said earlier brings my weary smile to my lips. Even though she's my sister, to this day I still can't say for sure whether her emotional boiling point is high or low.
コンビニにでも寄っていくか。
I have a lot of money in my wallet, but I should at least get something light to eat. I resent the fact I actually have an appetite today of all days. Normally I wouldn't mind skipping breakfast, but I'm pretty hungry this morning, so just got to suck it up. I'll pick up some stuffed bread. That should be enough to tide me over until lunchtime. Only a few minutes have passed since I stopped by the convenience store. It's about half an hour earlier than I'd usually be going to school. There aren't many students visible on the sidewalk. In about 10 minutes, the main gate will be crowded with students. But for now, there are only 2 or 3 of them, myself included. Unlike that time, there's no sign of that unbelievably beautiful woman sitting on the guardrail waiting for someone. In the schoolyard, the sports clubs are in the middle of their morning practice. With a sidelong glance in their direction, I head toward the entrance. I like moving my body. It makes me feel alive. However, I wasn't able to join any clubs. Because I have a chronic anemia, there's a chance I'd let the rest of the team down when it counts. Plus, my doctor also strongly insists that I refrain from overexerting myself. My freshman year, there were a couple of clubs that offered to let me join. Whenever they did, I always turned them down by saying, maybe next time. And each time I felt an indescribable sense of estrangement. And so here we are. I suppose I've been avoiding getting involved with them in any way, operating according to some sort of subconscious self-defense mechanism. I put a stop to my sentimental musings, silently cheering on my kindred spirits in the sports club as they give it all their all. I continue toward the main school building. Oh, Noel.
おはようしきくん。
Nice, Noel.
今朝は早くない？
Oh man, Noel. It's been a while.
はい、ちょっと時間を間違えて。おはようございます、ノエル先生。
On my way to the classroom, I bump into Noel Sensei. She seemed pretty shocked to see me. I suppose she wasn't expecting to run into anyone here at this hour either.
時間を間違えると遅刻するんじゃなくて、早くから登校しちゃうんだ。しきくんはあれね、勤勉かね。 今時の若い子ならもっと気楽に生きていいんじゃない？
十分気楽にやってますよ。勉強好きでもありませんし。それより金曜日の無断欠席についてですけど。
ああ、あれね。大丈夫。お家には連絡入れてないから。たった一日のボイコットなんて普通だものね。四季君だってその方が都合が良かったでしょ？
But it's just a chuckle. Noel sensei says something rather out of character for a teacher. That helped me out a lot. Or rather, I think it saved me. Akiha would have been significantly angrier at me if she discovered I was absent on a Friday. I get the feeling that Noel sensei's education policy is just a bit too lenient.
あ、四季君たら頭固いんだ。先生は不真面目なわけじゃありません。生徒の自主性を尊重してのことです。だってみんなこんなにも若くて美味しそうなんですもの。一日ぐらい背伸びして遊びに行くのは仕方のないことだと思うの。
いえ、遊びに行っていたとかそういうんじゃなくて。
なんて冗談よ。分かってます分かってます。例の貧血でしょ。真面目な四季君が火遊びをするわけないものね。それで体の方は大丈夫？痛いところとか残ってない？
So truly had me worried there. In truth, Noel sensei's joke hit the nail right on the head, but I'm not about to tell her that.
貧血の方はなんとか。今朝は特に調子がいいです。
さあ、それはよかった。じゃあ今日から気楽な学生生活に戻れるわね。ところで慢性的な貧血という話だけど、四季君はいつからそういう体質なの？
生まれつきではないんです。子供の頃に事故に遭って、それ以来というか。
まあそれは気の毒に。それで運動をしなくなったり食欲が薄くなったりしたのね。それでどんなだったのかしら？
はい？
I couldn't help but raise my voice at her cryptic question. As if licking her lipstick-laden lips with her tongue, Noel sensei says,
だからどんな事故だったのと聞いたの。
"Oh, is she trying to snuff out if he's Roa? If he's
体
possessed by
がおかし
Roa?"
くなるぐらいの怪我だったんでしょ？やっぱりすごく痛くて泣きわめくほど怖かったのよね。それこそ一度死んで生まれ変わってしまうぐらいに。
An indescribable chill runs through me. Not in a reaction to Noel sensei's insensitive remarks. She's just got an insatiable curiosity, or perhaps more accurately, I should say she has an inability to read the room. That much has been clear since she started here. What gave me pause is that I realized I don't actually remember the details of the accident at all.
ただの事故ですよ。こうして無事だし、大したことじゃありません。そろそろ時間だし、失礼します。
I bowed to Noel sensei and walked past her.
四季君、
I turned around in response to my name being called.
体調がいいのなら今日からしっかりね。これ以上無断欠席はしない方が身のためよ。
With something like a wink, the attorney from France turns and heads towards the staff room. I thought I'd be first to arrive, but several of my classmates are already in the classroom.
早いな遠野。金曜どうしたん？
おはよう。金曜は体調不良。そっちは朝練終わり？
そうそう。放課後の部活動だけじゃなく朝練まで自重しろって話になってきてさ、首相を交代したばっかだってのにこんなんじゃ統率取れねえよ。
It had looked like everything was business as usual for the athletics club, but I suppose even they have been affected by the vampire incident. Well, they just need to wait it out for a little while. The incident will soon fade away and the club activities will return to normal. 5 minutes until homeroom. I sit here reflecting on how lovely it is that the day's classes are about to begin without incident.
やっほーサボりはおはようございます
A voice calls out from behind, ruining my morning.
やっすフリアくん金曜日はナイス無断欠席でしたねおかげで今朝また一段と元気ありそうなんだよ金土日と寝込んでたんじゃねえの
寝込んでないし貧弱でもない。金曜日はたまたま気分が悪くなっただけで家に帰ったら回復したよ。面倒なんでそのまま学校は休んだけど。
マジかあの豪華なお屋敷でのんびりアンニュイライフとかたった3日でお貴族様の仲間入りかよ相変わらず気も太いっつうか順応性高いっつうかほんと住めば都なのな遠野はめちゃくちゃ羨ましくねえ
Akihiga's bluff is a sight to behold. We could all stand to learn a thing or two from his rebellious spirit.
言っとくけど慣れてないぞ。お前な、あの家がどれだけでかいか見てないから。
うんにゃ知らぬあんだけ高いところにあってかつ周りは塀と林だろ敷地の中に入らねえと見えねえだろいやデバガメ根性で見たいけどよでもほらオタクセキュリティとかおすごいんでしょ
俺が知るか。ああいや恵子さんの話じゃ年に数回泥棒騒ぎがあるらしいけど遠野邸に警察が駆けつけたことなんかないって言ってたしお前だって丘の上の屋敷に泥棒が入ったなんて話聞いたことないだろ。
お前それ年に数回賊が押し入るのに警察が来ないってそれやばくね
どこが
The burglars are getting caught before the police even have a chance to show up. I'd call that pretty good security, not pretty bad.
いやだからよそもそも外に出てきてねえんじゃねえのその泥棒さん
I wonder if Kohaku is doing something about that. That subject.
なるほど。それならどんな噂も広まらないか。
We nod greatly to each other. We were terrified to think any deeper of the topic, so we both do our best to change the subject.
そうそう土曜の事故現場もう見たか北口駅前の大火事地下からの出火だったって話
いやまだ見てない。話だけは聞いているけど
俺北口に改装前のデパートあっただろあの前にあった公園がごっそり地下に陥没してるあれひでえぜ元に戻すの1年はかかるんじゃねえかなでもまあ悪いことばかりじゃない警備員やらテレビ局やらが押し寄せてるんで北口のバカども鳴りを潜めやがったからな
そうなのか。じゃあ倉見橋駅のホテルの話は
倉見橋のホテルってあのドームホテルああそういえばあっちでも火災があったんだっけ北口の壊れっぷりがすげえんで忘れてたわ
I can't blame Haruhiko for his lack of discretion, even though so many people burned to death in that incident. To Haruhiko, it's just a story from the next town over. Thanks to the constant stream of news we're subjected in this day and age, no matter how tragic an event is, it will always be eclipsed by the next lucrative news story and pushed out of the public consciousness.
何にせよ物騒なのは変わらねえってことかそういうお前さんもどうなんだよ当のは中学からこっち貧血持ちのくせに学校だけは休まなかったじゃねえかま登校した瞬間に帰るっていう離れ技は何度かあったけどな
それと似たようなものだよ。交差点あたりまでは登校したんだけどそこで気分が悪くなって帰ったんだ。
弓塚といいお前といい最近素行が悪いんじゃないか
Oh shit, Sachan is a vampire. I forgot.
素行が悪いっていうのは否定しないけど弓塚さんどうかしたのか
木曜からずっと欠席。今朝も来てね。あいつもずっと優等生してたからな。いい加減テンパってたのかもしれん。しかし振り点だから上がれないと。
Arhiko's analogies are, you think, shall we say?
おっと、じゃ俺はこれで。さらばだ。金曜サボった分真面目に勉学に励むがいい。
Arihiko cheerfully leaves the classroom. He must be going to hide in the infirmary or something. It seems like today is his turn to skip class. The minute the bell rings for lunch, this degenerate reappears, sounding as though he's only just woken up.
よく寝た。殿、飯食おうぜ、飯。
What a guy. I've got a hunch that the only three things bouncing around in that skull of his are sleep, food, and sex.
そりゃ飯は当然のように食べるけど、いいのか俺なんかに構って。ランチは先輩と一生がお前のマイブームじゃなかったっけ？
あ？先輩とランチだ。
Arika frowns, his expression souring. Looks like Senpai gave him a cold shoulder again today. Then I go and get lunch with Arihiko, having slept in his fill in the infirmary.
宗谷駅前で検索と。何の新展開もねえな。
He's now hard at work hunting for information, mobile phone in hand. It's like they say, failing behind society by even 4 hours can prove fatal. It could also just be a case of internet addiction, but it's Arihiko we're talking about. He's a different breed from the other students. Keeping up to date with what happened in Soya Station isn't just Arihiko amusing himself with other people's affairs. He's earnestly checking for something or anything that will give him an edge when it comes to surviving the nighttime world of the business district.
はあ、また定番のコンビニレジ強盗ですか。店員刃物で腹部を刺され重傷。犯人はアルコール依存症。うへえ、痛そう。酔っ払いに話通じねえもんな。
Arihiko demolishes his meal, browsing his phone with his other hand all the while. The tradition of a father reading the newspaper during mealtime has completely transformed into its modern-day equivalent right in front of me. No. Leaving that modern-day critique aside,
アリヒコ、食事時にその手のニュース読み上げるの楽しいか？
楽しくねえですよ。けど世間に興味を持たない間抜けな友人のために世の中の物騒さを知らしめなきゃならんでしょ。聞いてますか、遠野くん。北口は倒壊するわ。酔っ払いは人を刺すわ。無差別に人を殺す通り魔はいるわ。他人事じゃねえかもなんだぜ。
それは確かに。でも通り魔事件はもう起きないんだ。北口の事故はどうしようもないけど、それ以外はいつも通りってことだろ。
そうなの？通り魔って捕まったんだ。
いや、捕まってはいないだろうけど。
the culprit is no longer of this world. That's why there aren't any news stories with vulgar headlines about modern-day vampires, nor are there people being meaninglessly murdered by them.
ともかく、もうあんなふざけた事件は起きないし、犠牲者も出ないってこと。街は元に戻ったんだよ。
しかし犠牲者は出ると思うぜ、遠野。
出ないよ。なんで断言できるんだよ、アリヒコ。
だって、おい、今朝で9人目の死体が発見されたって今ニュースで流れてる。
Arihiko shows me the screen of his phone. I can't believe my eyes. It's just as he said. There, on the news aggregator website, under a heading consisting of a bird's eye view of the Soya Station North Gate, is new information regarding vampire serial killings.
マジかよ。ここいつも行ってる映画館の裏じゃねえか？
待て、 もう一度よく見せてくれ。
I borrowed the film from Arihiko. This isn't some troll spreading misinformation, nor is it substantial speculation. Substantiated speculation. The screen clearly shows an official statement from the police, announcing the serial killer's ninth victim was discovered last night.
そんな。
I'm at a loss for words. That guy, Blod, is dead. I killed him with my own 2 hands. So then why? Why are corpses with their blood-sucked rye still appearing?
しかし現代の吸血鬼か。相手が美人のお姉さんなら座れちゃってもいいんだがね。
美人の吸血鬼。
His spine freezes at Eriko's casual remark. I wouldn't mind having my blood sucked if the vampire was a beautiful woman. I can't take these playful words as a mere joke.
事件はまだ終わっていない。
Oh yeah. Michael rolled, but the Baldejong is still still roaming around. The appearance of a new victim proves that the vampire is still alive and well. A simple process of elimination is all that's needed. Blob is gone. That means the only other remaining vampire is... What was Sachin doing the first 2 routes? The class is over. The school day has come to a close. Yet here I am wondering where the time went. I was so caught up with all dark thoughts swirling around my head that I've only noticed the fact that I am alone in the classroom.
通り魔殺人はまだ続いている。
By all rights, those words shouldn't even warrant a second thought. But I recall her saying something. I have never killed a human being. I can't bring myself to believe she was lying.
ニュースが間違いなのか、それとも。
The only one who knows for sure is Arcueid herself. If I can track her down and see her once more, I'm sure everything will be cleared up. But even I don't understand why I want to. Those killings are no longer any of my concern. My life returned to normal the moment I settled the score with Blob. I fulfilled my duty. I must have. That's why there's no reason to go out of my way to set foot into such an abnormal world. I should just carry on as normal. Then nothing happen and go home without thinking any more than this. Oh, alcohol. Giving up and going home. As choices go, that's definitely the runner-up. But that's because a long time ago, someone taught me the number one thing to do in a situation like this.
どんな人間だって人生ってのは落とし穴だらけなのよ。君はそれを何とかできる力があるんだから、もっとちゃんとしなさい。
Man, I hate Takeuchi's noses.
そうだ。何もしないって選択だけはしちゃいけない。
Those words saved me. I lived my life by those words. That's why I can't just stand back and turn a blind eye. You know, it's good that they have a scene with Alco in the middle of like the story, unlike in the original. This case is far from over. Having already gotten mixed up in it once, it seems I'm not now fated to see this troublesome matter all the way through the bitter end. I lead the school grounds. I don't have much of a lead, but I do still have the apartment key she entrusted me with. I'll head there first and see what I can find. I can't remember this anymore. Oh, that looks like the one in Karen no Kyokai, right?
いないか。
The apartment is just as I remember it, but Arcueid is nowhere to be found. She's not here. but I can at least sense a trace of her presence in this room. I feel a wave of relief pass over me at this assurance that she hasn't vanished into thin air.
いいさ。そう簡単に捕まえられるなんて思ってない。とにかく、今は行動はあるのみだ。
To wait here, but there's no guarantee she's coming back. I had no choice but to go out into the city and search for her at random, just like the time I first met her. It's not Shibuya. As the sun sets, the city dons its evening visage. I searched all over the most likely areas, but found neither hide nor hair of Arcueid.
どうでもいい時はひょこひょこ歩いてたくせに、どうしてこういう時に見つからないんだ、あいつ。
What should I do? The night has just begun. I should... Ooh, since it's... Yeah, this is gonna be number 2, I think. I'll keep searching the city. That's how we first met. After all, a chance encounter. Our relationship isn't so straightforward as to have a designated meeting location. And as if it turns out I can rely on chance, then I'll just have to put my own legs and intuition to work and seek out the white figure of hers. White figure.
そうだよな。人に会いに行くっていうのはそういうことだ。携帯に頼りすぎだった。
That's how it was back before mobile phones became so widespread. Even if you couldn't find each other where you planned to meet up, if you considered the other person's lifestyle and thought patterns, you could seek them out using your own wits. It's like a sixth sense, an innate human ability that we just take for granted. Even in this day of age, reliant as we are on our cell phones, there's nothing we can do if we set our minds to it. Though, I can only cover so much ground. The residential district or the business district. I wonder which I'd be better off focusing on.
よし。
After a brief moment of thought, I settled on the business district. In addition to patrolling between the north and south gates of Soya Station, I'll extend my route over toward the side of the city. No matter how thick the crowds may be, if she's still in the city, if her retreating figure is still somewhere in that crowd, I absolutely will not let it slip away. Is that an iPod? Never mind. Ad. Yeah, I think it's an iPod ad. 6 cents my ass. Maybe she'll be right around the corner. This time she's definitely in front of the station. All my hunches and hopes inevitably ended in disappointment. I can't remember the last time we went on such a refreshing fool's errand. Might even go so far as to say this is a first. I suppose the reason for that is because I never knew my anemia might flare up. I've always been careful to avoid meaningless exertion as best as I could. So then, why did I choose to do something like this? Pair off after her on the back of nothing more than substantial than the thought that maybe there's a chance, or what if I can find her?
でも夜はこれからが本番だし、あともうちょっとだけ探索を。
Oh man, this is reminding me I'm watching. Never mind. I receive a message on my phone. Who could that be? Arihiko, perhaps? I take out my phone and... Clash of the Titans. Piki-san, could you please return to the mansion as quickly as possible? I asked because an unexpected guest has... Oh, okay. Now I remember this. I remember now.
急いでお屋敷に帰ってきてくださいますか？
Stupid girlfriend.
なぜかというと、突然のお客様がいらっしゃいまして。とても素敵な四季さんのガールフレンドを名乗る外国人の女性と、朝の一件だけでなく、四季様がお帰りにならないことに不機嫌だった秋葉様とかけます。
I wonder why Akiha is in such a foul mood.
その心は
A cryptic email from Kohaka-san.
は？
My mind goes blank. Does this mean at this very moment, Arcueid is at the Tono mansion? I can easily see this going horribly wrong, but my brain refuses to even comprehend the possible ramifications. I was naive. I truly was. Why on earth did I think Arcueid's actions would obey any kind of common sense?
にしても意味不明すぎるだろう
I sprint for the mansion with all the energy I can muster. It's terrifying to imagine what Arcueid might be saying right now. The only thing worse would be what's going through Akiha's mind as she listens to her. If I even start to think about that, I'll lose the will to live. Akiha. Nice. I beat my personal best. Having run all the way up the grueling hill, I arrive at the Tono residence out of breath. However,
ごくり
my breathing, ragged from sprinting here at full speed, calms down. My heaving shoulders come to a standstill. Little wonder. The mansion exudes the same heavy sense of dread you'd feel during the opening scene of a horror movie. Or rather... Oh, man.
覚悟はできていますね、兄さん。
I need that giantress, Akiha. Hold on. Was it always this easy for humans to be pressured into willingly accepting their own debts? However, there's no path of escape for an older brother. If I falter here, the situation will only continue to get worse. I strengthen my resolve and rush headlong into the lion's den. Oh man, I need that giantess, Akiha. I don't like this music. It's so ominous.
あと1分遅かったのならどうなっていたかわからなかったところです。
あ、やっと帰ってきたな、こいつめ。妹さんばかりか私まで待たせるとか、やっぱり普段から横暴なのね。
Both of them are looking at me, but their expressions are like night and day. This feeling. I know this feeling. It's the sort of thing that shows up in a lot of films. The suffocating heart-render, the surge of a shoulder with a gun to the back of their head being told to beg for their life. I don't think I'm going to be able to talk my way out of this one. Of all the things that I could have happened, Arcueid and Akiha have to come face to face. Arcueid is standing there placidly when Akiha sits on the sofa looking similarly composed. But under the surface, while Akiha's calm demeanor is just a natural consequence of her being an airhead, Akiha is simply veneer over her obvious hostility toward Arcueid. Akiha glances toward me.
どうしたんですか、兄さん。そんなところに立っていないで、どうぞこちらに来て座ってください。
Absolutely not. I have the feeling I'll end up with this nice time the second I get within reach of the sofa. There's no way I'm going near.
ここでいいです。それよりアキハ、こいつはだな、その。
How do I explain this to her? I can't just pass it off as a classmate. And I get the feeling that saying I met her on the street would only make things worse.
その何ですか?
Ooh, man, it's a trap. Akiha appears to me with her unforgiving gaze. Fine. We're probably past the point where anything I say can make a difference. But if I want to make sure nobody gets hurt, and of course that my own peace isn't threatened, I have no choice but to come up with some kind of explanation. We got to come up with an explanation. But before I get to that, under what pretense that this vampire, happily standing there with a grin on her face as though as this is no concern of hers, managed to make her way into the mansion in the first place? I find it pretty hard to believe that Akiha would invite a stranger into the living room.
その前にいいかな。こいつなんて言ってやってきたの？
Arcueid tilts her head, perplexed.
兄さんのご友人ではないんですか？この方はそう自称しましたが。
ああ、うん。友人といえば友人。
そうですか。私にも紹介していただけると嬉しいわ。兄さんのご友人でしたら無下にお帰りいただくわけにはいきませんし。
それはですね、秋葉さ
The words about the mumble.
友人ね。
Perhaps having grown tired of being ignored, Arcueid forces her way into the sibling squabble between Akiha and I are having.
あんなひどいことしておいてそういうこと言うんだ。私まだ体が痛いんだけど。
Oh man. Way to add oil to the fire. I feel pain. So this is what people meant by vertigo. This feeling of drunkenness, of being forcibly torn adrift from reality. I can't bear it.
それはどういった意味でしょうか？私の兄が身体面あるいは精神面においてあなたに危害を加えたとでも？失礼ですが、ご自分がどれほど信憑性のない発言をしているか理解していますか？
ええ、バッチリね。でも安心して、そんなのもう気にしていないから。
Oh man.
ちゃんと体で返してもらったし。なのでどうぞお構いなく。私は四季を誘いに来ただけだもの。すぐに出かけるわね。そうでしょ四季。
Oh man, that look. This is bad. If I let this woman keep talking, it'll be the end of me.
いやー
Laughing in a frantic desperation, I ran over to Arcueid and forcibly grabbed her by the arm.
ちょっと四季、急に何するのよ。
I can't afford to sit here and listen to her complaints. I rush out of the living room, dragging Arcueid along after me and leaving a dumbfounded Akiha in my wake. Hisui is waiting in the lobby. I wonder what's going through her mind as she watches me rush by Arcueid in tow. Thinking about it makes me feel like a pit is opening in my stomach. So I'll just put it out in my mind for the time being.
お出かけですか、四季様？
不本意ながらすっごく申し訳ないんだけど、玄関の鍵は開けておいてほしい。
はい、かしこまりました。どうぞ、大変お気をつけて。
As Hisui bows gorgeously, I sprint her past her and out of the mansion, making my escape. Good thing for them. We got to escape that situation.
痛いな。いきなり外に連れ出すなんて四季って常識ないんじゃない？
It has to be the least self-aware complaint of all time.
お前こそ何のつもりだよ。真正面からうちの屋敷に来るなんて正気じゃないぞ。もしかして俺の生活をぶっ壊すつもりなのか、このバカ女。
バカ女ってあなた私をバカにしてるの？
Oh man, this is a saber face, man. I don't like this shit.
バカをバカって言ってんだから、それ以外何があるって言うんだバカ。反論があるなら聞いてやるから言ってみろ。
I've hit my boiling point. I've never been in such an inexplicable predicament before. I'm not going to be able to calm down without giving her a piece of my mind.
何よ、私は四季に会いに来ただけじゃない。そんなに怒られるようなことしてないと思うけど。
会いに来ただけって、アルクエイド、お前本気で言ってるのか？
そうだけど何よ。 何の問題もないからね。魔眼も使ってないし、極めて人間的なアプローチしたんだし。四季の妹さんにだって四季の目のことも私が吸血鬼であることもちゃんと黙っててあげたんだから。
そこは言わなくてもわかる。そっちの話に関しちゃ常識ありそうだからな、お前。
Oops.
わかんないな。それじゃあなんでそんなに怒ってるのよ、あなたは。
そっちがあんまりにも考えなしだからだよ。この際だからはっきり言っておくぞ。周囲の目を考える、自分の特徴を自覚する。頼むからもうちょっとおとなしめに行動すること。お前はいるだけで目立つんだから。
Dude, I feel I feel refreshed now that I've gotten everything off my chest. Arcueid, on the contrary, looks like she has a lot she wants to say. Like your indignant cat. Deco Arc. She glares at me with a sullen scowl on her face.
何よ、勝手なことばっかり言って。だいたいいるだけで目立つってどうしてよ。私、外見は人間と変わらないでしょ。
美人はいるだけで目立つんだよ。人間であるかどうかなんて関係ない。
I answered her clearly. Perhaps because my reply left a little room for debate, Arcueid seems to have accepted it without a fuzz.
まあこっちも言い過ぎた。こういう修羅場は初めてだったから気が動転してたんだ。
別にいいよ。悪かったのは私の方みたいだし。
Arcueid nods rather obediently. Now that's all said and done, I start to feel a little guilty about thinking she had some sinister ulterior motive.
で、どうしてうちに来たりしたんだ。いや、俺もお前に話があったから渡りに船だけど。
そうなの？私は単に四季はどうしてるのかなって様子を見に来ただけなんだけど。
そうか、興味本位か。次は木の陰にでも隠れてこっそり見に来てくれ。できるだけ誰にも見つからないように。できれば俺にも見つからないように。
Feel somewhat tired all of a sudden. Well, this isn't the first time I've been jerked around as a result of her whims. At least she didn't let slip anything about the situation to Akiha. I suppose that in her own way, she's doing the best she can to respect my position.
ともかくだ。真剣に話したいことがある。ここじゃ落ち着かないから場所を変えたいんだけど、いいか？
いいけど、話って何よ？
すぐにわかる。そうだな。そろそろ人気もなくなるし、公園あたりがいいかもしれない。
Oh, Shell shows up right. I can't remember. I call out to her, signaling her our departure, and begin to walk. Tilting her head to the side, Arcueid obediently falls in line behind me.
「話って何なの、四季？」
吸血鬼のこと。お前前に言ったよな。巷を騒がしている通り魔殺人は吸血鬼の仕業だって。
Arcueid nods affirmatively.
それじゃあ今朝のニュースで新しい犠牲者が出たっていうのは知ってるか？昨日の夜に通り魔に殺されて血を抜かれたらしいんだけど。
Arcueid narrows her eyes. I feel a sudden tension. It's as though the solid ground I thought I had been walking on was actually not but a thin layer of ice. And now one wrong move could prove fatal.
それで？
それでってお前。
I swallowed nervously. Arcueid looked straight at me, pinning me down with her gaze. It was the sort of stare that made me feel as though she'd swoop down on me the instant I move a muscle.
おかしいじゃないか、アルクエイド。グローブは死んだ。なのにどうしてまだ吸血鬼騒ぎが起こる？ まさかとは思うけど、あれはお前。
Oops. If the blood is on your hands, then I.
はあ、もうそんなわけないでしょ。それは私じゃなくて他の吸血鬼の仕業よ。
Arcueid's immediate and somewhat exasperated response quickly dispels the tension that had settled over us. I hold back the inexplicable sense of joy that rises in my throat. It's too soon to be relieved. While I'm glad to hear it was another vampire's doing, there's still something that doesn't add up.
他の吸血鬼の仕業って、そう次から次へと吸血鬼が出てくるのか。ブローブの後にすぐ新しい吸血鬼がやってきた。
まさかあの事件は初めから一人の吸血鬼の仕業よ。この町を食い物にする新しい吸血鬼なんてやってこないし、ブローブだってあの事件には全く関係ないわ。
You're saying Blob was totally unrelated?
関係ないって、それどういう意味だよ。
言った通りの意味だけど、もう式って切れるようでどこか抜けてるのね。いい？確かにブローブは吸血鬼だったけど、あいつは人の血を吸っていた？
吸っていたかって当然だろ。あいつはあんなに人間を片っ端から燃やして。
Ah, I get it now. Why didn't I spot such an obvious discrepancy? All of the victims of the serial killer had been discovered with no injuries to their bodies other than the fact their blood was drained. But that's not what Blob would do. That guy burns cars to a crisp. It's true that he sucks blood, but that's not the main way he kills people. If you think about it, the people in the hotel weren't counted as victims in the murder case, but as casualties of a conflagration. Then, that means Blob has no connection at all to the serial killings that have been happening in the city.
待ってくれ。じゃあ吸血殺人事件は何なんだ。一体どこの誰があんな真似をしてやがる。
だからあの事件はブローブとは別の吸血鬼の仕業なの。私はその吸血鬼を殺すためにこの町にやってきた。ブローブが来た理由はちょっとあやふやになってきたわね。てっきり私を追いかけてきた一人かと思ったけど、ブローブにはそれだけの理性、使徒社会における協調性はなかったみたいだし。ま、そのあたりはもういっか。ブローブは死んだんだし。とにかくブローブとこの町に救っている吸血鬼は別物よ。ブローブは正真正銘無関係の第三者。私、標的がブローブだなんて言わなかったでしょ。ブローブにとっての標的は私だったけど、私にとっての標的はこの町で通り魔と言われている吸血鬼だけよ。シキ、まさかとは思うけど、ものすごく単純な勘違いしてたとか？
I gasped in shock. Unfortunately, she's right on the money. Because she said that killing vampires was their objective, I immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion and assumed she came here to take down Blob.
それじゃあ何か。あの夜ブローブと殺し合ったのは無意味なことだったっていうのか。
無意味じゃないわ。シキは私の代わりに戦ってくれたんじゃない。ま、シキさえ私を殺さなかったらその必要もなかったでしょうけど。
The strength drains from my body, and I feel like I'm about to fall to my knees. The battle that night was all for nothing. Even though we killed Blob, it didn't solve anything. There's still a vampire in the city. For a brief moment, I find myself blaming Arcueid. This isn't good. My mind turns with a mixture of despondency and self-loathing.
悪い。しつこいけど、最後に確認させてくれ。ブローブは吸血鬼殺人には関係なくて、ここ1ヶ月街を騒がしているのは 別の吸血鬼ってことだな。
うん、そういうこと。でもこれは私が済ませる問題だから式は気にしないでいいよ。そんなことよりね
Arcueid looks at me with a worrying, playful expression.
なんだよ。言っておくけど、ものすごく余裕がないぞ。
I can't get a handle on my feelings. If she says anything weird now, I feel like my legs will simply give away.
ちょっとした疑問よ。二人でブローブを倒した時のこと。ねえ、なんで3分だったの？
Oh man, I can't remember the scene anymore. It's been months.
なんでって何が？
式、3分しか時間はないって言ってたじゃない。どうして3分なのか全然わからなくて。
Was this a Nanaya thing? I can't remember this anymore. It's been months since I last did day 5.
な、言っただろ。あそこは海の底みたいなものだって。だから3分しか無理だって言ったんだ。
海の底だと3分なの？
Thank goodness. If I still had any energy left, I'm sure my retort would have been instantaneous.
まあ、そうだよ。人間はお前みたいなのと違って、それぐらいしか水に潜っていられないの。
Okay.
何よ、私だってちょっとは寒かったわ。海の底だって何時間も潜ってたら退屈だし。
A bit chilly, you say. It was so bad that I thought I was going to die.
下を向いてどうしたの？
いや、ちょっとめまいがして。気にしなくていや、気にしてくれ。実際海に潜ったら3分だって怪しいからな。人間はか弱いんだから頑丈なお前と一緒にするな。吸血鬼は吸血鬼同士我慢比べでもやっててくれ。
At my wit's end, I shoo Arcueid away with my hand.
ま、今さら言っても始まらないか。お前たちが化け物じみてるのは身に染みてるし。
This is a weird angle.
いい。ブローブのことは俺がバカだった。
Just so we can see that she's frustrated.
それよりアルクエド。
I managed to get my feelings under control and raised my head to resume the conversation, but... What is this face she's making?
アルクエド？
何よ、式の意地悪。どうせ私は人間じゃないですよーだ。
Pausing, Arcueid turns away and begins to walk at a brisk pace.
おい、ちょっと待て。どこ行く気だよ。
人間な式には関係ない。ついてこないでよね。
Arcueid must be mad as she continues to walk away without looking back. That woman. Where the hell does she think she's going? Maybe I touched a nerve. In retrospective, maybe it was a bit too cruel.
いや、でも、そんな悪口言ってないぞ。
I didn't, right? Though, seeing how upset she is, I feel like I'm the one at fault. Actually, it is completely my fault. I'm the worst.
ああ、もう、悪かった。今のは俺が悪かった。だから待て、止まれってば。
Flustered, I chase after her white back. I'm definitely not doing this because I feel guilty about making her upset. There's just something important we still need to discuss. Arcueid cuts through the city nightlife, an unwavering white silhouette with fluttering gold hair. That figure is the same one I saw when I first laid eyes on her. Or perhaps it's closer to how she looked as she faced down Blob, standing tall amidst the crumbling wreckage. The conflicting feelings I've been wrestling with up until now vanish. There's no doubt in my mind. The figure ahead of me is the platonic ideal of a huntress.
アルクエイド。
Without so much as a glance back at me, Arcueid just keeps walking.
話を聞けって。どこに行くつもりだよ。
The woman in white does not stop. I'll be pathetic if I were to give up on trying to get through to her after coming this far. It'll be pathetic, but for now, I'll just hold my tongue and follow after her. Click, clack, click, clack. A wordless march continues, punctuated only by the sound of our footsteps. Until Arcueid abruptly stops in her tracks and glares over her shoulder at me.
ついてこないで。あなたみたいな普通の人間にいられると迷惑だってわからない？
人間で悪かったな。何をしているのか教えてくれたら帰るよ。
式には関係ないからほっといて。
Arcueid faces forward and resumes walking in a huff. Great. Looks like I'm in for more tactum prowling around the city. Oh, this is a new background. We've left the city's downtown area behind us and are approaching a deserted railway underpass when Arcueid stops dead in her tracks.
見つけた。
Arcueid's voice was cold, like it belonged to a completely different person. A shiver runs down my spine. All I can see from back here is her posture, but even that is enough for me to sense the scale of her murderous aura that now envelopes her.
何を？
Planning on doing? I start to ask, but fall silent. I know what she's about to do, even without hearing it and put into words. What emanates from Arcueid right now is an unmistakable murderous intent.
おい、何考えてるんだ、お前。
Arcueid does not respond. Her gaze is trained on an average-looking man in a business suit as he walks along.
式、メガネを外してあの人間を見てみなさい。
あの人間って、前にいるあの男。
早く。私が何をしているか知りたいのなら質問は後よ。
はあ、あんまり街中で見たくはないんだけど。
I take off my glasses. There you go. A light headache pulses in my temple. In exchange for that pain, I faintly see the lines of the walls and the ground.
確認しておくけど、あなたの線は生物の方がはっきり見える？
ああ、その方がより確かに見える。
でしょうね。あなたは生物だから鉱物の死を理解できない。形の上の摩耗というカテゴリーの結果は見えても、鉱物たちにとっての終わりは見えない。そのためには彼らと同じ視点、同じ価値観を得なくてはいけない。死を見るためには命を理解しないといけないから。それじゃあついでに聞くけど、今の式から見てあの人間はどんな感じ？
I don't think there's anything particularly odd. I reflexively take a step back. What the hell is that? It's true that any human would have those lines. Except, normally, there are few enough that you can easily count them, even as though they slowly shift like flowing geometric patterns. But this... what the hell is this? The lines race across the entirety of his body. They smear themselves across him from head to foot, making it look as though all his veins and arteries have floated to the surface. I can't even make out what the man looks underneath them all. I feel like throwing up. That thing goes against everything I know. It isn't a man with lines of death that have taken on the appearance of a man.
式にはどう見える？私としては式には普通の人間に見えていてほしいんだけど。
Akiha must have response to Arcueid's words. Right now, it's taking all I've got just to stop myself from throwing up.
そう。残念ね。 四季はあれにも死を見てしまっているなんて。
あ、なんか普通とは違うけど線は見えてる。
やっぱり死者さえ殺せるのね、あなたは。命があるなしの問題さえ無関係。動いているもの、破壊できるものなら例外なく停止させる。何よ、本当の化け物はあなたの方じゃない。四季が見ている通り、あれはもう人間とは呼べないわ。死という負債を他人の血でごまかし続ける吸血鬼だから。
Arcueid steps on at brisk pace. She makes a beeline for the ordinary-looking man.
おい、アルクエイド。
四季はそこにいて。
Maybe the man noticed Arcueid coming for him, as in the blink of an eye he vanished from my field of vision. Though rather than simply vanishing, it would be more accurate to say that he skidded away at superhuman speed. As though trying to hide, the man flees into the darkness of the underpass. Arcueid is nowhere to be seen. She too has stepped out from under the illumination of the rusting street lamps and into the darkness so deep as to be impenetrable to the human eye. But the pounding in my heart sounds uncomfortably close. The night is still young. The headlights of a passing car, the sound of a train thundering overhead. Despite being at the center of this canopy, I cannot feel the presence of a single person other than myself. My glasses. I need to put my glasses back on, and quickly. If I don't, I'll end up seeing something unpleasant. I'll end up staring straight into the abyss, one so deep as to make everything I've seen up to this point pale in comparison. But my body won't move. My unfettering eyes, able to perceive the threadbare nature of this run-down world, are drawn as though entranced to the dark void Arcueid vanished into, and I gaze transfixed across the threshold of the darkness. Suddenly, silence falls. From the sound of the wind to the scent of the ground, everything abruptly freezes in place. The world beneath the moon reaches absolute zero. From somewhere near the limits of my perception, there emanates an unfamiliar sound. There's no way I should be able to see it, and there's no way the sound should be able to reach me. And yet I saw it. The sound of a death clashing against that. There's no question that these eyes could discern it. My vision is strained crimson. Why? Why can these eyes perceive the depth of something that I shouldn't even be able to see? My glasses. If I don't put them on my glasses, I'm going to lose my mind. Fighting back the urge to vomit that's swelling in my throat, I put my glasses back on with trembling hands. Light and sound return. Getting a firm grip on myself, I take a good look at my surroundings and see nothing but this ordinary underpass. There's nobody around, and there aren't many cars, but this is still a wholly unremarkable nighttime scene in the city. This is a place without danger. A place where danger cannot even be allowed to exist. A sphere of civilization that humans call home. My breathing is ragged. Even though I'm wearing my glasses, there are still after images of the death from earlier lingering in the corners of my eyes. It gives me the creeps.
Arcueid.
Wait, she's injured? With faltering footsteps, Arcueid emerges from the darkness, her breathing even more labored than my own.
四季。そっか、まだ残ってたんだ。
With a seemingly embarrassed look on her face, she hurries past me, lurching as she does so. Her gait is feeble, like that of an invalid. Truth be told, my own nausea still has yet to be subside. But with Arcueid visibly in pain right in front of me, all other thoughts are pushed aside.
待てよ。一体どうしたんだお前。
I grab hold of Arcueid's shoulder as she attempts to leave. With vacant eyes, she slowly turns to look at me.
大丈夫よ。少し疲れただけだから構わないで。式には全然関係がないんだから。
Oh man, she's really hurt by that comment.
バカ。疲れているなら休め。変に汗かいてるし、どう見ても重症だぞ。
Panting as I fight to control my breathing, I grab hold of her arm.
何よ。そういう式だって今にも倒れそうな顔してる。
俺のはただの貧血。いつものことだ。人を気にしてる余裕があるなら自分の体も気遣えよ。
いいのよ。どうせ気遣っても無駄なんだから。
Arcueid's breathing is so faint that my heart aches for her.
まさかお前あの時の傷。
I couldn't bring myself to finish asking whether it had healed yet. I mean, she got that wound protecting me after all. Her head still hung low. Arcueid doesn't answer. That silence is not denial, but confirmation. I think.
もう何度言わせるんだこのバカ。そんな体でおとなしくできないのか。
おとなしくしてるつもりなんだけどな。
全然してない。人間離れしてるからって治りきってないのに出歩くやつがいるか。
I notice that I'm genuinely angry and come to a realization. I can't leave her be. This woman truly is an unbearable pain in the ass. But in the end, I just can't leave her
お
alone.
前本当に何してんだよ。ほら黙ってないで答えろ。話してくれるまでお前から離れないからな。
I gasp, both of her white shoulders. Arcueid still doesn't look up, but I think I can make out a faint nod.
もう割としつこいのねあなたって。いいわ。それじゃあ場所を変えましょう。どのみちさっきのも外れだったみたいだし。
Arcueid brushes off my arm and does an about face. It sees that her destination is not the downtown area, but the deserted park. We return to the park. Arcueid must have recuperated while we walk, as she's now back to her usual self.
あっさり元に戻ってるし。もしかしてさっきは油断して傷を負ったとかいうオチじゃないだろうな。
違うよ。傷が治りかけなのは本当だってば。
治りかけなのは本当だ。本当じゃないことも言ったってことだよな。
何その言い方。すっごくいやらしいんですけど。
お前の言動が怪しすぎるんだよ。文句があるならさっき何をしてたのか話してみろ。大方予想はついてるけど何をあんな痛がってたんだ。
さてそれじゃあ式のお望み通り私が何をしていたかを話してあげましょう。
What a brazen way to change the subject. Well, this is what I really wanted to know about anyway. I'll circle back on her physical condition later.
じゃあ確認からさせてくれ。さっきのやつは吸血鬼の手足になってる死者だな。あれの大元がお前の本当の敵？
なんと今度は話が早いのね式。
そいつはどうも。俺だって少しは頭は回るからね。さっきの話で大体の事情は飲み込めている。
良きかな良きかな。式の可愛い勘違いはブローブのことだけってことね。
可愛いって言うな。仕方ないだろ。あの時は自分のことだけで手一杯だったんだから。
ふん、自分のことだけで手一杯ね。ま、そういうことにしておいてあげましょう。
Seemingly amused, Arcueid whirls around and peers at my face. It makes me a little uncomfortable.
いいから話。さっきの男はもうとっくに死んでいたんだな。
そうよ。あれはあいつのしもべだから始末しただけ。下級の使者だったけど、それでも放っておくと人間を殺して力を蓄えられてしまうから。シキ、ホテルで話した吸血鬼の話、覚えてる？
Of course, I nod back. The ecology of vampires, suzerains, and how they make use of their minions. Those vampires grow their clans by hunting humans, killing them, and turning them into underlings known as the dead. That done, they conceal themselves and lead the work of the collecting blood to their underlings. I remember Arcueid referring to them as suzerains, or the traditional type. Vampires that fit the stereotype of being immortal and weak to sunlight.
それはもう教えてもらった。じゃあお前の追っている敵とやらが殺人事件の吸血鬼で間違いないんだな。
ええ、間違いないわ。たとえあいつが手を下したのは最初の一人だけだとしても、そこから発生した死者たちの殺人は全部あいつの成果になる。だから
さっきみたいに街を歩き回って吸血鬼のしもべを探していた。そうすれば親の居場所がわかるのか？
強く親に結びついたしもべならね。けど今のところ外ればっかり。棺、敵の潜伏場所が見つからないのはそれだけ多くの死者を使っているからよ。あいつが自分の手を汚すのは数回だけ。あとは死者にした人間を操って自分は眠っているだけで領地を広げていく。この町の犠牲者は100人を超えている。あなたたちが騒いでいる犠牲者なんて人知れずいなくなった人間の一部分に過ぎないわ。
Yet again, here's something that makes my blood run cold. 2 days ago, I thought Blood was the one responsible. Because of that, I channeled his feeling toward the sole aim of killing him. In doing so, I was able to maintain my spiritual equilibrium. But I no longer can. The strategy is still ongoing. Over 100 victims, over 100 people attacked, drained of their blood, and finally killed by those things that were once their fellow humans. Those victims had their blood sucked and then become new monsters in turn. Abundant corpses, just like that. Masses of lions from earlier, and go on to prowl the city. 3 days ago, I remember all the people staying in the hotel whose lives were extinguished. Even though I was there, I didn't witness that scene unfold in its entirety. As a result, I could only imagine it in words. I couldn't viscerally feel the extent of that horrifying violence that had taken place. The same is true now. Even though I have just been told a vampire that sucks the blood of humans is slowly expanding their dominion in the city, it's not enough to provoke any emotions in me. However, what if, without meaning and without warning, someone close to me was killed like that? How would I feel then? I imagine, if only for a single moment, realizing the immortality behind such a thought. I picture Akiha's body, suck up its blood and discard it like so much garbage. The feeling of vertigo, as though my brain were being slowly withered away, gives way to exhaustion. My heart, which ought to be burning with indignation, is slowly strangely calm. I tell myself that now is the time to think, not to tremble. I'm cognizant of the fact that under these circumstances, such an event could still happen at any time. I can beat myself over my stupidity for not realizing we're still in danger at some other time.
やっぱり怒ったわね、シキ。私があなたに話したくなかったのは、これは捕食される側、人間にとってどしがたいものだからよ。シキにしてみれば、 吸血鬼の行為は認められないものでしょうから。
Of course it is. I couldn't define for you the border between good and evil, or right or wrong. But even so, I can say with certainty that I feel this is something I cannot abide. Even people whose faces I don't know have lived their lives and accumulated a past. And in proportion to that past, they each still have some amount of future remaining to them. Even if that future has nothing to do with me, or is it something I can't even begin to comprehend, I can't cast it aside so easily. I wouldn't want to be killed for sport like that either. Such a debt would be far too frustrating. Such a debt would far be too lamentable. Such a debt would be far, far too meaningless.
でも安心していいよ、シキ。吸血鬼たちの天敵はこの国にはいないみたいだけど、今は私がちゃんといるんだから。言ったでしょ？私の目的は町を犯している吸血鬼を退治することだって。
I don't know what happened to her dispassionate demeanor from earlier, but Arcueid has done a complete 180, and is now quite chipper. I have to say, her words are reassuring. I'm aware of how amazing she is, the lengths she'll go in order to protect human life. She defended the city against law schoolways with no regard for her own safety. But there's something that just doesn't make sense to me about that. Right up until we fought Blob, I harbored doubts about her, as any human would.
それがわからない。アルクエイドだって吸血鬼なんだろ。どうしてそんな人間の味方みたいなことをするんだよ。
私、別に人間の味方をしているわけじゃないよ。それ以外にやることがないからやってるだけだもの。
She has nothing better to do?
ま、そんなことをやっているから狙われるんでしょうけど、そこはそれ、必要経費みたいなものかしら。
いや、お前の言いたいことはまるでわからないけど、その例えだけは間違ってるぞ。
Well, Shiki hasn't encountered anyone from the church, so.
まあまあ、細かいことは気にしないで。そんな引く手あまたヘイトいっぱいな私だったけど、シキがブローブを倒してくれたでしょ。これで障害は何もなくなったわ。あとはこの町に潜んでいる敵を見つけてなんとか始末してみせるから。シキは今まで通り普通の生活に戻って私たちなんかに関わらなくていいんだよ。
ああ、うん、そりゃ嬉しいけど。
But are you really going to be okay on your own? Those words surface in my mind, but I shake my head to drag them off. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so guilty about making her take on such a dangerous task alone?
シキ？何よ、また難しい顔しちゃって。シキの聞きたい話ってこれで終わりでしょ？他には何もないと思うけど。
You're wrong. There are still tons of things I want to ask you. But more importantly...
バカ。そりゃ難しい顔ぐらいする。これは俺たちが住んでいる町の問題なんだから。
だから気にしなくていいんだって。これからは毎日町を見て回って、もうこれ以上犠牲者は出さないようにするし。それともそんなに私の性能を信用できない？
I'll admit that I don't really want to get involved. But those words... I'm the one who lives here, so I should be the one stepping up to say that I'll protect the city, not Arcueid.
アルクエイド、お前の言う敵は強いのか？あのブローブよりもっと。
まさかブローブはああ見えてもその一人よ。この町に救った吸血鬼はブローブより純度は落ちるわ。
そうか。ならお前がやられることはないんだな。
断言はできないわね。ちょっと前までの私なら問題なかったと思うけど、今の私は病み上がりだもの。敵の方が力をつけている可能性が高いわ。
Wait. Hold up. I was just nodding along without really listening. Arcueid is recuperating?
いやいや、風邪でもひいたのかお前。というか吸血鬼って風邪ひくのか。
ええ、とんでもなく野蛮な通り魔を一つね。塔の式っていう名前の悪質なウイルスなんだけど、ご存知かしら。
I cannot believe Shiki totally forgot the part where he separated Arcueid in 17 pieces.
ああ、いや、それはごめんなさい。
I just stirred up the hornet's nest.
冗談よ。式の傷はもう治ってるわ。ただちょっと治すのに想定以上の力を使って疲れてるだけ。痛いのはブローブから受けた傷の方。こっちはまだ外を塞いでいるだけだから。
Arcueid gently caresses her abdomen. That wound too. A needless injury she sustained because she was protecting me. I'm speechless. I'm the root cause of everything that's ailing Arcueid. So how could she continue to smile so unguardedly at me, without so much as a trace of a reproach?
やめろよ。せめて傷が治るまでどこかで休んでればいいじゃないか。今さら1日や2日休んだって変わらないだろう。
ダメよ。ブローブと戦ったことで敵も私が来たことに気づいているはずだもの。休んだりしたらそれこそ私が弱っていると知らせるようなものだわ。
だからって今夜みたいな真似を続けていくのか。
ええ、敵の居場所がわからない以上、あいつに血を送っている死者を片っ端から潰していくしかない。そうして血の供給源を断てば本体が直に血を吸いに現れる。
それがもし明日だったらどうするんだ。弱っているのを隠したところでそんな体じゃ逆に殺されるようなものなんだろう。なら
Start to beg her not to push herself, but trail up and look down at the ground. It's just Arcueid said. If she were to reveal how weak she is, then the enemy would likely take the opportunity to go in for the kill. And above all, I realized something during those 2 days. When it comes to battle, Arcueid is strictly no nonsense. She doesn't fight with an eye toward minimizing her own injuries. The sole focus of her strategy is ensuring that her enemy is defeated. Arcueid prioritizes achieving her goals above all else. She isn't about to let herself to be talked out of it. Arcueid will not stop. But if I let her go, I won't be able to talk to her like this anymore. This girl is so unafraid of her own death that it's enough to drive me mad. So then, why do I find myself picturing her smile? If only I hadn't seen that face. If only she acted more like a vampire. Then, maybe I never would have developed these feelings.
どうしたのシキ。体震わせちゃって、もしかしてトイレ？
Wait,
お前ってやつはどうしてそう。
how can she be so unreasonably calm about all this? I raise my hand.
Huh?
Before my eyes stands the figure of a woman in white. I can't pretend she never existed. I don't understand what this emotion is. All I know is that the 2 days I spent with Arcueid are something I'll never forget. That's why the idea of parting ways with her here now, and then spending tomorrow night wondering whether she's alive or dead, then the next night, and the next, forever regretting my decision and kicking myself for being such a fool, it would be unbearable.
勘弁してくれ。ただでさえ両目が壊れてるのに頭まで壊れかけてる。
I've already had my fill of vampires. I recall the fight against Blob. The fear I felt back then while skirting the precipice of death is so burned in my mind that simply thinking back on it sends a shiver down my spine. This time will be no different. He's no ordinary opponent. There's absolutely no need for me to get involved. Arcueid said she'd take care of it, so I should just leave it to her. And yet, even though that reasoning makes total sense to me, I still can't allow her to go alone.
もうどうかしちまったのか俺は。
I kicked the ground. Whatever logic I come up with, however I try to persuade myself, it's useless. I'm furious at my own stubbornness.
何？どうしたのシキ？いきなり怒り出しちゃって。
そりゃ怒りたくもなる。なんだって俺はあんな目にあったっていうのにこんなたわごとを口にしようとしているのかって。
I start to feel even dizzier after saying that. If I saw my idiotic self in the mirror right now, I would smash it without a second thought.
落ち着いて。普通じゃないわよあなた。
なあ普通じゃないさ。普通じゃなかったらこんなこととても口にはできないだろう。
Cursing, I scratch my head in annoyance. I don't want to admit it, but I've already made my mind. Heck, I even said it out loud just then.
もう全然わかんない。ちゃんと説明しなさい。さっきからこんなことって何がこんなことだって言うの？
だからお前の体が治りきるまで手伝ってやるってそう言いたいんだよ俺は。
Arcueid stands back at me, dumbfounded. As for me, I finally, or perhaps I barely, or rather, had enough of that. I told her exactly what I wanted to say and have calmed down at last.
シキ、今の本当？
I groaned. I still can't even believe it myself.
私ちょっと聞き損ねちゃった。お願いだからもう一度言って。
I groaned even louder. But it's too late to regret it now. The moment I uttered those words, I lost every night I had to lie to myself.
早く。私今のセリフもう一度聞きたい。
What was Nasa thinking about this? Never mind. Arcueid's coaxing voice is a little more than a whisper. Averting my gaze from her fluorescent smile, I do my best to try and speak in an irritated voice.
だからアルクエイドが弱ってるのは俺の責任だし、街にはびこってる化け物を放っておけないし、弱っているお前一人じゃ頼りないから、俺でよかったら手伝ってやるって言ったんだ。
シキ。
What is Nasa thinking in this moment? Arcueid's eyes light up. She grabs my hand and shakes it up and down with glee.
まあ、俺じゃ大した役には立たないだろうけど、いないよりはマシだろう。
シキが手伝ってくれるなら怖いものなんて何もないんだから。
Shake, shake. Arcueid still has to let go of my hand. I'm afraid that sooner or later her brute strength will tear my hand clean off. But even so, I still have no desire to stop her. How do I put this? She really was smiling so exuberantly. That was enough. I felt, with some small amount of pride, that my foolish decision wasn't a mistake after all. By the time I finally released from Arcueid's one-sided handshake, it's almost 9 o'clock. Just thinking about everything that's happened since I got back is enough to make my head hurt. But now that I've decided to help out, the night is still far from over. From here on, the vampire extermination begins in earnest.
それでこれからどうするんだ？やっぱり街を歩いて死者を探すのか？
そうね。この町にいる死者を全滅させれば親元の吸血鬼は出てこざるを得なくなるでしょうし、今はそれぐらいしか手はないけど。
But Arcueid gives me a look, as if asking whether I'm really okay with it.
いいも何も俺はアルクエイドに付き合うだけだ。餅は餅屋って言うし専門家に従うよ。
This girl's just standing there watching me, and an oversized grin on her face.
なんだよ、おかしなこと言ったか俺？
シキ、やけに素直だなーって。
Maybe I should be a little more brusque with her from now on. I get the feeling that if I keep buttering her up like this, she'll ask me to do something outrageous again.
行くぞ。街を回ればいいんだろ。さっきの高架線下とかもう一度調べてみるか？
あの区域はもういいわ。死者は互いに食い合わないよう、犠牲者の数を一区間に集中させないよう、それぞれ活動ルートを定めているの。一晩に食事をさせる死者の数は決まっている。今夜はさっきので打ち止めだと思うけど、せっかく式がいるんだし、もうちょっと探索してみましょうか。
互いに食い合わないようにか。本格的に統率されてるならもっと無差別なものかと思った。
親元の吸血鬼にしてみれば、血液の採集は娯楽じゃなくて生存するための必要作業、仕事だもの。ルーチンワークを良しとするのよ。
貴重な労働力ってわけか。でもそれだと向こうも手を打ってこないか。アルクエイドが数を減らしているんだから、ここから先は増員させるか、あるいは死者を引っ込めて姿を隠すとか。
基本的には出し渋る方でしょうね。けど吸血鬼である以上、どうしても他者から血や精を搾取しないと生存していられない。親元は私に狙われていると分かっていても、最低限の食料を得るために死者を出すしかないってわけ。
I see. Arcueid's modus operandi is to attack the enemy supply lines. Working out where in the city the sire is sleeping would be far too difficult. So instead of searching for him, she plans to smoke him out. Cut off from their workers and by extension the nourishment they need to keep on living, the sire will eventually have no choice but to take action themselves. As soon as the enemy goes on to the move, Arcueid will be able to sense their presence. That's where the vampire slaying comes in. Just like when we put our lives on the line to kill Bob, we'll face the one responsible for these incidents head on and exterminate him.
状況は分かった。とにかく夜になったら街を歩き回ってまだ活動している死者を見つければいいんだな。
ええ。それでシキ、あなたにはメガネを外してついてきてほしいんだけど、いい？
メガネを外してってなんで？
その方が確実だから。私は人間と人間じゃないものの気配を感じ取れる。あなたは聖者と死者の違いが視覚情報として読み取れる。
Oops.
索敵方法は大いに越したことはないでしょ。
I understand what Arcueid is getting at. I wasn't the one that said we should cooperate, so it's not like I can refuse. But moving around without my glasses on is...
あなたの体に大きく負担をかけることになるでしょうね。でもいい機会だからもう一度だけ確認したいの。シキが大丈夫だと判断するのならメガネを外してついてきて。
Walking around the city without my glasses on, huh? In the 7 years since I've received these glasses, I never once tried something like that. I mean, just seeing things with my glasses off is enough to give me a headache. It's easy to imagine what would happen if I were to go wandering around the city without them. Even so, I'll be fine. It's just a headache after all. It's nothing compared to the pain that Arcueid is dealing with right now.
いいよ。メガネを外してついていく。それで型がつくって言うんなら安いもんだ。
そうなら行きましょう。
I take a single deep breath, remove my glasses, and walk toward the city. Walking side by side, Arcueid and I moved through the crowds. The last time I walked amidst a landscape that's written with scribbles was back when I was first hospitalized. I don't feel any dizziness so far. I guess simply looking around isn't enough to give me a headache. Though, the thin lines that are present on the buildings aren't the real issue. It's when I look at the lines on the people walking down the street that I start to feel ill. I just can't stop my thoughts from turning dark. Not as though the people covered in lines make me feel sick per se. What makes the bile rise in my throat is the fact they remind me how easily the life of a human being can be snuffed out. We wander amidst the bustle of the city's nightlife. Arcueid doesn't utter a single word the entire time. She simply marches resolutely onward, as though she has some ultimate destination in mind. Over the course of 2 hours, we visited every prominent location around the station. In the end, we didn't turn up with a single person with the normal lines we were searching for. It's some weird walking.
シキ、メガネをかけていいわ。やっぱりもう今夜の死者はいないみたい。
I put on my glasses. I feel a sense of relief as my vision returns to normal.
そんな簡単に見切りをつけていいのか。まだ1回しか街を見回ってないけど。
一度見回れば十分よ。気配っていうのはね、多少はその場所に残留するものなの。でも街には死者の気配がどこにもなかった。食料を調達する死者はさっきので最後だったのかも。ここからはもう一段階上の死者を潰していくわ。
不機嫌そうだな、アルクエイド。
当然でしょ。せっかくシキがいてくれるのに空振りなんだもの。はあ、かっこいいとこ見せようと思ったの。
Now that I know what's brought her down, I start to feel the urge to do something about it.
まあ、俺は無駄骨でも気にしないけど、そんなにご不満なら、もう一度街を回っても構わないぞ。俺も今度は意識を集中してみる。もしかしたら何か見つけられるかもしれない。
ダメよ。今夜はこれ以上、あなたに無理はさせられない。
無理って、別に俺は無理なんか。
してるのよ。シキ本人は気がついてないだけ。今だって顔色すごく青いし。ほら、ベンチに座って、少しは楽になるんでしょ。
Arcueid firmly ushers me over to the bench. Well, for being honest, I do actually feel like I'm on the verge of being sick. I'll just take a seat for the time being. Even that small comfort is enough to make me slip a sigh. I wonder if sitting down released the tension that had been holding me together, or if the fatigue that had been building up simply hit me all at once. Despite my shoulders feeling heavier, I feel a lot better overall. I guess that's the proof I was really pushing myself.
ありがとう。助かった。でも、これぐらい今までの頭痛に比べたら軽度だぞ。意識を保っていられないめまいに比べれば危ないこともないんだし。
If I rest here for a little while, breathing deeply as I allow the night breeze to play over me, my nausea should fade in due time. Their problems are trifling compared to Arcueid's wounds. That's why you don't have to worry. Arcueid?
弱い生き物のくせに無理はしないで。失神しなければ軽度。それは間違いよ。あなたの目に軽いも重いもない。あまり見えないものを見ようとしないで。そんなに脳を酷使したら廃人になりかねないわ。
廃人って誰が？
あなたがよ。どうしてそんなに危機感がないの？こんな希少な魔眼持ちなのに平和主義者とか美味しい獲物にも程があるし。よく今まで生きてこられたわね。ひょいってつまんで食べられるわよ普通。
In what country would that be considered normal? Or rather, I'd appreciate it if you stopped looking down on one of the most law-abiding countries in the world. Sorry, I remembered something. Call me the peace-loving idiot. But isn't it amazing that we maintained this degree of public order for so long?
分かった。あんまり言いたくなかったけど、ちゃんと説明してあげる。いい？四季は生物の死は見やすくて、鉱物の死は見にくいって言ってたでしょ？それはね、結局はあなたの脳の回線の問題なの。物の死、その因果を見るということは、実際は見ているではなく、読んでいるという意味合いに近いわ。すべての事象には大元になった原因、絶対の一がある。この宇宙の始まりにしておしまいの地点。そこには全てを記録したものがある。記録というよりはあるものだから情報とは呼べない。ただあるだけ。それ自体に意思はないし方向性もありえない。原因を垂れ流しているだけの根源の渦みたいなものね。この世界にあるものはその渦から流れ派生して今の形に行き着いたわ。私も四季も吸血種も人間も元はそこから始まった原子に過ぎない。もう離れすぎ複雑になりすぎてしまって原因である始まりに戻ることはできないけど、とにかくそういった位置があるのはわかるでしょ。でもね、たとえどんなに大元からかけ離れた形になっても派生した存在である以上、とても細い線だけど糸はつながっているのよ。すべての根源、すべての始まりと終わりを記録したレコード。それとつながっているものは物事の終わりを知っていることになる。高等動物の脳は受信と送信を司る機能なんだけど、大抵の人間はその回線が自分に対してのみで閉じてしまっている。けど中には潜在的に回線が開いている人間もいる。何の魔術回路も利用せず超越種でさえないのに超常現象を可能とする人間。これをね、魔術師たちは超能力者って区分している。人間でありながら生まれついて何らかの魔術回路そのものという突然変異体。例えば何の神秘も学んでいないのに物の死を見てしまう人間とか。
I'm sorry, Arcueid. I know you got it out of your way to tell me this, but my brain can't keep up with this conversation at all.
いいわよ、式は理解なんかしなくて。言っておきたいのは、あんまり見えにくいものを自分から見ようとしちゃダメってこと。私は見えないから断言はできないけど、式が見てしまってるものは線だけじゃないはずよ。あなたには線の他にその起点である点も見えているんじゃない？
Oh, I don't recall in the original they explained the points part. Forgot that part. Because I remember... Anyway. She's spot on. When I'm concentrating on trying to see the lines, if I try hard enough, I also see points as well. In fact, during the final moment I spent face-to-face with Blod, I could see a giant vortex-like point inside his body. And now that I think about on it, that wasn't the only time I've seen them. Whenever I do, I'm assailed by a phantom pain, as though my brain is being hacked off at the stem and I lose consciousness, but I definitely still see those points.
そうだ。あの時、お前を殺した時も確かに 点が見えてた。何個もあって線は点と点を結ぶように流れてた。
To use a metaphor, they were like blood vessels. If the lines are blood vessels, then those points are something that gives rise to those blood vessels.
ものの死にやすい線とその死、なんでしょうねそれ。死期はその気になれば鉱物の死を見ることだって可能だと思う。けどそのために脳が生物の範疇から鉱物の範疇に回線を開いて鉱物の死を知ろうとしてしまう。
Okay, now I'm starting to remember this one.
それは本来ありえない運動よ。脳は過負荷を起こして死期は間違いなく使い物にならなくなる。
Stop working, huh?
それはこの目が死を見なくなってくれるってこと？
まさか。ねえシキ、無茶をしてオーバーブローしたエンジンはどうなるのかしら。
そりゃジャンク行きだろ。一度でも焼き付いたエンジンは二度と使い物にならな。
Ah, so that's what you meant. Simply put, the headaches I get from looking at that are like screaming at an engine pushed past its red line.
わかった。ただ見えているだけなら問題はないでしょうけど、見えないものを見ようとするのだけはやめて。せいぜい血管が破裂して脳に負荷がかかるぐらいにとどめておきなさい。その先に踏み込んだら生きながらにして石になるなんて末路になりかねない。そのメガネを作ってくれた魔術師には感謝しないとね。大抵の超能力者は自分の力がどんなに危険なものか知らずに使用して自分から廃人になってしまうから。まあ人間でありながら人間の社会では生きられない存在的不適合者だから、その方が幸せなのかもしれないけど。
どうやらそれが私がここに来た理由のようだし。
Thanks for the more Alka scenes, man.
私が君を以前の生活に戻してあげる。
Oops. Having said that, Sensei then created these classes for me. I owe such an incredible amount to her that it makes my heart ache. On that day 70 years ago, that person saved Tonoshiki of today in more ways than one.
ところで、
うわっ！
What is she doing? As I sat there grappling with the profound emotions, Arcueid propped up right beside me and peered into my face. My heart can't take that right now. We just had a good talk, so I would have liked if she had been a bit more respectful.
なんだよ。メガネならもう渡さないぞ。
そうじゃなくて、これからどうする？もう死者は出てきそうにないし、今夜はここでお別れにする？
The time is now 11 o'clock. The curfew of the Tono residence has been long broken. I mean, you've been doing that for a couple of days. Okay, this is Arcueid's route, so obviously we talk to Arcueid a little more. I'll talk with Arcueid a little longer. Even though I've decided to help exterminate the vampire, there's still many things I don't know.
いや、まだ吐き気が収まらないし、落ち着くまでここにいるよ。その間、お前に聞きたいこともあるし、町の巡回は無理でも、それぐらいならいいだろう。
そう私はいいけど、四季はいいの？人間って夜は眠くなるんでしょ？
I don't know about you, but Shiki's been home a lot at 2 a.m.
別にいいよ。もともと眠るのは苦手だし。
苦手ってことは不眠症？
いや、寝つきはいい。単に好きじゃないってこと。
ふん。夢は見ないの？
Dreams? No. I don't concern myself with such vagrancies.
とにかく、0時までは付き合う。
That was a weird angle just now. I don't know what's that about.
そっちが話ずくめで疲れてるなら、このまま帰るけど。
全然疲れてない。むしろ全力で受けて立つわ。
そうなんだ。 元気があって羨ましいけど、勢い余って暴れ出すなよ。
そんな無駄なことするわけないし。もう、シキは私のことなんだと思ってるの？なんか誤解してない？
Each time we see the expression, I remember Saber for some reason.
大丈夫。そこは完璧ブレてない。アルクエイドのことは手加減のできないやりすぎ吸血鬼だと思ってる。
Now then, without further ado, I should throw some questions her way. What I want to ask her about is, I'm interested in this one. This is a good opportunity. No, this is the best chance I'm going to get. To be honest, this is something I've been really curious about.
ブローブと戦っていた時に着てた服見せて。
I thought as much. It's only natural for her to make that face. But I can't turn back now that I let slip what I'm thirsting for.
あの時は遠くにいたからよく見えなくて。なんか今と違う服装になってなかった？
I do my best to seem nonchalant. No matter what happens, I must maintain the facade of really academic interest in this matter. If Arcueid gets suspicious here, it would be an incalculable loss.
ああ、ブローブ対策で表面を変えていた時のこと？疲れるからやりたくないんだけど、レシピはまだ残してるから。
What did you call it? Recipe. Nice. Now we're talking.
はい、これでいいの
？Good enough? That's not something you casually say after showing me something like this. A streamlined, elegant form. The smoothest of the silk glove that enveloped each of her arms. Her exposed shoulders are glamorous yet purely reserved. So this is how it feels to be at loss of words. A pure white beauty that can be described as lovely stands before me. I let out an intelligible sound in admiration. I can hardly believe that the being before my eyes right now is the same vampire that had been torn in my side all day long. She should come back to the mansion now that she has this dress on. That would certainly be a sight to behold. You wanna dare Akiha?
これ、私の選択ミスだからあんまり好きじゃないんだけど。ブローブの原理が寒さだと見抜いていれば、もっとあったかいイメージで固めてたわ。
Now that you mentioned it, it seems like the area immediately surrounding Arcueid is quite cold. I think I can even make out the sparkle of ice crystals dancing in the air.
そっか、耐熱仕様なんだもんな。そりゃ冷房機能もついてるか。
そう、くれぐれも触らないでね。触れると四季も凍っちゃうから。これは私自身の守りじゃなくて、ブローブに組みついた時、炎を消すために作ったものよ。
So in theory, she could defend herself while attacking at the same time. That really is just like her. But even so, that appearance. I don't want to admit it, but she really is a princess, huh?
もう、何を難しそうな顔して。もしかして四季、私の失敗を見て楽しいの？
そんなわけあるか。これが失敗なら世の中の9割は失敗だ。普段からこの格好はダメだよな。目立ちすぎる。第一、他のやつに見せるなんてとんでもない。これは俺だけの特権だ。
そう？じゃあ気に入ったってこと？
I suddenly regained my composure. I can't believe I let her get that much out of me with a simple attack.
まあそれなりに一緒に戦うときお前がいろいろできると頼りになるだろ
I'll try to save myself somehow. Seemingly delighted at my use of the phrase rely on you, Arcueid responds.
もちろん私基本的に万能だから殺すことしか能のない式を最大限にサポートするね
I think I just inadvertently sparked a strange sense of confidence inside of her. This woman. She definitely said that while picturing striking me with like a tennis ball. Maybe I should have come up with such a harebrained scheme during our fight with Blob.
ところでその服名前とかあるのか
名前そんなのいちいち決めないけどドレスコードはそうね氷河をまとうかな
This is important information.
そういうイメージで作ったわ
うんじゃあグローブの力を見抜いていたら
キラーウェアをイメージしていたでしょうねあそこは今も活動している火山だから
I would love nothing more than to see her in a cute Hawaiian me dress code like that.
ねえそろそろ着替えていい力無駄に使いたくないし
I'm reluctant to see it go, but I can't think of any more reasons to stop her. I do my best to keep my composure as I tell her to go ahead. Separately to that, I've been wondering.
なあグローブとの戦闘服がなんでドレスなんだ社交界に行くわけでもあるまいし
社交界ってそういうものでしょ
なるほど
It seems that in the world of vampires, that is what they would consider a black tie event. Jesus Christ, man. The hands of the clock reached their zenith. While we were chatting away, the time mercifully advanced to the midnight hour. We agreed would signal the end.
もう日付が変わっちゃうねもったいないけどそろそろ休んでもらわないと
俺ならまだ元気だけど
それは四季がそう思ってるだけよ今夜はここでお別れにしましょう
Shiki, chill out.
どうせまた明日には会えるんだから
Arcueid begins to walk away while with prancing steps, keeping her eyes on me all the while.
明日ってちょっと待て待ち合わせ場所とかどうするんだよおい
ここでいいよ時間は10時頃がちょうどいいかなおやすみなさい四季また明日ここでね
I didn't even have a chance to stop her. With her hand waving happily in the air, Arcueid takes her leave.
No.
What a selfish woman is what I wanted to grumble, but the words just wouldn't come out. It was wrong to call her something like that. Selfish woman is far too cute of an expression for someone like her.
なんだよ今の顔
It looked far too mischievous. If she gives me a smile like that, there's no way I can break my promise. I've returned to the mansion. Since it's the middle of the night, there's not a single light on the inside. The front door is unlocked.
きついちゃんと開けててくれたんだ
I let out a sigh of gratitude. I entered the mansion, treading gingerly so as to not wake Akiha or Kohaka-san. But they're both usually awake, right? I take a deep breath and sit on the bed. My body is absolutely exhausted, just as she said. I collapse on the bed as though I'm being sucked into it. Lying there, I I let out a deep breath. My promise with Arcueid. Perhaps it was fate that led me down such a dangerous path once again.
でも仕方ないじゃないか。放っておけなかったんだから。
Or perhaps I didn't want her to do it alone. I didn't want to allow someone as miraculously beautiful as her, someone who isn't human, to have to. I'm acting like a fool. I've already killed her with my own hands once. What am I getting so worked up about? I'm only lending her a hand with the vampire extermination to protect the city. If I don't, then some harm might befall me, so I have no choice but to cooperate. That's all.
そうだ。それ以外何がある？
I close my eyes. I take off my glasses. I surrender myself to the enveloping hand of weariness, and allow it to drag my body and consciousness down to the dark abyss of sleep. I've decided to help Arcueid out once more. For now, I'll clear my mind of anything unnecessary and prepare myself for tomorrow. Wait, I'll be right back. I've been at it at 3 hours and almost 30 minutes. Just need to drink some water. Be right back. Start it again. Magad no Japan. Oh. In those days, the mansion was a giant playground. The forest, a deep ocean, the house, a towering castle. The gardens within those grounds would have taken an uncountable number of days to fully explore. We reveled in all. It all. Every day was fun. We didn't know anything about growing up. The notion that we would carrying on in this way, day in, day out, was something we never questioned. It was a childhood of puppy-like exuberance. We got along so well that we became inseparable playmates. Every time we looked back, Akiha was there, and whenever we waved, she would hide out of embarrassment. Yeah, that's how things always were. In those days, the mansion was the giant playground. The forest, the deep ocean, the house with the towering castle. A closed-out world that would have taken an uncountable number of days to fully explore. We reveled in all. It all. Starting to remember. I wake up slowly. The morning light chips away at my lingering drowsiness. As I lay there, I somehow feel as though I've seen a nostalgia dream. No sooner than I wake up than something unpleasant intrudes my field of vision. A sharp headache gouges deep into the flesh and bone beneath my temple. This morning is so vivid. It's as though the sun had fallen into the garden. Its powerful rays dye the entire room. Right. My glasses. I put my strength into my arms to reach for the glasses on my nightstand, but it doesn't bulge. There's no feeling in my limbs. I can't will them to move at all. It seems like the only part of my body that's actually functioning is my mind. Oh, it's already happening this early? Unable to even close my eyes, I simply let the time tick away. The harsh light softens. I regain feeling in my limbs. I take a deep breath and finally stifle the sight by putting on my glasses. I breathe out and lift myself upright in bed at last. It's no big deal. I used to suffer spells like this fairly often back when I was in the hospital. A temporary deterioration in eyesight induced by exhaustion with an unaccompanied paralysis of my limbs. As if that wasn't enough, it also does away with my appetite. If I spend too long looking at the things with my glasses off, it's given that I'll end up paying for it like this.
けど今のは
I feel like I can see more clearly than I used to. The lines in the buildings are difficult to see, even when I can make them out. They're normally quite thin. Seeing them as distinctly as I can right now is pretty unusual. The lingering remains of my headache feel just like a gunshot wound. Sensei said something back then. That it's possible my eyes can call forth something bad. Arcueid warned me to not use my eyes too much. She said to do so would destroy my brain, to destroy Shiki himself. This is the price I pay for getting involved with vampires as a human. The risks I'm taking aren't confined to the times I'm actually going toe-to-toe with a vampire. I'm putting myself in danger at every moment of every day. I'm not about to start second-guessing myself now. I knew what I was getting into when I decided I wanted to help Arcueid.
そうだよな。これぐらいどうってことない。
Besides, even if I were to bury my head in the sand, it wouldn't change the fact I'm caught in the middle of this turmoil. Well, I'll wipe the city clean of vampires. If I want to protect Akiha and those close to me, I have no choice but to lend Arcueid a hand.
よし。
I psych myself up and leap out of bed. I'll get changed right away and thank Hisui for last night.
あれ
Speaking of Hisoi, she's nowhere to be found. It's past 7 o'clock in the morning. This is around the time she'd normally be calling me out to me from the side of the room to wake me up.
寝坊したのかなひ
An unlikely explanation, as my uniform has still been neatly prepared on top of the desk. Perhaps she was simply had other matters to attend to. I'm curious what, but it's none of my business. Besides, I don't have any time to spare this morning. I better change to my uniform quickly and head down to the first floor. He never thinks about this. I thought, she was there. The moment I opened the door, memories of last night resurfaced and flashed before my eyes. Amazing. I astound even myself. I really ought to get my head checked. Maybe they can work out the quirk in my mental makeup. Makeup made it possible for me to forget such a terrifying event. Though, that's only if I make it out here alive. I stand frozen in place like a statue, hand still on the door, unable to take a single step inside. Meanwhile, in the living room, as though reprising a role from last night, Akiha is sitting on the sofa. Bakusan is standing a little ways behind her. Normally, no matter how prickly of a mood she's in, Akiha still greets me with a "Good morning, Neeson." Neeson. But today, she's acting like I'm not even here. It goes without saying that it was last night's the creation of my duty to explain my connection with Arcueid, which has earned me this treatment. It may seem Akiha is relaxing gracefully, but the pressure she's exuding is no joke. The tension in the living room right now is so thick that you could cut it with a knife.
おはようございます、四季さん。朝ごはんの前にお茶にいたしますか？
Well, at least one person here is unconcerned with all of this.
おはよう琥珀さん。お茶はまた落ち着いた時に。
I return Kohaku-san's greeting and enter the living room. Akiha gives me a sidelong glance as I gingerly creep into the room. I'm not going to falter in the face of this silent pressure. Times like these are the truest tests of one's mantle. Ooh, I'll make a... I won't pick one. That's the most asshole move. I could actually. You know what? I'm gonna pick one. I'm gonna make Akiha angry this morning. I got to do something about this. It's weird. I feel like my usual approach isn't going to cut it here, so I'll try switching things up a bit.
Good morning. いい朝だね、Akiha.
Oh man. Adding in some casual laughter for effect. I tried to grant her frankly. Oh, the music fades out. Uh-oh. Not good. If anything, it sees Akiha's gaze got even sharper. I like how the hand sounded louder. Started to sound loud. What a bite. If I'm on the receiving end of much more of this silent pressure, I'm definitely going to end up with a stomach.
では、おじいさんは朝食を食べに食堂へ。
I casually begin to retreat from that living room. However,
兄さん、
Akiha's curt voice calls me to a halt.
食事の前に話があります。どうぞソファーに座ってください。
Man, that is so bad. They are stern words, one that I cannot disobey. Phrases such as, you reap what you sow, and a foolish brother ought to die, revolve inside my head. I guess I have no choice but to make my stand and accept my fate.
わかった。できる限り手短に頼む。
I defeatedly take a seat on the sofa across Akiha. Kokusan prepares a cup of tea without a moment's delay. It gives me a delight of courage, as if she was silently telling me to hang in there. That's right. Akiha may be the family head, but she's still my younger sister. This shouldn't end up being a totally one-sided match. I take a sip of black tea and lock eyes with her.
それでどんな話？
昨夜の女性と成功なされたのですか？
What the fuck? Akiha, what the fuck? Straight. That's a straight question, man. Going in for the kill. What the hell? Not good. Choking. I'm choking. Damn it, Akiha, you're not supposed to go throwing fastballs right out of the gate. I nearly choked to death on my tea.
兄さん、私の話を聞いてます？
What the fuck, Akiha? What the fuck?
聞いてるよ。よく聞こえてる。
それでは答えてください。昨夜の女性についてできる限り正確に、嘘偽りなく、私を決して怒らせない範囲で詳しく。
Oh man, Akiha. What is this?
その条件だと何も口にすることができない。
私を怒らせないでと忠告したはずですが。
So those were her warnings, not her conditions.
いや、無理難題の匂いがプンプンしてきたな。
なんです？声が小さくて聞こえません。もっとはっきりおっしゃってください。
I'm loving this moment right now.
一体あの女の方は兄さんにとってどのような方なんですか？
Oh man, I can't wait for the far side routes. Can't wait for Akiha's route just for this.
どうと言われても協力関係というか友達のようなものというか。
夜中に出かけるほどのご友人なんですね。ええ、私だって兄さんが将来どなたと関係を持とうと意見する気はありませんけど、兄さんはまだ学生でしょ。遠野家の長男がどこのものともわからない女性と夜な夜な相引きをしているだなんて、そんな恥知らずなことは慎むべきではないでしょうか。
I see. That's how a relationship looks to her.
待て、アキハ。まず初めに言っておくと、俺とあいつはそういう関係じゃない。俺はあいつの探し物に手を貸してるだけで、用が済んでしまえばもう二度と会わない関係なんだよ。
その割には随分と親しそうでしたけど、それは私の気のせいだと言うんですね、兄さんは。あの方とはあくまで一時的な損得だけの関係だと。
Doesn't that make it worse? Akiha's gaze is cold. If I just nod yes, this conversation could end easily. I kinda doubt she'll always look for something bad. But it feels strangely reluctant to affirm that statement. Although we both have something to gain by working together, I find it hard to say that that's all there is to it. Yeah, there's
そ
that
れは
part.
親しくはないけど、損得だけで手を貸してるわけじゃないというか。
でしょうね。 今まで見たこともないほどの慌てようでしたから。何事も真剣になってくれない兄さんが感情をあらわにするなんて、どういう風の吹き回しかと疑ったほどです。
そこまで慌ててないし白状でもない。あいつがうちに来るなんて思ってもいなかったから驚いただけだ。
そうですか。あの女の方は落ち着いた様子で兄さんのことをずっと待っていましたけど。
Akiha gives me a sidelong glance, as though she has something more to say. It seems like she thoroughly believes that Arcueid and I are going out.
あのな、アキハ、勘違いもそこまでにしてくれ。そもそも俺とあいつが知り合ったのは。
Stop myself from saying it's because I killed her. It's not like she would believe me even if I did tell her the truth. And besides, there's no way I could let her know about that sort of thing. That being said, I couldn't come up with a better explanation, so just like last night, all I could do was mumble some vague words.
答えられないのでしたら質問を変えましょうか。先ほどから兄さんはあいつあいつと繰り返していますが、あの女性のお名前は？
名前はアルクエイドだけど。
そうですか。ということはお知り合いになったのは学校ではありませんね。兄さんの高校には留学生はいませんから。
I like how she knows that. I like how she knows. She looked into that probably. Well, technically Shell is French. And there's a French teacher. Anyway, just as Akiha says, there isn't a single foreign exchange student at our school. Wait. There we go. This is my point. Why does she know that?
それで兄さんはあのような方と一体どこで知り合ったんです？
街で知り合ったんだよ。その偶然。
偶然ですか。ではアルクエイドさんの方から声をかけてきたんですね。
ああ、いや、声をかけたのは俺の方だけど。
The truth is, there was no calling out to anyone, only murder. After that came the chase. Anyhow, I was the one who started it.
どうして声をかけたんです？
This interrogation. I cannot take Akiha like this. I cannot take her seriously.
兄さんはアルクエイドさんとは何もないのに、それとも初めはそういうおつもりだったんですか？
I'm having so much fun with Akiha. Akiha's question was truly precise. Step by step, she's zoning in my weak point. I'm like a deer standing fixed in the path of oncoming headlights. Sooner or later, I'll be pushed to a point where I can't deceive her anymore. It's depressing, but it is what it is. At this point, I should end this conversation, even if I had to use force. Really?
ああ、もうとにかくあいつとは何でもない。大体な、俺が何をしようがアキハには関係ないだろ。
Oh. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Akiha won't take this lightly.
どうせ形だけの長男なんだから、誰と付き合ったところで遠野家に迷惑はかけないはずだ。
Oh man, I don't like this for Akiha. I know it's unfair to bring up the fact that I was disowned, but she's not unlikely to back down unless I resort to something like this. Akiha raises her eyebrow and then stands up without making a noise. Sound. That's odd. I thought she'd have a ruthless counterattack in store for me. But contrary to my expectations, Akiha turns away, and an easy expression in her face. Oh, she was so hurt with those statements. She is so hurt. I know how much she felt so bad there.
私だってこんなことは言いたくありません。ただ あの人は嫌な感じがするんです。他の相手なら仕方がないと諦めます。けれど兄さんがあの人に気を許すのなら、なんだか私がバカみたいじゃないですか。
I don't get it. Akiha spoke through pursed lips, visibly frustrated. Considering Akiha's feelings,
どうしたんだアキハ。なんかおかしいぞお前。
もういいです。兄さんは兄さんのなさりたいようご自由になさってください。
I can't wait for a route. She's not even my favorite character. But they already add a lot of things with. They already add a lot of Akiha scenes here in the Arcueid's route alone that I already like. I'm already excited for a route. With an uncharacteristically violent stride, Akiha takes her leave of the living room.
もう四季さん、今のはひどいですよ。秋葉様がおかわいそうです。恋人を連れてくるのでしたら、もっと普通の人を連れてきてあげてくださいな。そうすれば秋葉様も納得してくださったでしょうに。
Koaku-san lets out an exaggerated sigh and chases after Akiha. Oh, if you understand what hurt her the most. If only you knew. Hisui sees me off as I leave the Tono residence. Wait, they never. I wonder if they'll talk about why Hisui wasn't there to greet. Akiha's dramatic exit from the living room still weighs heavy on my mind. But given that Arcueid is the root cause, even if I were to chase after her to try and explain, we'd just end up talking in circles. I feel bad for her, but until the dust has settled this incident, I have no choice but to continue like this.
でもどうだろう。考えたこともなかったけど。
I wonder if I could choose to be honest and open up about everything I've been through. Even though there's a chance nobody would believe me, this is information that could help to keep the city safe. It's already late in the game. Oh man, I feel like I punched something here. But I should start spreading awareness about vampires.
そうだよな。例えばネットで噂話として流すとか。
I take out my phone as I walk. Whether or not anyone will find it credible aside, I should just post everything I've learned so far on some message boards. Good luck with that. Whether people take it seriously or not is ultimately up to them. Telling everyone to trust me in all casts would probably have the opposite effect, but if I just publish the raw information, there's a chance it could circulate as an urban legend and serve as a warning that way. And only, well, the people of the church, I guess.
もしもし、そこの君。
Speaking of people from the church. When I turn around, I see... Oh, there you go. There's a person from the church. And a familiar man in a business suit.
俺のことですか？
うん、君。だって君以外にこんな道歩いてる子いないでしょ。
He's right. We're on the road in front of the Tono residence, and the only traffic it usually gets is that odd car. The only people that come through here on foot are probably me and the employees of the Tono household.
それでさ、君さ、今この家から出てきたよね。もしかして中で働いている使用人さんの子かな。ならラッキーだよ。すごくラッキー。あ、俺じゃなくて君がね。お小遣い欲しくない？遠野家の人の話とかちょっと知りたいんだよね。
An obviously suspicious guy. I keep my distance, though I can't explain why. Not because the man in sincere manner of speaking rubbed me the wrong way. It's more that I'm terrified by how intent he is. I get the impression he's paying close attention to my every word, no matter how trifling, careful not to miss any clues as to my attitude.
あ、もしかして野じ馬だと思われてる？まあ野じ馬なんだけど、ちゃんと報酬弾むよ。特に知りたいのは、ほら、 最近帰ってきたっていう長男の話。来たばっかりで写真資料もなくてさ、どんな外見なのか、好きな食べ物とか好きな女の子のタイプとか、ぶっちゃけ何に弱いのか教え。
Wait. That took a while. Then sincere man leads up and down, clutching his privates.
そこの抜けた鍋かてめえ。
Oh, Mario is
どう
here.
見てもそいつが党の指揮じゃねえか。
A kid? I guess he was hidden behind the other guy until now. This boy, who doesn't look like he could be much older than 12, must have been the one who kicked the man in the groin.
マジっすか。全くブルジョワの匂いがしませんよね。
Oh man, I could tell there's Ayana Sakura's voice.
どんな匂いだそれ。金に匂いなんてねえだろ。それとも手垢の匂いってことか。金持ちはどいつもこいつも赤だらけってか。ずいぶん舐めた発言だなおい。
いえ違います。成金だけ、一部の成金だけですってば。ほら、一日の半分を金勘定で浪費する氷菓子みたいな。
そりゃうちのジジイのことか。上司批判とはずいぶん太いな安藤。
What on earth have I stumbled into here? Maybe I should call the cops and let them deal with it.
ああ、そこ無言で110番コールしない。なんで今時の若い子はドライに無駄なことばっかりするかな。ほら、俺これ。
I look up from my phone, on which I already keyed in the 11. Man points toward a black identification card. This is my first time seeing a police ID card up close, but there's no questioning that this is the genuine article.
警察手帳ってもしかして刑事さん？
そうだよ。怪しいもんじゃないよ。刑事さんだよ。警視庁捜査第一課、安藤優吾。
Well, the church is making this
なので
interesting.
さ、昨日から門前払いでさ、こっちはちょっと話を聞きたいだけなのにアポ取れって一点張りでさ、なんで仕方なく国道で張り込みしてたわけ。
These had to be the two most suspicious detectives I've ever met. However, regardless of whether or not the ID card is the real deal, I'm curious why they're stalking out in the area in front of my house. Our house. What should I do? Personally, I think they're bad news. I'll ignore them. But that's what he wants. I'm curious, so I'll go for one. Should find out more about their intentions. I can't deal with them effectively if I don't even know what it is they're after.
俺でよければ話ぐらいは聞きますけど。
I have a feeling I chose the wrong option, but who knows? We'll see.
要件は何ですか？
うん、北口駅前の火災のことだよ。ほら、当日と翌日まで現場を仕切ってた警備会社、お宅の子会社でしょ。もう引き上げちゃったけど、当日の責任者と話をしたいんだよね。連絡先とかわかる？
That's a very suspiciously odd request.
そうだったんですか。それは知りませんでした。ですので、俺には分かりかねます。
何？長男なのに知らないの？そりゃ困った。やっぱり妹さんの方が実権握ってるわけ？
どうしてそんな話を？口頭無形だとは思いますけど、あの火災の原因は党のグループの過失だとでも。
そんな方針は持ってないない。ありゃどっから見ても自然発火だし。問題は別っていうか、まあお家の人ならバラしてもいいか。もう知ってるだろうしね。昨日さ、地下陥没の瓦礫の下からちょっと良くないというか意味わかんないもんが出てきてね。鑑識もお手上げ状態でさ。あの土地だって遠野の持ち物でしょ。
記録だと10年くらい前に当の牧久が相場を上回る高額で買い取ったとある。そのあたりの事情聞きたいんだよね。なんで駅前の一等地を買っておいて公園になんかしちゃったのかなとか。
Huh, this is new. This wasn't okay. This is one of the remake things, I guess.
俺には何とも。牧久は亡くなりましたので。話はそれだけですか？いや、妹さんに取り継いでくれないの？ちゃんと身分と目的話したよね。あいにく妹は忙しい身なのでお引き取りください。話がしたいのならしかるべき手続きをしてからどうぞ。
I turn my back and begin to follow the road down the hill. I know that know what they're after now. I don't fully understand the situation, but I'm not about to let those shady detectives meet with Akiha.
おい
The high-pitched voice brings me to a halt. If it had been Detective Ando's, then I would have simply ignored it, but the boy's voice commanded such authority that I found it strangely difficult to oppose.
正義感も結構だが部をわきまえな。人間らしい死に方をしたいんならこの辺りが引き際だぜ。
なんだって。
Stop in my tracks and stare at the young boy. Did this guy say ordinary human death just now?
何が言いたいんだ君。
言いたいことは今ので全部だマヌケ。これで聞かなきゃ勝手に死んでな。
Oh man, this is Ayana Sakura's voice.
ほら帰るぞアンド。いい加減食事時だ。ケーキ食わせろケーキ。チーズと蜂蜜たっぷりなやつな。
仰せのままに。なんで俺日本に来てまでボンボンのおもりしてんだろうな。
Strange duo get in the car that was parked by the side of the road and head off in the direction of the station. Those two didn't give off the impression of being police, but apparently the authorities are keeping an eye on their mansion. Not only that, but the land in front of the station where the incident occurred belongs to the Tono family?
いや、ただの偶然だ。
It must be right. I mean, the cave-in only happened because of Arcueid's thoughtless way of doing things. There's no connection between the killings and the land in front of the north gate. Yeah, this is new. This is some remake thing. Shoo away the foreboding thoughts. Putting myself together, I begin the long descent down the hill. They added in so much things here. My day settles back to a familiar routine. Work period, modern society. The teacher on the podium reads aloud from a rather bland, uninspired text. I'm lucky enough to sit by the window so I can protagonist thing. So as I calmly listen to the lecture, and I take a good hard look at my own face reflected in the glass. I can't concentrate at all. Not because the lesson is boring, but because I'm still struggling to get grist with the situation I'm in. The conflagration in front of the train station that claim all those lies. An invasion of the city by a vampire. With those events in mind, as I sit here paying half an ear to the lecture, I turn my thoughts on myself. Needless to say, I've been acting strange. Anyone else in my position would surely have been barricaded themselves in their home or fled somewhere far away by now. And yet, here I am, going about my day as usual. It's as though I'm trying to prove to myself that vampires are no vampires. These events are merely abnormalities, and hardly worth abandoning my daily routine over. Though, if I'm being honest, it could just be down to the fact that as a student, I simply can't permit myself to skip school. What's up with bringing this guy up? I recall the conversation I had with Saiki Goto back in the mansion. If I were to put it in his words, studying is an investment in the future. It would be momentarily short-sighted to sacrifice the compound interest of tomorrow in exchange for a paltry sum of safety today. Besides, it's the Tono family money that keeps me fed and watered. If I'm going to be living under their roof, then I, sh- I should be sure to perform at least the bare minimum that is required of me as a student, not out of obligation, but as a matter of honor. Is this Nazi's excuse why we still have events related to school? I wonder if it's such an attitude makes me servile or stubborn. It's also possible I'm simply thick-headed. Sensei once told me to become the person that you think is right. If I'm to continue to live by those words, then I must be sure to treasure each and every ordinary day that passes. What is Nasa thinking about this? I squint at the sunlight streaming through this. Oh, is this when Arcueid shows? No, I can't remember. I squint at the sunlight streaming through the window. Only 20 more minutes until the end of fourth period. Class is let out at fifth period today. I think about it as soon as school ends and night falls. I'll once again be roaming the city side by side with Arcueid. The face reflecting in the glass breaks into a smile, as though looking forward to something. Oh, yeah, here we go. I straighten my expression. It's not like I'm enjoying riding around the city with Arcueid all night. So what the hell am I smiling about? Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. I knew I was having a hard time concentrating on the lesson, but I didn't think I was this far gone. I must be pretty out of it if I'm starting to hallucinate visions of the women elegantly swanning across the school grounds. Come to think of it, it's been a while since we saw Shell. Wait, that's no hallucination. Being careful to not disrupt the class, or rather, being careful to not let any of the other students notice what's going on. I edge a little closer to the window. Please tell me there's just something wrong with my eyes. Oh yeah, this doesn't fail to bring a smile to me right now. Yeah, that's no illusion. Much as I'd love to pretend she's some figment of my imagination, the woman in the courtyard is anything but. Does that vampire have nothing but cotton between her ears? What should I do? What's she going to do? If I leave her to her own devices, who knows what horrors will befall my peaceful student life? I mean, she was this close to Roa's lair, but he doesn't know anyway. No, calm down. Everything is okay. We don't have a problem just yet. The other students haven't noticed her, and I don't hear any commotion from neighboring classrooms either. Fortunately, she seems situated such that she's only visible from this classroom at the moment. I swear to God, that woman is a destroyer, true and true. At my wit's end, I curse her from the bottom of my heart. Ever doing that doesn't solve anything. There's 20 minutes left until lunch. If I leave that airhead vampire alone, there's no telling what kind of mess she'll create. Ooh, I'm gonna give the most. I'm gonna let her try to call out for me, which is basically focus on the lesson. I know she's gonna call out to me. Suddenly, I feel calm. I'm a human being. I have the power to clearly differentiate between the things I can do and the things I cannot do. What can one inconsequential man hope to achieve when confronted with a raging wave of fate? That's right. All I can do is pray for the best. What happens, happens. I hate that response.
そういえば俺は原写大好き人間だった。
Somehow I got I got this. I'm concentrating on the lecture and paying no mind whatever is going outside the window. It looks like the teacher has really hit their stride in passionately describing the environmental issues that began around the turn of the 21st century. I see. The Earth has enough resources that mankind isn't in danger of running out. But the resource starvation and danger humans due to the environment are several issues. No matter how reckless we are, we wouldn't destroy the planet itself. That said, as we continue to act irresponsibly, fueling the goal destroying habitats, we will difficult for I can't continue reading this. If I were to make a mess of my room to the point where I can't even live in it, the only one to suffer for it would be me. The house itself would be fine. Yup. That all checks out. I can't continue myself here. Unrelated, but even though I've been devoting all my attention to the lesson, I have to wonder why I've been feeling this rapidly building sense of foreboding. Ah, yeah, here we go. Oh man, I knew I picked the right choice. With an embarrassed chuckle. Who knows what she's so embarrassed about? The suspicious character briskly strides over the teacher's podium. Oh man, I chose the right option here. Despite being taken completely by surprise, the modern society instructor, Mr. Mamiya, pulls himself together enough to issue a rebuke to the intruder, and then press a display. He's not the most senior instructor at our school for nothing. We're a role model for teachers everywhere. Alright. However, she really did that. She really had to hypnotize the guy. Mr. Mamiya readily hands the text over to the trespasser and simply leaves the classroom. The class is in a state of chaos, but even if they're still processing whatever surprising events had just taken place, you can rely on students to whip out their phones and start texting about it all the same. Sorry, can anyone explain what's going on? I know Mamiya just left, but is this really okay? Forget that. Anyone know her? She smells she smells nice. I demand an expert's opinion on this matter. Shit, she's so close. She's so pretty. The school looked out to get both her and Noel sensei. I thank the Lord for bringing her to the front of the blackboard. Only terrorists show up in the middle of class, you know. Just how oblivious can people be to danger? Oh man, what is this bullshit thing? No, this isn't really a problem of being oblivious, is it? I scoot my chair back to give myself some room, allow myself to gradually slide off it until I'm crashing on the floor, and from there make my way toward the rear exit of the classroom. Everyone else is thoroughly entranced by the guest lecturer, arguing up to the podium, so my escape goes entirely unnoticed. Oh, she hypnotized everyone. It's pretty clear what's going on. She's been abusing the power of either her mystic eyes or something similar. First to get rid of Mr. Mamiya, and now for whatever she's currently up to. Wait, hold on. That actually sounds super interesting. No, that would just be playing into the enemy's hands. There's still 10 minutes left until lunch break.
逃げたなこの
Doing my best to remain calm. I rushed toward the best place to go at a time like this. Oh man, I chose the right option, didn't I? I headed around the back of the gymnasium, which doesn't get a lot of foot traffic. If we were in a place like this, we're a lot less likely to get spotted by any of the other students. Now all I have to do is wait.
ちょっとせっかく来てあげたのに逃げ出すとかどういうつもり？
I still like the fact she's wearing glasses.
もっとこうどんなピンチも正面から受け止める気概を持ってもいいんじゃない？
Oh, I like how she's pouting. If I can act as bait and lure this destructive force into chasing after me, then that resolves at least one of my problems.
ない。危ないと感じたら逃げる。
Of course, there are exceptions to that rule, but no need to mention that.
そんなことより、アルクエイド先生、怒りたいのは俺の方です。
I like how she still calls her Arcueid sensei.
お前、人間社会には関わらないって言ってたよな。目立つことも避けるって言ってたよな。なのになんださっきの。めっちゃくちゃ堂々と人前に現れやがって。真面目に吸血鬼退治する気があるのか。
何よ、真面目に決まってるでしょ、式のバカ。それに私ちゃんと変装してたもん。目立ってなんかいません。
She's just literally wearing glasses.
変装。まさかそのメガネがか。
Oh man. Am I really supposed to believe this woman is a terrifying monster?
その通り。式の気持ちがわかるかなって昨日のうちに勉強しておいたの。学校といえば教師、教師といえばメガネなんでしょ。なんでかけるのか全然わからないけど、どう？似合う？
Chatting away in a voice full of naive exuberance, Arcueid shows off her glasses to me. Shit, what's up with this vampire? That's not fair. I was totally ready to give her a piece of my mind until a moment ago. But how am I supposed to stay mad at her when she looks at me like that? Wait, what about Ciel's added value proposition now? She doesn't stand a chance anymore with Arcueid glasses.
ああ、もう分かった。分かりました。話があるならちゃんと聞くから、もうアルミ先生は禁止。メガネも没収します。
I confiscate the hazardous goods from Arcueid. When she has the glasses look going for her, I don't even stand a chance. Yeah, we can't have Arcueid also wear glasses. Shell wouldn't even stand a chance. Fighting dirty like that has to be against the rules. I can't let her use them against me again.
せっかく作ったのに式に取り上げられた。
Wait, she went through the trouble of training though.
俺が悪いみたいに言うな。学校じゃ危険物は没収されるものなの。
似合ってなかった？
It's a hard question. No, that's a question. That's the kind of question that kind of brings people to their knees. Seeing this uncharacteristically feminine side of Arcueid was enough to take my breath away. I'm feeling more captivated by her than usual. Maybe she's just not feeling well since it's the middle of the day, or maybe this is a new and intriguing side of Arcueid I've never seen before. Either way, right now I need to work out what to do with her.
でも式も悪いんだよ。下からずっと見てたのに私に気がついてくれないんだもの。どこから中に入っていいのかわからないし、いっそのこと式のいるとこまで駆け上がるところだったんだから。
いや待て、駆け上がるって3階の俺の教室まで。
ええ、デコボコもあって足場には困りそうにないし、飛びやすいでしょ、あそこ。
I take back what I said. She's as bird brain as ever.
助かった。そんなことされてたら授業どころの話じゃなかった。
I let out a sigh of relief. I doubt there were many students who noticed her wandering around the campus earlier.
とにかく反省したんならいい。
I really haven't seen Shell for a long time. Wouldn't this alert Shell and Noel?
それでうちの学校に何の用なんだよ。手がかりを探しているとか言ってたけど。
何ってただの調査よ。ローラー作業ってやつ？死者の気配がないんだもの。足で手がかりを見つけないとね。
それはご苦労様。今が夜だったらなお言うことないけどな。
次からは気をつけるわ。それでこの辺りを歩いているうちに四季の匂いがして、そういえばここって四季の通っている学校なんだって気がついたらつい。
校庭に入ってきたと。猫かと思ったけど犬かお前は。
失礼ね。ちゃんと確証があったからやってきたのよ。他の場所に比べてここは死者の気配がないんだもの。どんなものか実際に見ておかないとまずいでしょ。
いやまずくないだろう。死者の気配がないんなら関係ないってことなんだから。実際学校では事件も事故も起きないし、夜になると誰もいなくなる。死者が人間を襲おうとしたら学校じゃなく街に出るだろう。
まあそういえばそうだけど。
ここに異常なんかないよ。吸血鬼の気配はわからないけど、俺だって死を見る目を持ってるんだ。死者が歩いてればメガネをつけていても異常だって気がつくし。
分かったわ。四季がそう言うんならここに異常はないかもしれない。
ないかもしれないじゃなくてないんだって実際。
The look on Arcueid's face make it clear she's still not convinced.
やば、昼休みになっちゃったか。
While the back of the gym isn't exactly a popular destination, there will still be one or two students passing by on their lunch break.
とにかくこれ以上ここにいられると騒ぎになる。ちゃんと約束は守るから、お前は早く帰って体を休めておくこと。今日の夜にも敵とやらに出会うかもしれないんだから。
ふん、なんだか私を追い出したいみたいな口ぶりね、四季。
迷惑じゃないけど、いろいろ頭が痛いんだよ。気に入ったならまた都合のいい時に案内してやるから、今は早く外に出てくれ。
I give Arcueid a nudge in the back, shooing her away. Without saying a word, but with a look in her eyes that speaks volumes, Arcueid takes her leave. Phew. With the tension broken, I can finally breathe easy again. Now that it's lunchtime, it'll be better to grab myself some nourishment in preparation for the rest of the afternoon. I could swear. I just heard a faint noise come from the shadows at the far side of the bike parking. Acting as though I'm simply taking a casual stroll, I stride over to the area that had been hidden from the view by the bikes. Sure enough, there was nobody lurking around by the dead end. It must have been a stray cat or something. I'm thinking if that was either Shiki/Roa or was that someone from the church, either Shell or Noel. I haven't seen any of. I haven't seen Shell or Noel in a while. But it's totally understandable for Shiki/Roa to be like doing that as well, you know. I finished my lunch and returned to the classroom where I find Arihiko. There was no sign of him all morning, so it looks like he came to school simply to eat lunch.
Oh, Tano, hayosu!
This guy really does only turn up when it suits him. Unbelievable. If word of Arcueid had spread out throughout the entire school, it would definitely have driven a wedge between the two of us. I'm so glad she decided to go home without making a fuss.
なんすかその冷め切った目。かわいそうだけど、サイン券抜かれたら1枚10円で売られる CD なんだな。みたいな目で人を見るのやめてくれない？
そうか、悪かった。ちょっと一悶着あって疲れててさ、つい本音を隠しきれなかった。
マジっすか？でも隠すべきは今の発言の方ですよ。
Arihiko keeps babbling on, but he doesn't return to his seat. Instead, he's restlessly eyeing up the exit at the back of the classroom. Now that he's had his lunch, it seems he's seriously planning on sneaking back out again.
じゃあ今日も一日ご苦労さん。俺はネット越しにたくさんの仲間とちょっと世界を救ってくるわ。
Arihiko cheerfully goes to leave the classroom, addressing his retreating figure.
なあ、北口駅前が物騒だって前に言ってたけど、それ以外にヤバめなところって言えばどこだ？
Law of him into a vague question.
なんだい突然に。北口デパート並みにヤバめなスポットなんてそうそうねえぞ。強いて言うならあれか？串塚の廃病院じゃねえか？2年前までヤンキーどもの集会場になってたものの、今じゃ誰も寄りつかなくなったっていう。
串塚って二駅隣のか。でも廃墟が物騒なのは当然というか、普通誰も寄りつかないだろう。
I just remembered no one has mentioned about Sachan ever since day 6. After that, no one thought there was no mention of her ever again. Well, that's what happened in the first game as well, but I kind of expect the second game, the remake would be a bit more, you know.
いやだからさ、誰もいなくなったんだよ。ある日を境にぱったりと、そのヤンキーどもの姿がな。30人近い行方不明者ってことで、今でも捜索願いが出されてる。ま、こっちは階段レベルの話で、北口みたいな暴力沙汰じゃねえけどな。今じゃ不老者も住み着かない行政の不良債権みたいな場所だよ。
The homeroom meeting to decide what the class would present for the upcoming school festival next month was unexpectedly contentious. Various opinions were thrown around, but the opposing views of the boys and girls proved irreconcilable, and the decision was postponed until next week. After school, club activities had been prohibited. The students all hurriedly made their way home.
さて。
There's no point in aimlessly wasting my time in the classroom. Now that school's over, I'm curious about the abandoned hospital because this isn't a thing in this isn't a thing on first game. Could I actually save? I can't bring up it. Oh, there you go. I think it's one of those flowchart things. Yeah, it's one of the flowchart things. Don't need to worry about it too much, but can't exit for some reason. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'll check out the abandoned hospital because this isn't something I saw from the first game. The original.
串塚の病院か。
It's unlikely that Arcueid sparked whatever happened there, but it probably isn't a waste of time to use what's left of the day to scope out an ominous place like that. It's a whole 2 stops away from state by train, so I don't give a good it's good odds that I'll find anything that's happening in Soya. Still, I've still got some time left before nightfall, so I might as well go check it out. This might be interesting. Once I arrive at Fujisuka station, I transfer to a bus and ride for 20 minutes. That's quite a ride. Even from the closest bus stop, it still takes me further 20 minutes on foot. Nestled in the industrial district set apart from the neighboring residential areas, there stands the skeletal remains of the hospital, quietly crumbling away. Even from my vantage point by the main gate, I could take a pretty good guess as to how sprawling it is inside. It must have been a very grand hospital before it was abandoned. Grass is slowly encroaching the buckling asphalt. Various parts of the ward visible from in the distance appear to have collapsed. I wonder if it was a fire that already put this place out of commission. Even if it was, there's far too stark contrast between the more rundown parts of it and the areas that were less affected. The sky looks so high over here, with no tall buildings crowding around to block the view. There's nothing but vast blue sky stretching out in all directions. Even though dusk is soon approaching, the spotless brilliance of the sky is enough to hurt my eyes. I cut a hole in the barbed wire with my knife and took a quick look around the grounds, but didn't spot anything out of the ordinary. I even went so far as to remove my glasses, but I wasn't able to see anything resembling the disarrayed lines I've seen on the dead. It seems that there's nothing more to this place than an abandoned building, long forgotten and left to rot. This lead may have been a waste of time, but that's just a normal part of the investigation. I turned to the main gate to check the next bus is coming. And looks like the next one back to the station leaves in 10 minutes. I might be able to make it in time if I run. I wearily shrug my shoulders and decide to run back to the bus stop. Wait, that was literally just a waste of time. Wait. Okay. I return to the mansion. The sun hasn't set yet, and there's still time until Akiha returns.
アキハ、今朝から怒ったままだろうな。
Wait, that was literally just a waste of time? Huh, this made me curious. It's a given that she's upset about my conduct. I haven't really been acting respectfully the whole time I've been back at the mansion. It's like, I like to think I could resolve everything by explaining the situation to her, but there's no way she'd believe me if I started going on about vampires. I mean, from now on, I'll just have to grit my teeth and play the part of a reprobate older brother. This got me curious if it's worth checking that out, if the other option, because I felt like, was it worth it? Let me actually check it out. Then which button to press? I think it's fine. I have no idea what's the skip button here.
サイン券抜かれたら1枚。
そう。
じゃ、今日。
It's been ages since I had to touch a Yuzu, so I have no idea which button to press.
なんだい突然に。来たくし。
さて。
I'm curious about Arcueid's story, but in the end, it's just an abandoned building that's whole 2 stations away. This probably has nothing to do with the vampire that's lurking in Soya. Not like I have the stamina to go there anyway. I'll just return to the mansion and prepare for the night ahead. It's still the same scene, right? Yeah, it's still the same scene. What the hell? Was that important? Let me skip to something we haven't seen. Yeah, it's just an additional scene, but huh.
お帰りなさいませ、四季様。
I don't know if that was important or it was just like something they added just so you could look into a hospital. So weird. No, I feel like that's a trigger for something, but I don't know, maybe Shiki's a little bit more tired because he went all the way to the hospital. I don't know. I'll just stick with this for now. Might be important, but I don't recall from the summaries.
ただいま翡翠。
Anyway.
わざわざ出迎えてくれてありがとう。アキハはまだ帰ってきてない。
はい。今夜は特別遅くなるとのことですので。
I see. That's a shame. I was hoping to at least have a chance to chat idly with her. I guess I'll just go back to my room and rest for a bit.
四季様。
何？翡翠。
After quickly glancing around the lobby, Hisui calls out to me once again.
つかぬことをお伺いしますが、四季様は今夜もお出かけになるのでしょうか。
Hisui gazes straight at me. She's clearly aware that I'm planning to sneaking out of the mansion, but I don't think I have any cause for concern there. I mean, she's already noticed that I'm not in my room every night. It's natural for her to assume I'll be heading out tonight as well. What does worry me is why she asked that question. Even if she simply wants to know when I'll be back and to fulfill her role as a servant, telling Hisui is basically the same as telling Akiha. This isn't a question I should treat lightly. I'm not gonna fool her. I tell her the truth. Hisui and Kohaku-san is in charge of managing the mansion. There's no way I'll be able to slip a lie past them, no matter how well crafted. Well, if this was Kohaku, she knows I'll be lying anyway. Or maybe this is Kohaku. Given that I should at least be upfront about the fact that I will be away from home tonight.
ああ。実はこれから何日か夜は出かけることになる。でも誓って悪い遊びをしているわけじゃない。秋葉には嫌われる一方だろうけど、途中でやめることはできないんだ。
That's right. There's a mysterious vampire in the loose, claiming the lives of who knows how many victims, and the only one who can stop them is Arcueid. As a human being who lives in the city, I cannot look away and pretend that everything is okay.
翡翠にも迷惑をかけるけど、しばらくは見過ごしてくれると助かる。0時になったら帰ってくるから、玄関の鍵だけ開けておいてほしい。
私たちに理由は話せない。
そうだ。ごめんな翡翠。だらしないやつだと思って、今は何も聞かないでほしい。
いえ、四季様は私の主人です。主人をだらしない方と蔑む使用人はおりません。
Sui answers matter-of-factly, her expression blank. With that, the conversation comes to an end. I bow my head to her and start to climb the lobby of stairs.
お待ちください。
And then, from behind, Sui calls me to stop. Her voice calmer than I ever heard it before.
その差し出がましいことなのですが。
Hisui trails off, but then clutches her hand tightly and turns to stare right at me.
四季様さえよろしければ夜に出かけることを。 秋葉様にお隠しすることができます。
Oh no, no, this is his story. This is his story.
それって口裏を合わせてくれるってこと？
はい。夕食後、秋葉様はお部屋からお出になることは稀です。就寝前の見回りは私と姉さんがしておりますから、その報告を怠ってしまえば四季様のお部屋の様子は誰にもわからなくなります。
いや、そりゃ助かる。助かるけど、いいのか？秋葉は二人の雇い主じゃないか。
私の主人は四季様だと申し上げたはずですが。
Still don't really know what to think of that myself. Back in the beginning, I was asking her to stop attaching Sama to my name, and now here I am, feverishly thanking her. Sui, in her own way, listened to my shoddy excuses, and then said she would help me.
ありがとう、翡翠。そうしてくれるととても助かる。
それでは今夜からはこちらのカードキーをご利用ください。秋葉様の言いつけで屋敷の正門の暗証を変えたのです。こちらのカードキーでしたら深夜でも正門の鍵は外れます。
お、さすが秋葉。対応早いな。
That was close. If I'd gone out without knowing, I might have had to spend a sleepless night loitering outside the front gate after I tried to return.
私からの提案は以上です。夜の外出をお止めはいたしませんが、どうか怪我のないようお気をつけて。
Hisui makes one final bow and takes her leave.
やった。
I receive a helping hand right when I least expected it. With this, I should be able to sneak out of the mansion without having to worry Akiha. But Akiha's always aware. No, rather, it's more of fuck, but yeah. After eating dinner alone, I return to my room. The time is almost 10 o'clock at night.
よし、行くか。
I tuck my knife away in my pocket and leave my room as quietly as I can. It must be due to the serial killings. I didn't run into anyone on my way here, and the park is similarly devoid of human presence. There is only one solitary silhouette of a woman in white.
四季。
お、
But for whatever reason, Arcueid shouts at me as soon as she sees my face.
なんだよ。もしかして時間間違えたか？俺。
そう、もう何時だと思ってるのよ。約束の時間を10分も過ぎちゃってるじゃない。
10 minutes? I mean, despite the fact that I left the mansion before 10 o'clock, I would have needed to sprint here to even have a chance of making it on time. On the other hand, it seems like Arcueid arrived here right on time.
ああ、悪かったよ。こっちもなんとか10時に合わせたかったんだけど、こっそり出かけるのに思いのほか手間取ったんだ。お前が携帯を持ってたら。
I would have been able to get in touch with her to let her know, but the thought of texting back and forth with a vampire strikes me as completely insane. Considering one seasonal right now, anyway. No,
いや、なんでもない。次からはちゃんと時間を厳守する。今回は多めに見てくれ。
もうこれから殺し合いに行くのに全然自覚がないみたいね、あなたは。
Arcueid's pretty angry. You can almost see the steam coming out of her ears. Is it possible she actually got here earlier than we'd agreed to meet? Yeah, she was waiting for like hours, right?
何時からここで待ってたんだ？
私は起きてからすぐここに来たから、やってきたのは7時ぐらいかな。
So excited.
7時って、じゃあ3時間以上も待ってたのか？
just what was she planning on doing after showing up 3 whole hours ahead of schedule?
うん。なんかおかしいみたい。私。
Arcueid muses out loud to herself. She's like, I'm not the only one surprised by her actions.
まあ遅れた俺も悪いけど、そっちにだって問題はあるぞ。約束の時間より前に来て勝手に待たれても困る。
それとこれとは別問題でしょ。式が遅れたってことは変わらないんだから。
それはそうだけど、しかしなんだって3時間も待ってたんだ。間違えてきたにしろ、それだけあれば部屋に戻っていてもよかったじゃないか。
そんなの私にだってわからないわ。なんとなく楽しいし、このまま式を待っていてもいいかなって思ってたらいつの間にか10時になってただけなんだから。
楽しかったってなんで？
さあ、自分にだってわからないって言ったでしょ。式に殺されたせいかしらね。私、体のどこかが壊れて治ってないみたい。自分でおかしいって思うんだけど、体のどこがどうしておかしいのか点でわからないんだもの。
I don't have an easy answer to a statement like that. I'm the bastard responsible for dismantling Arcueid's body into 17 different pieces. If she tells me that something is now wrong with it as a result, what can I do but bow my head and apologize?
まあいいわ。時間もなくなっちゃったし、無駄話をしている暇なんてないものね。
ああ、そう言ってもらえると実に助かる。
でも次も遅れるようなことになったら、その時は直接家に迎えに行くわ。約束を守れないのは式の方なんだから文句はないでしょ。
それはダメ。約束はちゃんと守る。守りますよ、そりゃ。けど不測の事態はいつでも起きるだろう。時間に遅れるなんてのはその最たるものじゃないか。なんで間違っても二度とうちには来ないように。ただでさえ秋葉に誤解されたままなんだ。これ以上引っかき回されたらマジで部屋を犬小屋にされかねない。
ふん。秋葉って式に全然似てない妹さんのこと？
似てないは余計だけど、そうだよ。
そうなんだ。式はそんなに妹さんが怖いの？
あのな、どこの世界に妹を怖がる。
I want you to think about that carefully, Shiki-san. His little sister is the sentence I can't quite bring myself to finish. It's not like I'm particularly afraid of Akiha, but I do find her a little difficult to deal with.
単に妹には余計な心配をさせたくないだけだよ。昔からあいつには迷惑をかけてきたから。できるだけこのまま何も知らないままでいてほしい。
なるほど。あの妹さんには優しいのね、式は。
基本的に俺は誰にでも優しくしているよ。最近になって例外が一人できちまっただけで。
それって私のことだ。
Oh man, that is so... I think I remembered like the original sprite in the original game. And that was a really good sprite.
わかんない。
It doesn't capture
今のは皮肉で言ったんだけど。
this CG that we are looking at right now doesn't capture anywhere near that original sprite.
褒めたんじゃなくて悪口ってやつな。
そうなの？でも私は式の例外ってことでしょ。私ね、そういうの嫌いじゃないんだ。
Arcueid keeps on smiling. It was a carefree smile, like that of a child. I feel strangely flustered. Flush. It seems I'm running a temperature. I think that if I stare at her much longer, it might draw out something sinister in me. So I pointed avertly my gaze.
本題に入ろう、アルクエイド。昨日と同じように吸血鬼探しをするんだろう。
と、そうだったわね。今夜はメガネは外さなくていいから、私の後についてきて。
We strolled through the city's evening glow. Arcueid said she had a specific destination in mind, but hasn't let me in on the details. As a result, it feels more to me as the two of us are simply taking a leisurely stroll together through the city streets.
今夜はピンポイントで見てもらうわ。まずは騒がしい方ね。
So saying, Arcueid turns us into the direction of the downtown area by the station. The city doesn't sleep, even though it's now past 10 o'clock. An array of various sounds and lights all line up to create an exhibit of a civilization. Though the city where fashions change every few months, crosses the vampire in white, her figure unchanged through the centuries. No, perhaps centuries is a bit of an exaggeration. I just remember hearing that vampires are mortal and can live more or less forever, so it felt like an appropriate word somehow.
四季、あのビルを見て。6階建ての細い方。入っていく人間たちに線は見える？
普通だな。死者は出入りしてない。
外れね。次に行きましょう。はい、メガネかけて。先は長いんだからあんまり無理しないように。
Arcueid had mentioned this afternoon that she made some educated guesses where the dead might be patrolling. Turned out that she found 6 places in total. The first 2 were misses, but the third, the rental building, was a hit. The security guard going in and out of one of the vacant tenant rooms was a cluster of lines of death. The look on my face told Arcueid everything she needed to know. She entered the room, leaving me in the corridor, came back out again a minute later, unruffled.
ごめんなさい。ここも外れ。低級の式だった。この辺りは昨日借り尽くしたから完全に警戒されたわね。
Although it was faint, I could sense a hint of disappointment for Arcueid. She shrugged her shoulders.
何よ、ニヤニヤして。私の失敗が楽しいの？
いや、違うよ。いつも気楽なお前でも気を落とすことがあるんだなって。
それどういう意味？私だって人並みに壊したり潰したりしますよだ。
I would have preferred if she said she could feel sad and troubled, just like everyone else. Instead, but since that's probably a tall order for her, I just keep my mouth shut. Oops. We sneak out of the rental building and head toward our next destination. The time is close to midnight, and as one would expect, there aren't many pedestrians about, and the lit neon lights are also becoming fewer and farther between. The brake lights of passing cars. Arcueid dances down the street like she's trying to catch up with them. After striking out the 5th time, we head toward the final destination. It appears to be a residential district. Arcueid doesn't say it, but I could somehow tell this one was going to be the real deal.
しかし、分かってはいたけどまだるっこしいな。足で調査するしかないなんて、前時代的にも程がある。
昔から吸血鬼退治は面倒なものだもの。町のどこかにある親元の棺を探し当てるんだから、そう簡単には終わらないわ。
そっか、ならいい。って、別に嫌がってるわけじゃないぞ。単にアルクエイドも大変だなって思っただけで。
私は別に大変じゃないよ。決められた作業だもの。手順を踏んでいけばきちんと終わるものだし。
I absentmindedly respond with a simple, I see. When it comes to vampire slaying, Arcueid is coolly rational. She will doggedly pursue and complete any task that might bring her even one step closer to her goal, no matter how menial they may be. I suppose that even if you're able to jump 10 meters in the air, it doesn't mean all your behavior is equally over the top. Now that I think about it, the same was true on the day we first met. If she wanted to, she's more than capable of pulling off the same stunts as Blob. In spite of that, she simply blended in with the crowd, searched for the vampires without throwing human society into disarray.
なんだよ、人の顔をジロジロ見て。ちゃんと前向いてないと転ぶぞ。
やっぱりこれって不思議なことよね。ねえ、式は私といて平気なの？吸血鬼退治とか怖くないの？
はあ？
I couldn't help but raise my voice in response to the sudden question, or rather, in response to the fact that she's only now asking it. She wants to know if I mind being here with her. I know the answer to that without even having to think about it.
別に平気かどうかなんてただの襟好みだろ。俺たちは利害が一致した協力関係なんだし。そりゃ吸血鬼は怖いけど、町のためなら我慢するさ。
Mutters Arcueid, seemingly convinced. With that, our conversation comes to a halt. In complete silence, we walk down the deserted sidewalk. We're a long way from the station now. We may not have much to show as a result of the past 2 hours, but strangely enough, it doesn't feel like the time was wasted. The problem hasn't been resolved, but we definitely prevented the situation from becoming worse. Perhaps writing that feeling of fulfillment.
でも気を使わなくていいのはいい。
I speak the feelings I never put into words before.
式？
だから気楽だってこと。俺は根本的にろくでなしだからさ。お前みたいに頑丈なやつがいてくれると、なんていうか。
It's reassuring. My heart can be at peace. My vision is broken. Tonoshiki's cognition is corrupted. You are something that shouldn't even exist. Those obvious conclusions that I've lived with for the past 7 years all seem to fade away when I'm with her.
ねえねえ、それってつまり私が式を楽しくさせてるってこと？
逆。な、おっかない吸血鬼と一緒なんだぞ。災難極まってるだろ。気が楽っていうのはどう転んだって今以下にはならないってことだよ。
おっかないってどの辺が？
山ほどある。殺しても生き返ってひたすら追いかけてくるとか。3000度の高熱をあちちで済ますところとか。ガムテープとかビルの屋上まで駆け上がるところとか。駅前をお釈迦にするところとか。
I like the change in her expression. Look at those eyes. And the fact you use all of your power to protect me from Blood's cold waves.
岩盤をちゃぶ台返しするところとか、人の体によくわかんないものを塗りつけたりとか、あと昼間に学校に来るところとか。
はい、そこまでで結構です。式の気持ちはよくわかりました。
いいのか？まだもうちょっとだけあるぞ。
いいわよ、自覚あるから。ふんだ、どうせ私は吸血鬼ですものね。
Arcueid ups the pace and starts speeding off.
待てってば。お前が本気になったら追いつかないぞ、俺。
I also break into a light jog, chasing after her, retreating back. Our sixth destination is now just around the corner. Wait, isn't this... It was right in the middle of the residential area. An utterly remarkable 4-story apartment complex. Nothing unusual about it. Every floor has around 4 units, most of which have lights on. The residents have yet to go to sleep and are each passing the time in their own way. Whether those activities are above board or not isn't something that people looking in from outside can know for sure. I can see the lines. The weight of my brain makes me want to throw up. This place is strange. The lines run along the building are extremely ordinary, but there's something oddly chilling about them. Perhaps it was the brilliant light white of the light leaking from the rooms. Or maybe it was the woman just returning to the apartment, on whose body the lines of death drew dense, whirling in the storm.
そうやっぱり当たりね。
Rather than heading for the entrance to the complex, Arcueid sets off down the slope leading to the underground garage. A shutter has been lowered over the entrance.
普通のマンションだけど、ここなのか、アルクエイド。
ええ、このシャッター人よけと消臭の結界がかかってる。あれはカメラかな。私の姿を捉えてるけど、中の死者たちにもう逃げる時間はない。昼間私一人でやってきていたら逃げられていたでしょうけど。
Arcueid swoops down and puts her hand on the edge of the shutter. I thought she would pull it up in one go, but
シキ、このシャッター切れる？
this is much more convenient for him to do it anyway.
そりゃ切れるけど、いいのか？
ええ、私よりシキが敵に。無理やり開けると警報が鳴るでしょ。
She does have a point. Now that time has come to act, Arcueid is slowly level-headed.
シキはガレージの入り口にいて。ここが巣なら中には10体近いアンデッドがいるはず。相手が1体だけならシキの方が強いけど、2体以上になると不利でしょうから。
別に俺はそこまで。まあいいか。わかった。切るぞ。
I sever the lines of the shutter. With a crashing sound, the iron door falls onto the concrete floor. I thought he had to go through the entire shutter, but okay. I peer through the hole cut in the shutter into the inky blackness beyond.
なんだこの匂い。
A repulsive odor. Smell of rotting flesh pervade the inside of the garage, and the air is heavy with the scent of blood. A group forms. Each member is squinting a mass of lines. They must have noticed that they have visitors as soon as they cut through the shutter. In total, there are 22 of them. With that many dead around, there's no doubt this place is their sire's stronghold.
アルクエイド、予想より数が多い。ここが根城なんだろう。ならやっぱり俺も。
ここは根城じゃないわ。ただの食堂よ。大丈夫。起きたばっかりの不死なんて虫みたいなものだし。シキはそこで待ってて。
Nice!
マジか。
My brain just isn't built to keep up with the unexpected series of events unfolding before me. First, I'm forced to bear witness to the gorged cloud grave of the garage. And now I'm watching a magnificent figure skating display. The combination doesn't exactly leave a good taste in my mouth. Countless numbers of dead wake up and swoon down upon their visitors. They are torn apart by a single swing of her arm. The fangs swarm in, dead flesh scattered in all directions. Yet not one drop of that spray falls upon the figure in white swirling in the center. I've seen it time and time again at this point, but it's still enough to take my breath away. Oh man, they're finally getting to Mahoyu levels of, That's right. There was no way these corpses could put up a fight against her. Their abilities are different, their views are different, their planes of existence are different. This is what I mean to defeat someone with one hand tied behind your back and to be truly fearless. In Arcueid's eyes, vampires that merely suck blood probably look no different from us humans. They're simply prey. Headache, of course, is true me. It's the price I pay for exposing my eyes, but I can't put my glasses back on just yet. Even though Arcueid said that she could take care of it alone, there's still more than 10 courses remaining. At this pace, she'll wipe them out in less than a minute. But until her fight is over, I won't... Oh, she's already tired. Arcueid is acting strange. Her movements are becoming sluggish. She hasn't taken any hits at all. She hasn't even let the courses get close enough for that. And yet... Each and every time she tears apart a corpse, her face seems to contort in agony. A sweeping wave of devastation. Before I know it, there is only one course remaining. There's no longer a need for excessive violence. She just can sell with a single swing of her arm. And yet, as though reacting a final violent crescendo without showing any speck of restraint, the white figure pulverized the thing that was once human. Nice. She just demolished the entire place. Or rather, yeah, whatever. It's over. At the heart of the bloodbath stands Arcueid, shoulders slumped, straining to catch her breath. That idiot. I don't know what's come over her, but she wasted away too much energy. If she were acting normally, she'd taken care of them effortlessly, with only a tenth of the violence.
Arcueid.
I call out to her from the entrance of to the garage.
あ、どう？見ててくれた式。今夜はこれで終わりだし、あなたの前だし、いつもより張り切ってやっちゃった。
お前な、こんな物騒な張り切っちゃったとか初めて聞いたぞ。
I breathe out a sigh. Jeez, give me a break already. I think that excessive violence was simply trying to show up in front of me. I seriously don't know how to respond to that.
まあ、確かにちょっと見とれたのは事実だけ。
Wait, what's this? The cheerful atmosphere is cut short. My thoughts come to a screeching halt. My consciousness goes blank. The thing before me is outlandish. I can't help but stop my own eyes. I noticed that guy over there. How long has that been there? No, how long had I simply failed to notice it? The Black Panther that appeared in the black alley. The burning corpses. The dead masquerading as humans. I've seen all sorts of strange things these past couple of days. I went through all kinds of new experiences. But they were all things with a basis in reality. Variations on things that exist in the real world. An extension of things that we already know and comprehend. But that thing is different. The air it gives off is different. Species it belongs to is different. The process through which it came into being is different. The creature is utterly alien. It shouldn't exist. Not in this city. Not even in Arcueid's world. What the fuck is that? The thing has the same shape as a human. It carries the same scent as the dead. However, it has renounced all trappings of humanity. It's not a member of the Homo sapiens. I sense no sign of respiration critical for life. I can't spot any faculties that respond to life. Yet my instincts can still understand, however vaguely, that this creature's sole purpose is to prey on others. Even though I've never seen anything quite like this, I do know something that resembles it. A spider. Oh yeah, it does look like a spider. My thoughts are still frozen in place. I can't remember how these been wrote. With a grisly sound, the flesh its abdomen peels away with receding tide. What the fuck? The unfolding flesh wasn't just the fat from its stomach, but that's solidified into what seemed into like arms. The multitude of arms undulate eerily, like the tentacles of a cephalopod, whatever, at their tips.
Arcueid!
Cry out. Sensing something is amiss, Arcueid spins around. One of the unwound tentacles lashes out like a whip, aiming straight for the nape of Arcueid's neck. It happened in an instant, but it still wasn't fast enough to take Arcueid by surprise. Against the same claws that tore those deads to shreds like scraps of paper, the fate of that vulgar whip of a flesh is foregone. Except her air-rendering claws weren't enough to sever that whip of flesh. Arcueid's glancing blows does little slow its advance and sneaks around her white figure before striking its teeth into her back. Oh, damn. I hear the click of a trigger being pulled in my skull. Oh, he's going Nanaya, isn't he? Going Nanaya. A grotesque dead hiding in wait. Things like that can happen. The unanticipated hardness of the skin. Things like that can happen. Far more repugnant than the dead that came before. Things like that can happen. On top of that, once heated enough to think it can kill Arcueid, it releases a second and third whip of flesh. That can't happen. How foolish. That idiot. She's not the sort of woman to be bested by a monster like that. If only she hadn't done that. If only she hadn't been so reckless. I can't believe this. She sustained a wound. She let herself to be driven into a corner. Her breathing is so ragged. Her movements are shaky. She just sat there and took a hit that even I would have been able to dodge. I'm so glad I didn't put on my glasses. If I had, I might have smashed them into pieces in my fury. The grotesque-looking dead leaps around in what seems like excitement. As it stands before its prey, it would ordinarily never have been able to reach. A vulgar smile spreads across its face, extending all the way to its cheeks. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. It's mine, my responsibility, my duty. It's because of me. It's because I killed her that she's fallen to the floor, and yet, even though I killed her for no other reason than my own pleasure, that woman forgave me. She forgave my failures as a human. Nice. I won't let those misshapen maws get a taste of her. I slice, lunge at it headlong like an animal, with no artistry in my movements. I simply sever it. Am I running toward it? Is it coming toward me? It doesn't matter, my legs will not falter. The second arm is unleashed, unlike the sweeping roundhouse swing that came before it. It's a tight fist thrown such that from my perspective, it looks like a single point, a jab in boxing terms. A technique that involves minimal movement but exceptional speed. It may lack power, but it moves faster than human eye can follow, by extension faster than the body can dodge. No problem at all. I can't dodge it. Then I'll just have to tear it apart as it comes at me. I chase after the fleeing back. The red lines of death go haywire as they're disconnected. I don't even have to think as I efficiently sever each successive line. Oh man, he went full deny here. The creature was doing its best to defend itself, but its left leg is now on the verge of death. The only thing left to worry about is its bite, but I've already reached the place where I need it to be. It pierced the rumbling point located at the top right of its navel. Oh man, it went in the eye here. I did not hear any screams of agony as it died. Like a mechanical doll whose batteries have been removed, the grotesque dead ceased all movement and passed away. After finishing the job, I was finally able to breathe again. The surroundings are scattered with fragments of rotten flesh. The dead I took down has already turned into ash. Doesn't look like anything happened to the dead that Arcueid killed. I guess the grotesque looking thing was a special case. But I killed it. It may have a surreal appearance, but I took its life without hesitation. I can't think clearly. That was nothing but mindless violence just now. I did not take any of the sensei's lessons into consideration. I simply let my emotions run wild, even though I knew I shouldn't have. I acted like the killer that I have always feared. Is the night instincts, man. Regret. Self-condemnation, loading, disappointment. Once I calm down, I will surely be racked by these emotions. But that's okay. I can live with that. I'd pick the I'll pick that over Arcueid getting hurt any day. Just now, for the first time ever, I used my power for the sake of a single woman, without hesitation, and keeping full control of my sanity as I did so. Turning around, I see Arcueid's shoulders are trembling and her breathing is in disarray.
大丈夫かアルクエイド
I rush over to her. She's clutching her chest like she's trying to hold back the pain, panting in anguish like an animal that can barely remember how to breathe.
バカ油断しすぎだあんな考えなしで暴れるから大丈夫か体の傷開いちまったのか
Arcueid's back is shaking heavily. This is awful. It can't be good for her to be sweating out like. Can't be good for her to be sweating out like on every pore like this. Thinking she might have sustained a wound on her chest, I stooped down to get a look at her face and. Jesus Christ, man.
おい
もう仕切ったらけだもの今のすごいちょっとすごすぎると思う
This is terrible. Arcueid wasn't doubling over the pain of her wounds. She was just holding her stomach, trying to contain her laughter.
嘘泣きとかお前人間社会に毒されすぎてないかというかそうだよな心配した俺がバカだった頑丈なお前があれぐらいで痛がるはずないもんな
あひどい痛いのは本当だったんだからあとちょっと追い込まれていたら誰かさんに切られたお腹がまた開いていたところよ
That's just plain dirty. I would still be at fault no matter what I say, so I had no choice but to stay quiet.
はいはいわかりました俺が悪うございましたともさっきのバカ笑いはどうあれお前が無事でよかったよ
I retort with a hint of sarcasm. And then, as you can see, she's got that mysterious grin on her face again.
なんだよまだ何かあるのか
うんそれと嘘泣きじゃないよ嬉しいのも本当だって式がすごく頼りになるんだもん
My cheeks are burning. I try my best to turn my face away from the sudden surprise attack.
何どうかした式
どうもしてないちょっと暑いんでほら
Seriously? You know? What a flimsy attempt at playing it off. I keep my gaze turned away from Arcueid. I try and hide my blushing cheeks with my hands, but doing so makes them feel even hotter. And besides, what's with that face? So what is she thinking when she praises my skills as a murderer in a grim situation like this? I wish she had a better grasp on the right time and place for that sort of thing. She takes femme fatale to a whole new level, or am I the weird one for feeling this happy about it? So, then I should settle down. I just need to collect myself and let the flush from the surprise attack pass over me.
よし落ち着いたでこれからどうしよっかほらここが敵の本拠地じゃないにしても中に入って手がかりを探すとか
そうね人が来る前に調べてもいいかも棺の手がかりはないでしょうけど
Wait, why is he...
他の食堂の場所が
Wait, what's going on? Well, that didn't work at all. Pounding my chest hasn't abated in the slightest. My face is still flushed. I'm in a daze. Whatever Arcueid says goes right over my head. But I don't think there's anything I can do about it. There's not a man alive that could resist her charms when she says such things with that smile on her face. That feeling, this heaviness in my limbs, is all because of Oh wait, I have a feeling of what's going to happen next.
式
I think his Naya thing is still working.
ごい熱。あの死者、そんなに見えにくい相手だったの？
No, it's the Nanaya thing.
いや、そんなことはなかったけど、お前、なんか、近くない？
Oh no, he's gonna get horny here. My head won't work. Although I'm still unconscious, my thoughts are sluggish and my body's senses feel awfully distant.
ここの調査はやめて休憩にしましょう。どうせ手がかりなんて残さないやつだし、今日は食堂を潰せただけで十分よ。これだけの働きありを失ったらしばらく活動はできないし、もう自分から外に出てくるしかなくなるわ。
I feel her pull me by the arm and nod groggily at Arcueid's words, and we leave the gore-smeared underground garage behind us. Oh, I thought... okay, this isn't that scene that I was thinking about. I sit on a park bench and gave my body a chance to recover. About half an hour, the feeling has returned to my limbs. I wasn't aware of it at the time, but it seems looking at the lines has Necrotos that really took a toll on me. Arcueid is standing in front of the bench. Ever since she dragged me all the way back here, she's been just glaring at me, as you can see.
あのな、アルクエイド。めまいも消えたんだし、そのいかにも俺が悪いって顔はもうやめてくれ。そもそも、あの時はああでもしないと傷が開いたんだろう、お前。
あれは言葉のあや。あんな編集ぐらい何とでもできたわ。そんなことよりあなたの体よ。昨日の話ちゃんと覚えてる？
目を使いすぎるなって話だろ。分かってる。俺だって廃人にはなりたくない。次からは気をつける。
はあ、鈍感にも程がある。あなたに危機感を植え付けるのは難儀そうね。ま、一番身近にして最高級の死に慣れているんだから、それも当然か。ほんと、どうしてやろうかしら。一度思いっきり怖がらせてあげましょうか。
What is she getting so upset about? Someone, please, enlighten me.
最高級の恐怖なら、お前に追いかけられた時のでお腹いっぱいだよ。この目が危険だってことも、言われなくとも分かってる。
After all, I had to live with them for the past 7 years.
さっきのだって、いつもならめまいは起こさなかった。あれは単に。
Actually, looking back on it, I didn't start feeling dizzy because I stared at the lines of death for too long, but because I couldn't stop thinking about Arcueid.
単に何？
単に歩き尽くしで疲れていただけだ。お前は平気だろうけど、人間は疲れるんだよ。2時間歩きっぱなしだと。
それならいいけど、四季ってたまに自分を客観視しすぎてない？その魔眼のせいで自分嫌いになってるとか？
いや、自分が嫌いになれたら目のことで悩んだりはしないだろう。言っておくけど、俺は自分のことも周りのこともやけになって見たことは一度もないよ。
そうなんだ。ちょっと意外。
Of course I haven't. I take that fact as a point of pride, as a source of strength. Someone once told me that even a person like me has a purpose. If that's the case, then I don't want to lose myself to despair before the time comes to fulfill it. It hasn't much as convictions go, but it's that pride which has carried me this far. So I believe anyway.
それに、この目だってそんなに悪いことばかりでもないし、裸眼でいると色々と不都合があるけど、食欲が薄れるのは手間が省けて楽だよ。もともと小食だから相性はいいと思う。
魔眼による食欲の減少と持って生まれた消化機能の関係は私にはわからないけど。
ああ、いや、ごめん。今のは冗談というか、本気で取られると恥ずかしいというかですね。
真面目な話よ。あなたの目は後天的なものと言っていたけど、それは現れるのが遅かっただけの話かもしれない。
現れるのが遅かっただけ？
ええ、超能力は突然変異体だけど、それにだって誕生する土壌が必要なの。四季のような目を持つ先祖はいなかったとしても、似通った目を持った親はいたかもしれない。魔術師は知識と身体回路を子供に移植するけど、あなたのような異能は交配による遺伝子だけで伝わっていって、覚醒遺伝として現れる場合が多いから。
交配による遺伝子、つまり親父から？
というより、あなたの一族全体の話ね。家系の中であなただけ特別という考え方の方が不自然よ。あなたに異能があるのなら、あなたの家系全てが特別と考えるべき。四季の家族ってそういう人たちなんじゃないの？
I couldn't help but laugh at such ridiculous superstition. Is she suggesting that it's genetic? That all members of the Tono family, that Makihisa and Akiha, have these eyes? Oh, there's something else going on. I could say for a fact that isn't the case. The only strange one in our family is me. Besides, if I hadn't gotten involved in that accident, my eyes never would have ended up like this. They aren't hereditary at all. They're just a complication.
でも忠告は受け取っておく。ありがとう、アルクエイド。
何？いきなりかしこまって。私、あなたにとって嫌な話をしたと思うんだけど。
嫌な話じゃなかったよ。全部俺の体を気遣ってくれてのことだったからさ。今日の学校での事前調査だって俺に無理させたくなかったんだろう。お前だって昼間は辛いのに。だからありがとう。ここまでされてやっと気がつくあたり、お礼を言える立場でもないけど。でもそういうアルクエイドはどうなんだ？
Okay, it's kind of weird to be like non-chibi neko art, but whatever.
腹の傷本当に塞がってるんだろうな。
そっちはちゃんと塞がってるけど、なんで？
いや、さっき調子悪そうだったから。何もされてないのに苦しそうだったというか。
Wait, what the hell? Just then I felt a sudden twinge in my chest. It wasn't painful. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was more like an itchy sensation.
四季？
Why are we having this view again?
いや、なんだこれ。
Without quite knowing why, I slipped my hand down the collar of my chest. Oh, it's bleeding. Oh, it means all cap Shiki is nearby. There's a pain-like substance clinging to my chest.
なんだろう。なんか濡れてる。
I withdraw my hand from my under my shirt. There, clinging to my palm. It's a splatter of bright red blood. Prickle. Yet another odd sensation. It takes me an unreasonably long time to realize that it's coming from the old scar on my chest. Oh shit, that's also not good for Arcueid.
変だな。痛くもないし傷も開いてないのに胸から血が滲んでる。
How awfully red. A red liquid so beautiful, so pure, as to be utterly captivating.
ああ、さっきのやつの爪がかすっていたとか。痛みはないんだし、血もこれしか滲んでこないみたいだし、気にする必要は。
Wait, that means Shiki was nearby. Arcueid's so staring at my hand, but for Arcueid, this isn't good because she's starting to get hungry. No, that's not quite accurate. The thing she's staring so intently at is actually the red blood clinging to it.
アルクエイド。
She doesn't respond. Even so, I can tell her breathing has gotten erratic. She's panting, gasping as though she's in pain.
おい、アルクエイド。どうした？やっぱり傷が痛んで。
I grab Arcueid's shoulder, and then she shakes me off as though she's trying to escape.
アルクエイド。
She calls my name in a voice that, if only for a moment, contained an edge of hostility.
違う。私、そんなこと思ってない。
Will Shell come back today? Arcueid looks away awkwardly.
どうしたんだよ。変だぞ、お前。体、まだ回復してないんじゃないのか。
そうね。ちょっと無理しすぎたみたい。だから、私帰るね。
ああ。まあ、どうせ今夜はこれでおしまいだって言ってたけど。
うん。また明日、ここで待ってる。
I don't even have a chance at stopping her, let alone chasing after her. Without even looking at me in the eye, she kicks off and launches herself into the expanse of the sky above, like a rabbit hopping onto the surface of the moon. Climb all the way up the hill from the residential area and finally arrive at the outskirts of the mansion. It's just after 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open at this point.
あいつ、あんなんで大丈夫なのかな。
The way Arcueid was behaving back when we parted has me a little worried. Oh, someone's up ahead. I get the feeling it wasn't just because her wound was acting up or she was tired, but... What was that? There, in the space between the two streetlights, in the pool of darkness, the light can't quite reach, stands a figure. The first thing I felt was fear. It was such a surreal sight that it made my heart seize up in my chest. But unfortunately for it, I recently built up quite a tolerance against that fantastical. My heart quietly started beating again. I suspendiously grasped my knife in my right hand. I feel my circulation switch in overdrive. Am I hallucinating? That's clearly a human being. I simply can't make out the properly. That's all. The silhouette just looks a little off. They're getting closer and closer. I hear their rasping footsteps. They stare at me with their one open bloodshot eye. Oh, that's cheeky. I unleashed the blade of my knife and put a hand on my glasses. I feel a chill slowly creep down my spine. With one more step, the figure will pass the point of no return. And suddenly, with a click, streetlights all go out. Even though the moon is definitely out tonight, the world is suddenly plunged into darkness. I feel my heart reverberate in my chest as though it was sounding my death knell. A steel blade hones in on the line running down my upper left arm. A conscious thought will have taken a backseat for now. Before the blade sighting through the darkness could connect, I swing my knife up from below and deflect the tip of the blade, starving off the attack. The shadowy figure's lips curl. If I were to think about it, I'd understand they were smiling. But first, I must intercept every strike of that deadly weapon. I'm surprised, sure, but my thoughts are calm. It doesn't feel like a single second had passed since the moment I saw this figure. My thoughts stopped, time froze. The fact that I'm being attacked this very moment doesn't even register as noteworthy. Sparks fly as two deadly weapons flash in the dark. A darkness so profound we can't we each can't make out the appearance of the other. And yet, even amidst of that darkness, the bonds of light shine ever so clearly. I accurately predict and parry each swing blade with my knife. But there's one thing that does seem noteworthy. Despite the darkness, despite the relentless onslaught of that deadly weapon, this body of mine is able to stop each and every strike. Maybe their moves are just that easy to read. It's a possibility. No, that's not it. My arm is simply zeroing in the lines, points that I can see with my bare eyes. They are the only things I can see, so I'm just swinging my blade at them as fast as I can. My head hurts. My thoughts glow white hot. My chest twists in pain. My head hurts, the old wound in my chest is burning. My eyes feel like they're about to fall off their sockets. But I've experienced all of this before. Something just like this definitely happened long ago. It was... that's right. The bloodstained corpse of a child. Oh, that's Akiha. The bloodstained, crying face of Akiha. The bloodstains on my own two hands. The impact of the knife clashing against knife. My instincts take over and I knock the blade aside. That was close. I let my mind drift for a moment there. But I won't make the same mistake twice. That's because I know he's aiming for now. Now that I do, I don't even need to think. I can cut them off on instinct. How do I know? It's simple. Every attack of theirs has targeted one of the lines on my own body. As such, I don't need to try and predict where they're going to strike next. I just need to keep up my guard and keep distance between us. Prevent them from taking aim at my most vulnerable lines. As soon as I realized that, my strategy was based around that fact. I finally understood that this somebody can see the same things I do. The figure's laugh echoes through the darkness. Stare at me with those bloodshot eyes, sneering at me for taking so long to realize. My heart pumps faster still. My lips curl upwards as an indescribable mixture of ecstasy and fear brews within me. I see. In that case, we're even. Getting cut would mean instant death for me as well. Not that it matters. Why even think that now? I'll die no matter what, no matter where I'm cut. But I wouldn't be standing here now if I was craven enough to run from something like that. I mean, Zaw was really something with those cold ways of his, but this person is nothing compared to that vampire. That's right. Even if by some chance you're the one Arcueid is after. Under these conditions, I'm definitely better than you. Attack. Attack. I'm the one in the offensive now. This person is doing all they can to fend me off. In other words, I'm the one with my back to the wall. I'm not the one with my back to the wall. They are. Victory will be mine. I don't know who they are, I don't know where they're from, but I'm sure of it. Right now, I'm the one in control. I feel goosebumps. My overwhelming advantage is exhilarating. I can win. I'm stronger than this person. I'm stronger than them. That's why, if they were about to kill me, I should just kill them right back. I strike their weapon, sending it flying. I take a step forward. The line I must cut is right there on their chest. Defenseless, I thrust my blade forward like a fang. But it's strange. Why in a situation like this does my hand not hesitate to swing this deadly weapon? What the hell? As if in response to the return of the streetlights, my Once fervid thoughts abruptly returned to normal. There's no one in front of me. The figure that I was trying to kill just a moment ago was pierced in the stomach by a long, thin object sent flying towards the wall around the mansion. Wait, that's Noel, right? Careful what just happened. The figure that just attacked me, I guess it was a man. His body was skewered by a pipe-like object that flew in from the side. Must have been hurled all the way to the wall by the impact. If he's human, that blow would have been fatal. But it's abundantly clear that this man is anything but. Hoarse voice. Wheezing heavily, the man with a skewer stuck through his stomach glares up into space. Keeping a safe distance, I follow his gaze. Did that shell? But it looks like Noel's weapon. There. Yeah. Why? Why is Noel here? What happened to Shell? This is so weird. Normally I thought Shell... What's up with Noel? Familiar figure is standing on top of the streetlight.
Noel 先生。
Well, you know, without Shell, at least we got... Never mind. I was about to comment something, but I'd rather not. She's dressed like a priest from overseas. In her right hand, she carries a thin blade, and with her left grasps an enormous spear that sticks out like a sore thumb. I know that shape. No. Part of me remembers seeing something like that before. Back during the fight with Blah, that blade was the one that saved me from those Bucko's eyes. I understand the fact without being aware of it. Our eyes meet. The woman standing on top of the streetlight smiles at me and then hurls several thin blades in her hand at the shadowy figure. Wait, what's going on? Isn't this supposed to be a shell scene? Why is Noel here? At those words, a light rises from the ground. Wait, is Shiki dead? The hum of a blade slicing through the air. She raises her massive spear at the ready. And leaps off the street light, aiming straight at the man below. The man screams as if he is cut in half. The shadowy thing that clung to him is swept away with Noel's giant spear. Just like the grotesque dead from the parking lot, the figure melts away together with the shadow. Through it all, the man continues to glare straight at me. His bloodshot eyes was filled with nothing but killing intent. It was as though the black pupils were weapons, and Tono Shiki the sole object of their ire. I could do nothing but stand there in blank amazement. The man, the shadow that clung to him have disappeared. Not a single trace remains. They were simply whipped out, clean off the face of the earth. Wait, what the hell? If Shiki dies here, that means Tono Shiki gets possessed by Roa. Fuck, did I get the bad ending? Wait, this can't be right. Oh man. This isn't good. Because if that was Shiki, then Tono Shiki would be possessed. Will get possessed by Roa, and he'll go insane, and I'll get a bad ending. Right? That's what happens. The cry of insects, the rustle of the wind, the rightful sounds of the night reassert themselves. Even after the sinister scream, the surroundings sink back into the darkness of the night, as if nothing had ever happened. No, actually what bothers me is Noel is here instead of Shell. Except for the distinctly out-of-place person now standing in front of me.
こんばんは。この国の夜は安全だと聞いていたけど、この辺りは物騒なのね。ちょっと散歩していたら、吸血鬼みたいな化け物が可愛い教え子に襲いかかっているんだもの。それとも、あなたの周りが特別なのかしら。 どうの四季くん？
The woman in nun's outfit turns around. Without concealing her overflowing hatred and clear desire to see me dead, she smiles at me. There's no doubt about it. This person is the same Noel that recently started teaching at our school.
ノエル先生っていいんですか？
そうね。先生って響きは悪くないけど、ここは学校の外なんだし。先生は外した方が何かと気が楽よね。お互いに。
I hear a sharp echo of her footsteps. Noel advances on me, with a smile still on her face, but that dreadful spear still in her hand. She begins to close the distance between us. Oh man, I have a bad feeling.
無駄だってな。
Oh man, I think I died here. The moment I take a defensive posture, Noel kicks off from the ground, and my knife's range is no match for a spear. Before I even have the chance to react, the pommel of her spear stands to my side. Oh well, you know I could repeat this. Oh man, he's already dead. I feel myself getting thrown almost a meter. I hold back the pain and ship myself to the fall safely. I hit the asphalt first, but I managed to soften the impact of the roll. However, Noel is already right in front of me again. Okay,
ダ
I'm
メ
dead.
よ、四季くん。敵を前にしてあからさまに身構えるとか、もう甘すぎてにやけちゃう。私、臆病だからつい本気で打ち込んじゃったけど、まだ生きてる？
So I go up myself with my hands and went. Okay, I'm dead. I had to, I had to go back. Noel drives one of her heavy bullets into my chest.
はーい。おとなしくしていてね。義理もなければ恋人同士でもないんだし。下手に暴れるとその首、ボキッと潰しちゃうぞ。
I just lie there on the floor, glaring at Noel. I can't wrap my head around this situation at all. But even so, her thirst for blood is no joke, and it's clear that I'm the one she has in her crosshairs.
あんたも吸血鬼だったのか。
なんですって。今吸血鬼だって言った。私があんな怪物と一緒だって言ったわけ。
The pressure on my chest increases. The reaction, she seems legitimately angry that I call her a vampire.
首筋に進行なし。靴に染み込ませた聖水にも拒絶反応なし。ついでに言うと、私好みのファニーフェイスにも変貌なし。
Funny face.
はい、異端審査終了。だっていいわよ、どうの四季くん。
Wait, I'm still alive. Noel removes the foot she planted on my chest. Now that I'm free, I stand up and catch my breath. Incidentally, my body is in immense pain, but it seems that I escaped with nothing more than gnarly bruises. What is going on in this story
は
anymore?
い、これメガネ。落とし物には気をつけなさい。
No, actually, what I'm really concerned of is Roa is dead. I mean, Shigi's dead. Ergo, Roa would transfer to my body.
そうですか。そっちの横槍で落としたものですけど。
I take the glasses from Noel and put them on. Now then, just what am I supposed to make of this situation?
とまあ、美少年が一人で出歩くと、こんな風に危険がいっぱいなわけ。忠告がてら脅かしちゃったけど、勢い食べちゃうところだったわ。
She grins sheepishly as if to say, "Oops, silly me." Jesus Christ, Noel. This is a lot to take in.
あれ？何そのノーリアクション。私たちのこと、あの吸血鬼に聞いてないの？聞いてないのね。あっそう。私みたいな雑魚は眼中にないってわけ。まあいいけど、私も話題になんかされたくないし。いいわ。パパッとレクチャーしてあげる。
Wait, what? Really, Noel? What the hell? No, I have a bad feeling her doing the lecture is a bad idea.
簡単に言うと、私は街を守る正義のお姉さんみたいな。
Okay, she doesn't literally say she's from the church, so I guess that's okay.
あのクソ吸血鬼どもから人間社会を守る影の組織とかかっこよくない？
Wait, literally what happened to Shell? Literally what happened to Shell? I don't see Shell anymore. Why is Noel in this scene? Noel chuckles as she speaks, making it difficult to discern how serious she is. Quality of her explanation aside, what she's talking about doesn't ring a bell.
教会の代行者ってやつですか？
ええ、その代行者。四季君は無神論者でしょ？だから実感は湧かないだろうけど、私たち教会は主の皆のもと、人の良き営みを守る意志がある。たとえそれがこんな末法の国でもね。ある日突然転任してきた魅惑の美人教師は、その実教会から派遣された正義のエクソシストだったってこと。
An exorcist. I think that means someone who purges demons. Leaving aside whether vampires are demons or not, it doesn't seem like she's lying.
わかりました。いきなりのことで信じられませんけど、信じます。どうあれ、これで2度目ですし。危ないところを助けてくれてありがとうございます。
2度目？ああ、そういうこと。でもまあ、今回は違うわ。たまたま危ないところに出くわしたんじゃなくて、私、最初から君を狙っていたんだし。
最初から俺を狙っていた？
さあ、君が屋敷を出た時からずっと尾行していたの。私のお仕事は吸血鬼の殲滅だもの。その吸血鬼に従っている人間がいれば監視するのが当たり前でしょ？
Her logic certainly makes sense, but she's basing it on a flawed premise. It's not like I'm blindly following her orders. Besides, Arcueid is a good vampire. She's going after other vampires in order to protect the city, just like Noel.
それは。
まあ本当なら真っ先に吸血鬼の方から殺してるんだけど、相手はあの怪物でしょ。私一人じゃ返り討ちだし、師匠は上司に飛ばされちゃったし。
Wait, what? There's something awfully weird here, man. What the hell? Huh? I remember going through a summary, and I still recall Shell being... I think I went through a bad route here.
仕方なく小さい方の獲物に網を張ってたわけ。
小さい獲物ってのは俺のことですか？
ええ、あの怪物が狂犬なら四季君はプリッとしたエビちゃんね。吸血鬼にしろ私たちにしろ美味しい獲物なのは間違いなし。
I'm still bothered by the fact that she is dead.
でもなんか様子が変だった。ここ数日君を監視していたけど、無理やり従わされてる雰囲気じゃないし、血も吸われてないでしょ。ねえ四季君、あなたなんであんな怪物と一緒にいるの？
I frowned and bite my tongue. It wasn't that I was intimidated by her question so much as that something about it rubbed me the wrong way.
おやだんまり。君は吸血鬼の仲間になりたいのかな？定番だけど永遠の命が欲しいとか？
は？
I cocked my head to the side at the mention of eternal life. Something like that hadn't even crossed my mind. I see. Maybe it would be more natural to think along those lines.
でも
I can't see Arcueid going after something like that. I mean, she doesn't even suck blood. But she won't do it to create new allies or obtain powers beyond those humans are capable of. I can't think of anything that might persuade her to.
違うの？ならどうして？
そんなの決まってる。自分たちが住んでいる町のために吸血鬼を借り出す協力をしているだけです。
I didn't square myself this time, but my eyes are full of challenge. I have no intention of fighting this person, but even so, I make it clear that I will not brook any more bad mouthing of myself in Arcueid.
そう君が噛まれていたならそんなざれ言と一緒に手足ぶった切って置物にしてるところだけど残念ながらただの人間には手出しできないものね。今のは聞かなかったことにしておくわ。
Noel didn't like that answer. Noel turns her back and walks away. Her attitude is unforgiving, but it seems like her hostility has died down. No, maybe she simply lost interest after hearing my response.
ああ、でも忠告。さっき最初から君を狙っていたと言ったけどね。この町に救った使徒は数年以上前から根付いているわ。私の師匠の言うことには神祖のように昨日今日やってきたわけじゃないんだとか。吸血鬼は外から来るものばかりじゃない。案外身近なところにいて何十年も前から潜伏しているケースのが多いの。それも町で一番力のある権力者の家にとかね。
Bro, she literally got shaky, so... I already have a bad feeling about I'm gonna get a bad ending here.
わかる？自分たちの町を守るとか言っていたけど、そんな曖昧なくくりじゃなくて、君は自分の身を守った方がいいってこと。
それはどういう？
だってそうでしょ？さっきの不死は君を狙ってきたんですもの。吸血鬼を殺して回る神祖じゃなくて、ただの人間である君をね。命があったらまた会いましょう。当の四季君。
And with that, the woman in nun's habit saunters away. She leaves and she casts her eyes over the streetlights and says, "Right, time to up the cool factor by flying away. Ah, but I can't. I can't jump that high without a run-up now, can I? If I could, I wouldn't be a human now, would I?" Loudly announcing her thoughts for me to hear, she descends the hill with her massive spear still in hand.
あれはあれですごい人っぽいような。
You know what? I don't like the part where she kills Shiki. Because that means Roa would try to possess Tono Shiki right now. I muttered to myself, dumbfounded. Maybe I shouldn't have. As all my strength then drains from my knees, I fall back against the wall with a thud.
でも狙われたのは俺だって。
This is not gonna turn out well, man. I already have a feeling this is not gonna turn out well. I knew that working alongside Arcueid would mean putting myself in danger sooner or later. But this feels different. I don't know what the reason is, but I have a feeling it's not related. As the tension fades, my dizziness returned with vengeance. Leaning against the wall for support, I began walking toward the main gate. My chest hurts. I need to get back to my room before either I pass out or my body collapses out from under me. I can think of the difficult things later. However, the main gate is surprisingly far. I feel the comfort of my headache fading, and disquieting sensation of my body going limp. With my back against the wall, I look on as I slowly, surely drift off to my sleep. Wait, why is there a panther? What the fuck just happened? Like, I don't even remember this from the summaries. I was watching Otaku Daikun's summaries and I don't remember this. What the hell is this? And considering what happened to I know that Shiki. I think he fought Noel killed Shiki there. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe it's someone else. I don't like it. And there's still that panther. It's still alive. Wait, what the hell? I already have a feeling that my character is gonna get a bad ending, but I don't understand what's going on. Anyway, I'll take a short break. I just need to drink water and all that stuff. I'll be back in a while. 2 minutes. You. What the hell is going on? Story, man. No, I think the one who died was Shiki. It's a. It's already have a. I'm totally gonna accept the situation that I do end up with a bad ending. At least based on what I know that from what carries over from like the original, I don't know if the remake doesn't do with that, but we'll see. White, a color that invokes nostalgic memories, things that have been forgotten, things that should have been forgotten, things that my father ordered me to forget. Okay, there you go. Jesus, hot summer day, blue sky with a huge towering Columbus clouds, landscape blanket in a shimmering haze, and the overwhelming cries of the cicadas. Sound of the cicadas. It's so loud that I want to die. Because of the cicadas litter the open ground. The space is slowly being burned away, as though the sun is right on top of us. A hot day in the middle of summer, as if the world had turned into a frying pan. Akiha is crying. Akiha had always meekly followed us around and sobbing uncontrollably. The child eyes crumble in the clearing. A deep red stain has wasn't on their white shirt, and they don't move so much as an eyebrow. I'm gazing down at the scene before me. My hands are red like the child collapsed in the heap of the floor. This is Shiki. He's the one who died, right? Because Shiki, that's how he got his Mr. Guy's dead perception, because he died in the first place. And the one who was actually alive is the all cap Shiki. No, that's not right. My hands are red with the blood of the living being collapsed in the heap of the ground, a heap on the floor.
Shiki!
The adults have arrived. I like how they literally say the name Shiki, but what you see here is like a huge bar. As if they realize what they're looking at, the color drains from their faces.
なんてことだ。
The adults take Akiha away. The collapsed child remains dead. Brilliant white clouds drift across the distant sky. I'm left all alone, staring vacantly up into the summer sky above.
お前が殺したのか。
So this is the all Shiki. So Makihisa's talking to the all Shiki because the one who's dead is the Tikitono. The adults are screaming at me. They're screaming at the name of the person who killed that child, my name. They scream just as those two syllables over and over as though they lost their minds. How do you spell? What's the kanji for? Because how you spell like the all Shiki is different from Shiki's Shikitono. Shikitono's Shiki. Just two syllables. They're literally making a hint about this thing. Just talking about the syllables thing. The adults form into a group, pinning me down en masse. With my hands stained deep red, me, the one they call Shiki. Even now, I still don't understand it. Killing those who you can kill. Killing those that live. What exactly is wrong with that? Oh, might have been a totally different guy who died. But wait. Someone was aiming for his... Using... I don't get it. Let's let things roll. I'm in my room. After the events of last night, my memories of what happened by the main gate are a little hazy, but it seems like I managed to make it back to my room, one way or another. No, what I don't like is Noel is here instead of Shell. This is like a sign for me that something is gonna go wrong. My mind is mainly refuses to work properly. Last night's events come back to me in a jumbled mess. Everything was so ridiculous that it's hard for me to put my thoughts in order. But if there was one thing that stands out, it's for me, it's the shadowy figure. It's that shadowy figure. Thinking back on it, that guy was waiting for me. He knew the path I'd take on my way home. There's no way that black shadow was human. As such, he was reasonably. We can reasonably assume that he was a vampire. Maybe Arcueid's enemy decided to pick off their collaborators first, rather than target her directly. Well, not like we'll be seeing it again. Those eyes were twisted in hatred. The vampire who could see the same lines as me has already been exterminated by the woman in nun's clothing.
とにかくまず起きないと。
Oh man, maybe I should pick Arcueid. Just this is Arcueid's route and he has a struggle of her own. I still have plenty of things I need to think about, but right now I need to get myself out of bed. The time is 7:30. I'd normally be long finished with breakfast by this hour.
翡翠はいないな。
Oh, this is the second time. She's normally standing differently to the side of the room, but there's no sign of her today. She must have already tried to wake me up several times. I assume that since I wouldn't wake up and she's stepping out of the room between attempts to tend to her other duties.
疲れが溜まってて目が覚めなかったんだろうな。
I take a deep breath. This time I'll take a nap before I meet up with Arcueid for the evening. I won't think about all the strange things that happened last night for now. I should save that for tonight and discuss them with Arcueid. If I can't even live an ordinary life during the day, I might end up doing something drastic.
よし、まずは朝食だ。
I may not have an appetite, but you can't start the day on an empty stomach. That's not true. I do that. A proper breakfast should help clear up any lingering fatigue from last night. Oh shit, what's going on? I let myself out of bed, but my body just comes crashing right back down again. I'm like a tree being felled by a lumberjack. I fell straight down, slamming my shoulder into the wooden floor. There's no strength in my limbs. I can't even get up. On the bright side, my consciousness is a bit hazy, so I don't feel afraid. My body may be totally numb, but at least my breathing is normal. My anemia again, I think to myself indifferently. And so I simply lay there where I fell. I watched the hands of the clock tick as I waited for Soy to call on me again, which ended up being just past 8 o'clock.
申し訳ありません。どうかお叱りください。四季様の変調に気がつかなかった私の落ち度です。
翡翠は悪くないよ。いつものことだし、そう大げさに取らない。
I tried talking City down the ledge while lying in the bed, the upper half of my body propped against the headboard. Hisui found me collapsed on the floor when she came back to check on the room and helped me get back into bed, where I am now resting comfortably.
学校の方には姉さんが連絡を入れてくれました。体調不良による欠席でよろしいのですね。
うん、それで頼む。ちょっと疲れが溜まっていただけだから、学校を休むのは後ろめたいけどね。
立てなくなるほどの疲れはもう疲れとは言えないかと存じます。四季様は遠野家の長男。ご自分のお体をもっと大切にしていただかなければ困ります。
いや、ちゃんと大切にしてるよ。
Hisui scolds me and I respond while putting on a forced smile. It's incredible just how panicked Hisui was after finding me on the floor. When she just first opened the door, she froze in her tracks for a few seconds. Then she rushed over as though to hoist me upright and then seized up the strained look on her face for another minute. She then spent another few minutes pacing anxiously around the room before finally going to call for Kohaka-san. In the end, Hisui never actually touched my body, but I could tell how devoted she was. After that, I returned to the bed with Kakusan's assistance and was treated to some easy-to-digest rice porridge, and now here we are. The one silver lining is and this is Akiha had already left for school. If I had class 30 minutes earlier, she might have ended up late for school as well.
とにかくありがとう翡翠。美味しいご飯も食べたし、こうしていれば貧血も収まるから仕事に戻っていいよ。
かしこまりました。ですがせめて診察は受けていただきます。今朝は荒木先生がいらっしゃいますので、これを機にしっかりお体を見ていただくのはいかがでしょうか。
Oh, Iraq. Oh, so that eccentric doctor is still here as well? To be honest, I don't need a medical exam, but I don't think Hisui will leave unless I agree. If I have to, then... Oh! Oh man. I know there's something about Kohaku. But I'm still gonna choose Kohaku over Iraq. I still find... they're both suspicious. I already know Kohaku's side on it. But Iraq? I'm gonna go for Kohaku. I think anyone who never played the first game would choose Kohaku as well. Because they'll think about how suspicious Iraq is. Maybe. But I already know something's wrong with Kohaku as well. My anemia is a product of fatigue. But along with the prescription of some nutritional supplements, I should also ask her something to help with eye strain and vertigo. Though I'm not keen on letting her get too close to look at my body. I have a number of scrapes and scratches from my scuffle with Noel sensei last night, and if by some chance I did develop some more significant bruising, I doubt I'll hear the end of it. Shiki-san, you brute! How did you manage to hurt yourself this badly? I can already picture her scolding me for it.
四季さんの一般兵、どこでこんなお怪我をこしらえてきたんです？お背中どんより赤いじゃないですか。
Man, I like hearing Toru scold me right now.
はい、すみません。反省してます。
It's been less than a minute, and as I predicted, she's already forced me to remove my shirt and gotten cross about what she's found. I'm also intensely curious just what Kohaku-san was picturing when she called me a grunt.
帰ってくるとき、通学路の坂道で転んじゃって、ドーンと五大統治みたいに。
もう、それはお気の毒に。湿布を用意しますので、しばらくそのままでお待ちください。あ、体温計で熱を測っておいていただけると助かります。
With the first aid kit she brought still in her hand, Kohaku-san stands up from behind the bed. I vaguely watch her back as she goes to leave. She just really is impressively meticulous. She could just as easily leave the first aid kit here.
ってぼんやりしすぎだろ。琥珀さん、救急箱を置いていっていいですよ。またすぐ戻ってくるんだし。
いえ、こちらはお気持ちを鎮めるものばかりなので、内見専用のものと持ち替えてまいります。それにほら、四季さんのお部屋は片付いているので、使用人の私物で散らかしてしまうのは申し訳なくて。
そっか。でも俺の部屋のことは気にしなくていいですよ。別に綺麗好きってわけじゃないし。
そうなんですか？四季さんのお部屋、とてもさっぱりしていらっしゃいますが。
単に持ち物が少ないだけです。まあたまたまそうなってるだけですけど。
そういえば有馬のお家から届いたお荷物もお着替えだけでした。四季さんの私物は他にないんですか？
Is she gonna ask about the ribbon? Is she going to ask about the ribbon here? Because if she asks about the ribbon, that'll blow my brain right now.
うん。カバンに入れてきたものだけで十分。
Oh, thank God, because that would be instantly going to Kohaku's round so fast. the ribbon across. That's a good thing.
大事なものはここに来るときに全部持ってきた。
The first day after I returned to the mansion, I took all my belongings out of my school bag and tucked them away in the desk drawer. If I'm ever kicked out of the mansion again, I only have the one drawer's worth of stuff to pack, so it's convenient in that sense.
ごめんなさい。私ったら有馬の家に預けられるとき、私物を牧久様に取り上げられたのですね。
I think she's trying to fish for the ribbon here.
いや、昔からそうだったんだ。欲しいものとかなかったから、親父にもねだらなかったし。
Oh, this is how I know it's not gonna go for Kaka's route, but I'm like, oh man, I know that ribbon, I know that the ribbon's important for Kaka's route, but to see her actually try to ask that, try to hint or try to, you know, fish for that right now, it's like,
ただ、事故の前後のことはよく覚えていないから。
I think back to the time we spent alone in the hospital. No one had come to visit me, and I was so terrified of seeing the lines of death that I ran out of the hospital. I met Sensei as a result, though I suppose it worked out pretty well for me in the end.
そういえば、病室から一度だけここに立ち寄った時のことも。
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit!
親父の書斎に呼ばれたことだけは印象に残っているんだけど。
Oh, I thought it was about the road. Someone ran to him and gave him a ribbon. When I got here, I served a letter stating that I am no longer fit to serve as the eldest son of the Funo family.
きっと長い病院生活でお疲れだったのかと存じます。
What about the girl who ran up to you and gave you the ribbon?
療養中は退屈ですし、一日の感覚も曖昧になっていたのでは？
Nasu, I hate this bullshit.
そう思う。
You're hitting us
結局、半年
for the
近く入院
conditions
してい
that
たん
could
だっ
have
て。
happened.
体感的には1ヶ月ちょいだったんだけどな。
それはいいことですよ、四季さん。病院とはいえ、個室に半年はなかなかにお辛い経験かと。ただでさえ遊びたい盛りの年頃だったのですから。
Oh no, she's still hitting it. Each time I analyze what they're talking about, I'm like, oh man, there's so much hints, man. Just as Kohaku-san says, the fact that my time in the hospital fell short was thanks to the people around me treating me well. I have nothing but gratitude for the doctor who saved my life and for the kind nurse who took care of me over the course of my stay.
と、いけません。つい話し込んでしまいました。
Oh man, Kohaku had laid out so many hints, man. I don't like this. It's a way to remind me this isn't her route.
おとなしくしていてくださいましね。手当てが嫌だからってお出かけになられていたら、四季さんを気ままな猫ちゃんに認定です。
Oh man. There was so much hints on that conversation for anyone who played the original. Leaving me with a supernova of a smile, Waka-san goes to fetch a compress. Or feel bad. After reading that lines of dialogue, I was like, oh, those are a lot of hints. Anyway, it's now the afternoon. After finishing a light lunch in the dining room, I returned to my room. Oh, at least he can move around now. I still have been emphatic about the fact I should spend today resting, but I now find myself without anything to do.
体の調子は戻ったんだし、ここは。
We'll do this again. After pondering what to do a bit, I decided my first real stroll around the mansion in several New Years. I'll start by wandering around the second floor. The Tono magic consists of 2 wings, east and west. Wait, what's the point? I already did like. Why are they doing the explanation now? Because Shiki did the. I had him explore earlier, and he ended up on the second floor of the east wing ish. And that's the reason why I chose the second floor, because I know there's something special about the second floor. Anyway, Tono magic consists of 2 wings, east and west. To the east is the office reserved for the head of the family, and beyond that are Akiha's private quarters. You can consider the whole area to be her domain. I'm a bit hesitant to go there, so I'll stick to the west wing today. Oh. I got out into the corridor off the west wing. Passage directly to my right leads to the lobby. If I continue straight, the corridor will take me to the heart of the west wing. And of course, if I go backwards, I'll be right back into my own room. Also, the rooms opening on this corridor are, for the most part, entirely vacant. Seems like they were rented out to our relatives back when my father was still alive.
この先の行き止まりが確か
I'm pretty sure that's the room Tono Mikihiza used as a study. Arcueid's words from last night come to mind. You can't assume you're the only one special. You're the only special one. Something that runs in the family. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but she would never say something like that without good reason. Oh, this is something that wasn't available in the original. So, when I think in the Far Side routes, at least for like Hisui and Kohaku's route, I actually got to investigate Makiza's study. I don't know if this leads into like him reading the diary, because the diary gives a lot of clues about the nature about the families. Gonna investigate the study. Let's see how this goes. It might be locked.
アキハは学校に行っている。琥珀さんは買い物で留守。翡翠は1階で清掃中か。
Right now, I'm the only one in this corridor. Rummaging through the dead man's room may be against the rules, but I'm the member of this family, aren't I? It can't be that big of a deal for a son to enter his father's room. The room at the end of the corridor is locked. Take my glasses off and say, "Oh, he actually does sever it." Oh my god. I'm totally fine with him noticing it's locked and he can't go through. But here he actually goes and severs it. And they're still going back now. I glance around the corridor to confirm nobody spotted me and step inside. Oh,
なんだこの部屋。
shit.
暗すぎないか。
What's going to happen here? Because this is a Far Side route thing. You can't make a room this dark by drawing curtains. I put the hand on the wall and started groping for the light switch, but then think better of it. Turning on the lights might alert someone on the outside of my presence here. It's possible I'm just being overly cautious, but I will limit myself to the light on my phone to look around.
なんだ。思ったより片付いているじゃないか。
The interior design is reminiscent of the office that Akiha now uses. Well, our old man is still using this room until a month ago, so no surprise there. Even the bookshelves themselves are still arranged as he left them. The only puzzling thing here is why is it so dark? Because he's a vampire. No, he's not technically a vampire. He's like a demon with vampiristic things going on, right? Anyway, I point my room toward the window to try and spot what's going on with the curtains. Oh, they're shut tight. Then there I find a bizarre seal, the sort you never expect to see in an ordinary room.
鉄格子。なんで
Is it because, when he goes on a rampage or something? It's enough to make me doubt my own eyes. But unbelievable as it is, the thing in front of me is now definitely real. The window in Mikihisa's room has been completely shielded shut. It's not dark in here because of the few blackout curtains blocking all the sunlight. It's because the massive iron grill has been firmly secured over the entire window. The grill looks as if strong to prevent anyone from entering from outside. Or perhaps its purpose was to keep something locked inside. This is bad. I don't know what this darkness is trying to reveal to me, but I can tell it's a secret that should never come to light. This place is the cage, built to contain madness. I need to get out of the room immediately. Nobody can know what I was in here. Not Akiha, not Akalaku-san. Nobody. If they were to find out, I have a suspicion that there would be no coming back to the relationship we enjoyed until now.
いや、ここまで来て何ビビってるん
Come
だ。
on, get the diary. I want you to read the diary, bro. Read the diary, read the diary. I pressed it online the way with my phone. I'm curious about the bookshelves, but I don't have time to go through them right now. Having a look through the drawers and Maki's desk takes priority. I don't know what exactly I'm looking for, but my old man was extremely meticulous. There's a good chance they contain documents pertaining to the company, Akiha, or even myself. I hope he gets the diary, because that's important in the far side routes. There was nothing in the desk drawers, or at least nothing in the first two, which were already unlocked. The third one is shut tight. I guess nobody was able to open it after he died, so it just got forgotten about. Once again, I take out my glasses and kill the lock.
本日記帳か
Oh shit, here we go. Inside was a bundle of old papers and a thick diary. The papers seem to be a Tono family tree. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we
なん
go.
だってこんなところに。けど、随分と古い紙だな。
I wonder how many generations has left their mark on these pieces of paper. There's no mistaking it. Below, the name of Tono Mikisa is the name of Tono Shiki and Tono Akiha. They're here, but
なんだこれ。親父のやつ、9年前に養子を取ってる。あ、けどすぐに病死しちゃってるな。
bro, this is straight up from the Far Side routes. What the hell is going on? I don't remember this from Otaku Daikun's summaries. 9 years ago, I would have been 8 years old. I know it was a long time ago, but even so, I don't remember them at all. Maybe he had a child with a mistress and was keeping them a secret somewhere outside the mansion. Was someone so unbearably uptight as Makihisa even capable of a thing like that?
そんなわけないか。けど、うちの当主ってみんな短命なんだな。親父も50前に病死したわけだし、その前は30歳の時に事故死、その前は18歳で自殺している。
Wait, hold on. Something definitely doesn't add up here. I scan over the family tree again and take a closer look this time. There's no mistake. All the members of the Tono family have died under unusual circumstances. Suicide, accident, murder, disappearance. Not a single one of them peacefully lived out their natural lifespan. Yeah, this is a Far Side thing. The unbroken sequence recorded here can only be described as a curse. Stranger still is the majority of the deaths were suicides. Heads of the Tono family repeatedly took their own lives, some before they even became an adult, others not long after. It's because they succumbed to their impulse inversion? Yeah, I think that's it. Their impulse inversion. My vision begins to grow dim. I feel as though my blood is pooling in the back of my head. Oh, it's just an Anaya thing going on, right? My limbs have become unsteady and my breathing is gradually getting more and more labored. I try and escape the dizziness and unpleasant premonition by turning my attention back to the diary. I turn over the page. Date reads 2004. The year the child Mikisa adopted died of unknown illness. I scan the text written in the diary. The handwriting fits my old man perfectly, concise but neurotic. I read the diary entry aloud, speaking as though delirious with fever.
遠野の一族は呪われている。近代に移ってから生まれてくる子供にはのからの覚醒遺伝が。
This was written over 10 years ago. The ink has blurred to the point where I can barely read it.
もちろん、私も私の子供たちも例外ではない。秋葉には特に強見られる。我が子の未来を思うと悲しい。紹介された医師の話によると、 幼年期から厳しく教育すれば発言は今夜も手術が必
Oh
要だ
no, the door opened.
と秋葉に教えること
The
は
door opened. Why did the
あの子は
why did the door
私を
open?
恨むだろう。理由なく厳しく当たる私を憎むだろう。だが私は安堵している。どれほど
I
秋
heard the
葉
door
は
open, man.
後に近と言ってもあの兄に比べれば秋葉ははるかに人間
Who
的だ。
the hell opened the door? What the hell is this? The Tono family's curse? Atavism? Performing surgery on Akiha? In the final line, who was he referring to? Her brother? Her brother? Her brother? That has to be me. I don't know who else.
こんにちは、四季君。
Oh shit! My stomach hurts. The wound on my chest. Oh, okay, I died. I had a bad ending. But the sort of series is the first having a short standing period as a scorching iron rod was searing my internal organs. Started to lose feeling, first in my toes, but the rest of my body soon follows. I begin to collapse, clutching at the desk for support. My outstretched hands can't hold on forever and crumple to the floor, landing on my back.
その日記はまずい。何しろ、まだ検閲が済んでいない。君に見られる予定もない。
Well, looks like I knew it. This was too early. Well, I already have. Okay, this is my second bad ending. The first time I got a bad ending was the fight against Blood, but this is interesting. My conscience fades. That man is definitely.
君にはもう少し、あの未熟な当主殿をかき回してほしかったのだがね。どうやってかは知らないが、鍵を手に入れたのが君の不運ということだ。
Okay, I realized my breathing has already stopped. The lines of that, my headache, they felt so concrete, but they're gone now. All right, we're gonna repeat this shit. We're not gonna explore this place. We're gonna go to the first floor instead. Only now that things have come to this, do I realize that annoying headache will actually have saved me. I mean, without it, I'll never be able to wake up. The body of Tono Shiki, which I've been doomed from the start, falls deeper and deeper to sleep, for which I will never awake. All right, here we go. We're gonna read this. We're gonna let Shifra Shell Sensei. Yeah, man. That's a bad ending. Okay, I want to read this one. I can't believe what died here. I was like, this is too early, man. I'm not supposed to be reading this stuff. But I got curious anyway.
なぜ鳥は歌うのか、なぜエビは跳ねるのか、なぜ主人公は鍵のかかった部屋に入るのか。
Oh, it's Neko Arc.
人類史における数々のミステリーに真っ向から挑む知能番組、教えてシエル先生。あっちまるよ。
こんにちは。デッドエンドのなかった6、8日間、十分にお休みできましたか？
Oh shit, this was intentional.
物語はいよいよ佳境。ここからまた死亡ケースが多発しますので、賢明な遠野くんにおかれましては気を引き締めて選択肢を選んでは、今回のデッドエンドですが、後ろからぐっさりですね。
メガネともあろう男が油断しすぎだよにゃ。それともあの包帯男見かけよりやるってこと？
Well, to be fair, he did warn me about it earlier, but I guess my curiosity got over me. I told you, like, there's no way he's gonna be doing that, right?
あの部屋の異様さに飲まれていたのもありますが、遠野くんの不注意ですね。そもそもこの手の潜入捜査は2人1組が理想です。
But no, in the first game I did have that concern, but then again you had that guy with a bandage who's
1人が扉のそばで誰か来ないかを見張り、もう1人が書類を吟味する。
I can't tell if this is another way of saying in the far side route I'm gonna have two people, me and the other person, or this is just like Shell just literally just giving a random hint.
そういった頼れる誰かと縁ができるまでこの書斎の調査は控えた方がよろしいかと。
まさに SPY。 でもそんなスキル持った知り合いいる？シエルは武闘派だからそういうの向いてなさそうだし。
単独であればできないことはありませんが、遠野くんのフォローをしながら潜入というのは確かに私向きではありませんね。いつかそういった見方ができればいいのですが。
I wonder if this is them hinting that that's gonna be the turnout of like the same event. And
露骨にフラグを立てやがって。誰かな？メイドかな？そっちかな？
さあ、そこまでは何とも。少なくとも私たちの吸血鬼事件には関わりのない話でしょう。さて、今回の死因ははっきりしていますので、前の君子危うきに近寄らず、当の巻久氏の書斎は避けて。
屋敷の中もデストラップだらけとか、この屋敷どうなってんの？
Alright, let's roll back. I was so wait, the curiosity got me there. Oh man, it sucks ass. Wait, it's not letting me choose this one. No? Oh well, whatever. Oops. We'll just speed through this. I don't know how what's the skip up? What's the skip button? Jesus Christ. Oh, maybe this works. Oh, let's choose Arcueid. I mean, how could she not stand out? True to form, she had me wrap around her finger from the minute she staged her daylight raid on our school to the end of our nightly patrol. And lest we forget, there was also an incredible show she put on for me during the fight in the apartment that the dead had taken over. 7 days ago, I wouldn't even be able to imagine such a scene. Keeping up with her just gets more demanding by the day. It's getting to the point where I feel I ought to teach her to rein in a bit. Although, I do have to give her credit for the fact that she is, in her own way, taking care to make sure that I don't get hurt, and that the fact that there's never a dull moment when she's around. As a result, when I try to think about of complaints or grievances I have with her, I come out empty-handed. Oh, there you go. He's thinking about how she's having that moment. The one thing that's bothering me is that reaction. I'm sure she's just paying the price for being so ambitious, even though her wounds haven't healed yet. When I get the chance, that I'll try and confirm if she really has fully recovered or not.
とにかくまず起きないと。
Scene.
申し訳ありません。色彩
失
Baku-san. We're gonna explore the first floor this time around. Christ, yeah. Oh man. After pondering what to do for a bit, I decided to take my first real stroll around the mansion in 7 years. I'll start with the first floor and the adjacent courtyard. Squint at the rays of sunlight streaming through the sun's skyline. Streaming through the skylight. No matter how many times I see it, the Terno Mansion lobby is always an overwhelming sight. As a child, I often got in trouble for exploring the mansion. Back then, the mansion was like a castle to me. I was convinced there was a hidden room somewhere that would lead me to a room full of never before seen wonders. You mean the dungeon? Are you talking about the family dungeon? So between then and now, I lost that childlike naivety, along with my unforgiving father. Of all that is the past now. All that is in the past now.
懐かしいな。昔は屋敷の廊下を歩くだけでドキドキしたっけ。
I begin to recall bits and pieces of how I used to sneak around this lobby 7 years ago. As if beckoned by those memories, I begin to leisurely walk around the mansion. I head out onto the terrace. Strangely enough, I seem to remember the outside of the mansion better than I do the inside. Oh, is it? Will this lead him to the gazebo area where he would remember like the events? The mansion itself is already 10 times larger than the average house, but the grounds it stands on are the size of your average amusement park. 7 years ago, it would have been 10 at a time. It must have seemed like the world bringing with adventures to be had. Each day I used to methodically walk around carving my names into trees or ground. It was part of the game I used to play with Akiha back then, in which we would each try to steal territory from the other. Okay, this is where he remembers there's another Shiki. We'd agree that anywhere you carved your name became your territory, so the two of us would run around all over the mansion, carving our names whenever we could. Come to think of it, most of the time I spent playing with Akiha was spent in this garden. Unlike me, Akiha would actually abide by Makihisa's rules, which only allowed her to play for around half an hour each day. Though, despite that, she would still trail behind us when we went off to have fun, quietly listening in on what we said from a distance. And when it came time for her to join in, she did so with gusto, running around and competing with us for victory in whatever it was we were up to.
なんだ
Why is he saying we? That means he kind of remembers.
あいつ昔から今の性格の下地はあったんじゃないか。
She must have hidden her true self under five, maybe even 6 layers of disguise in front of her father. Well, even with all that said, Akiha has changed a lot since then. I fail to predict just how much could happen over the course of 7 whole years. Time passed and she grew up to be a fine adult. Akiha and I are no longer the children we once were.
Oh, あったあった。
The exterior of the gazebo built on the courtyard. Low down the columns and the nooks and crannies where the sun's rays could quite reach, you could still see where the letters have been scraped into the stone. I circle around the gazebo, tallying up the crumbling words. Shiki, Akiha, Shiki, Shiki, Shiki. And it seems like there were 5 matches that took place here. Just like the other spots, it seemed like the win-loss ratio had favored me, Shiki. I'll chalk that up to the fact that as a girl, Akiha didn't have quite the same freedom to roam that was granted to boys.
まったく 手加減ぐらいしてやればよかったのに。
Even if I reflected my behavior as a child, the number of markings will not change. I wonder how many times Akiha waited to shed tears of frustration as a result.
そうか。案外この恨みを今になって晴らしてるのかもな、あいつ。
Seems pretty unlikely given that we're talking about Akiha here. But on the off chance it's true, it would be extremely adorable.
ああ、なんか俺もとことんバカ兄貴だ。
With a weary smile, I raised my head. It's been fun relieving those memories, but it's about time I return to the... However, high up in the rafters of the gazebo ceiling, a spot on the set of letters.
あんなところに。
How did someone carve it all the way up there? There's no way a child could reach all the way up there. I'm not even sure an adult could.
なんだろう。俺の名前。
Oh, this is the hint about the other Shiki. I step into the gazebo and then climb up on the handrail to get a closer look at the ceiling. It's carved in such a place that an adult would never notice it unless they were crawling around the ground and then stood up. Hidden in the shadowed recesses of the ceiling in the small lettering. Watch out for your brother. What the fuck? What's that supposed to mean? Watch out for your brother? It's not Akiha's handwriting, but then that would mean that I was the one who wrote this. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I think this is the actual Shiki who wrote this down. Then that's his message to Akiha regarding about all cap Shiki. As I do, I catch up a quick glimpse of a brown and white maid's uniform through the gap in the trees.
あれ、翡翠。
She doesn't seem to have noticed me. I see Hisui enter the forest. I have no idea what she could be up to.
なんで森に。
From this point on, there's nothing but trees. I couldn't help but wonder what she's here to do, considering there's nothing back here. My curiosity piqued. I began to follow her from a slight distance. This is this Kohaku in disguise? I think this is Kohaku in disguise. Man, like, I like how the remake really carves into your brain that they really have a huge property. Because in the original, it didn't feel that large. I mean, even when they get to the forest area, I was like, yeah, there's a... Anyway, while there are no paved roads through the forest trails have been constructed to allow people to navigate on foot. It's said that the town of residence was originally located within this forest. The ground the current mansion and garden sits on used to be nothing more than a trailhead. Apparently, it was only thanks to the efforts of the post-war family head that it became the way it is now. I keep walking through the forest. It isn't particularly deep, but I still can't see any end to it. Somewhere along the way, I catch sight of a strange-looking building.
あんな建物あったっけ。
Oh, is this the building where Akiha sucks the blood of Kohaku? I wonder if that's where Hisui might be headed, but she's currently going in the complete opposite direction. Built deep in the heart of the forest. Maybe it's a temple of some sort. I think this is Kohaku in disguise. Because I don't recall Hisui doing her cleaning duties on that building. Because on the original, it was like only Kohaku and Akiha goes there, and Shiki just randomly finds it. Finds it because he was following Kohaku, I think. But I remember that the event involving the gazebo. He spots Hisui, tries to follow her, but Shiki ends up fainting or something, but here he doesn't. Anyway, and so after around 10 minutes of walking, my field of vision suddenly opens up.
広場だ。
Oh, it's the clearing. This Oh, okay. The stabbing didn't happen. The stabbing didn't happen in the gazebo. It was the clearing. It's a field. Smack dab in the middle of the forest. The trees inexplicably give way to a wide open field. Just what is this place? I can't say I remember there being anything like this here. The spot is so perfectly concealed by the trees, you'd never guess it was here from the outside. If I hadn't followed this way here, it's possible I would never have known this secluded field existed.
こんなところあったかな。あったなら学校の遊び場だけど。
Oh, we're starting to remember. I don't remember ever coming here to play with Akiha at any rate. At least I don't think I do. After some consideration, I decided to step out into the open. There isn't anything particularly special about this field. The story seems to have continued on as well. There's no sign of her now.
なんだ。ただの空き地じゃないか。
Okay, I think that was Kohaku trying to lead Shiki to the field. But remember how Kohaku was also in out for revenge? Well, it was her role to take as someone who's taking revenge. She's not actually taking a revenge. She took on the role of who's taking a revenge. Okay, that's kind of complicated. But anyway. The sun's rays are beating down much harder out here in the middle of the field. Even if I don't look directly up into the sky, the sunlight is strong enough that my vision is all washed out. Oh, he's remembering now. I can probably chalk it up to the fact that I just left the cool shade of the forest. It's like I've been transported to a hot summer day. I suddenly noticed that the blue sky above is filled with huge towering cumulonimbus clouds. The landscape is blanketed in a shimmering haze. The overwhelming cries of the cicadas. Sound of the cicadas. My consciousness is being burned to a crisp. With a thud, I fell into my knees on the scorching sand. I remember. I'd forgotten all about it, but I remember now. This blistering summer sun. The constant cries of the cicadas. Higurashi. Never mind. The smell of something of tears. As my feet, the lumpy mass of what used to be a living being stained a deep red. The wound on my chest hurts. It's as if I'm being stabbed. The pain. It feels like a kitchen knife being plunged into my chest. I killed him. I killed him. I killed him. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Oh, this is Shiki's thought. The all-cast Shiki's thought. I hear a cicada's voice in the distance, even though it's already in the middle of autumn. The shimmering summer sun dazzles my upturned eyes. The lukewarm atmosphere makes me feel sick. All I can see are the cast-off shells of the cicadas. The thing at my feet is an empty shell of cicada. An empty shell, someone's empty shell. My wound opens. A bright red stain seeps across my chest, dyeing even my hands in deep, glistering crimson. The silhouette of a collapsed figure. The sound of a young girl's footsteps approaching. The clouds high up in the sky, that blue, fleeting summer sky, without warning. Akiha's bloody teared streak of face flashes before my eyes. Cries of the cicadas fell like needles trying to pierce a hole in my eardrums. What's happening? My chest hurts. I feel nauseous. My wound closed up long ago, so why does it hurt so much? My chest is being destroyed. The scar opens up, and the red stain oozes out. How could this be? My wound hasn't healed at all. It hurts. I'm scared. This must be what it's like to die. He's remembering the fact he's dead. My consciousness fades. My wound opens, plus spills forth. Consumed by the illusionary summer, my mind begins to regress, as if my soul is slipping away. I hear a thud as my body collapses, sprawled out upon the grassy field. Okay, here's the thing I was talking about earlier, because I remember I thought he was gonna visit the Japanese house, but I think that's reserved for the far side routes. That's not happening here. So you hear the sounds of people talking.
秋葉様、お医者様をお呼びしないのですか？
Considering how Akiha knows the truth about things, he rather not. She rather not.
バカなことは言わないで翡翠。呼べるわけがないでしょ。兄さんの傷は普通の傷じゃないんだから。
Akiha and Hisui are talking to each other. This is my room. It seems I was sleeping in my bed. I finally regained consciousness. I try to get up and crawl out to them, but my body won't move like I wanted to. My chest doesn't hurt, but my body feels heavy as lead. It seems like my eyes and mouth are the only things I can move properly.
一体どういうつもりなの翡翠。兄さんをあの場所に近づけてはいけないって。あなたも知っているでしょうに。
申し訳ありません。
I still think this is Kohaku disguise. Unless it's literally just his. I can't remember. I can't remember, man. Was Hisui responsible for cleaning the Japanese house? I don't think so. But I think I think Akiha is much more concerned about the Japanese house over the clearing thing.
謝って済む問題じゃないわ。あなたを兄さん付きの使用人にしたのはこういう事態を避けるためでしょ。それを忘れてあなたは何をやっていたっていうのよ。
Akiha is furious. Her emotions are on full display. This sort of behavior would normally be unthinkable for her. On the receiving end of the scolding Hisui, he continues to look down in shame. I don't fully understand what's going on here. Even so, I can at least tell that Hisui is being scolded because of me.
ほら、口にしてもらえないかしら翡翠。あなたは今日一日どこで何をしていたのかを。この人が朝に倒れたことも報告せず、天津さえあの森に行かせてしまった。これは明確な意図があってのことよね。そうでなければ犬以下の頭だもの。答えなさい翡翠。あなたも私に逆らうつもりなの？
Hisui doesn't answer. The air between them grows heavier and heavier. Akiha bites her lip and takes a step forward with Hisui. It's plain even to me that Akiha is about to hit Hisui. Hisui continues to stare at the ground silently, accepting what's coming to her.
ちょっと待て、アキハ。
兄さん、気がついたんですか？
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Having gone through Akiha's route and Sui's route and Kaku's route.
ああ、
It's all coming back to me right
アキ
now.
ハがあんまりにうるさいんで、今目が覚めた。
Akiha awkwardly averts her gaze. Hisui doesn't even look this way. She just stands there with her head lowered.
あのさ、あんまり翡翠に当たるなよ。事情は知らないけど、俺が倒れたことで揉めてるんだろ。なら、翡翠に責任はない。こんなの、俺が勝手に倒れただけなんだから。
Bro, the spelling of kneeling. I put my strength into my arms and somehow managed to have myself at least partially upright in bed. That simple act took everything I had in me. I don't think I could move another muscle at this point. But with Hisui's look, with Hisui looking this despondent right in front of me, I need to put on a show being healthy even if it kills me.
まったく、 お前も俺のことなんかで喧嘩するな。大人びたように見えてまだ子供なんだな。
でも兄さんはあれからずっと気を失っていたんですよ。10時間以上も昏睡しているなんて今までなかったはずです。
バカ、縁起でもないこと言わないでくれ。こんなのはただの貧血って。なんだ、もう10時を回ってるのか。
はい。ですから兄さんはお昼から今までずっと気を失っていたんです。
Akiha speaks in a reserved tone. However, I'm not worried about my body so much as I promised I made with Arcueid. Tomorrow night you better be here at 10 o'clock sharp. The look in Arcueid's eyes when she said that was more serious than usual. If I break that promise, who knows what sort of unreasonable demand she'll make of me in return. Oh, okay, this is the reason why Arcueid goes to the Tuna household through the window.
やばい、行かなくっちゃ。アキハごめん、俺は出かけるから後のことはよろしく頼む。あんまり翡翠をいじめるなよ。
そちらこそバカなことは言わないでください。私兄さんが舞をどこに行くかなんてもう聞きませんからどうか今夜ぐらいはご自分の体を大事にしてあげてください。
アキハ。
Akiha's tone has become pleading. If she keeps worrying about me this earnestly, I won't be able to maintain my resolve.
でもこんなのはしょっちゅうなんだぞ。中学の頃なんて日に2回は倒れてたんだしさ。
だから余計に心配なんです。兄さんお願いだから今日ぐらいは私の言うことを聞いてください。
Akiha looks at me with a serious gaze. I'll do as she says. Because I think I want to stick with the original what happened in the first game. This will get Arcueid to go to me anyway. I guess I don't have much of a choice. I feel like I will make Akiha cry if I disobey her any more than I already have.
わかった。今日はおとなしく眠ることにするよ。
So saying I lie back down on bed.
本当
Oh, at least I have more scenes with Akiha here.
後になって部屋を抜け出したりするのもなしですよ。
しないよ。実を言うと体がまだ重いんだ。アキハの目を盗んで外に出るなんてとてもできそうにない。
よかった。
You know, one thing I like the remake did is we have more Akiha scenes, so now she's more likable, which is gonna hit hard once we get to the Far Side remake. Akiha slumps her shoulders as she breathes a sigh of relief. Oops.
翡翠、琥珀に兄さんが目を覚ましたことを伝えに行って。兄さん、夕食はどうしますか？
そっか。いや、琥珀さんには悪いけど食べられそうにない。今夜はこのまま眠らせてくれ。
わかりました。翡翠、琥珀にそう伝えてきて。
Well then. Now that I'm lying down again, I'm starting to feel a little drowsy. At this rate, I'll be asleep under a minute. But before that...
アキハ、うちの庭にあんな場所あったっけ？
ええ。私たちが子供の頃、よく遊んだ場所です。
そっか。なんだかよく覚えてないな。
Damn, I really did forget all about it.
それともう一つ変なことを聞くんだけど。
Of course, she's gonna deny it here.
その子供の頃さ、俺とアキハともう一人ぐらい子供がいたとかいう話は。
は？
Akiha tilts her head to the side in confusion. Guess that's to be expected. There's no way there was another kid around back then. But if there wasn't, then something doesn't add up. She's full on denying. The scene I saw in my dreams. The dream I saw in that field. If the two of them are connected, then for everything to make sense, there would have had to have been another child in this house. A child who was murdered. That's Shiki. Small Tono Shiki.
いや、なんでもない。ただの夢の話だ。
そうですか。ではおやすみなさい、兄さん。
No, I like how. No, that's a slight change in the dialogue. In the original dialogue, Akiha straight up denies it. Here, he doesn't ask Akiha. It's a slight change, but same result anyway.
今夜はゆっくり休んでください。
On the first game, you still get that suspicion regardless anyway.
ああ、そうする。
But in the first game, you do get confirmation that you could be denying something. Here, you keep it to yourself. I'm out like a light. The instant after I respond to Akiha. The emotions that usually coil themselves around my heart as I fall asleep are nowhere to be found tonight. It's as though the plug was pulled on my consciousness. Tono Shiki sinks into the dark abyss as though fleeing the events of the day. Oh, I thought that was sufficient enough to get Arcueid to show up the same night, or was it the following night? Can't remember. Where did I put the keyboard? Oh, there you go. Alright, date then. How many days does this go? 14? I can't remember. I think I'm finishing it all in the stream. Okay. I wonder if someone left the window open. I can hear the small birds chirping outside. Oh, no, there's Arcueid. The cool breeze brushes against my cheek. The faint light of the sun dances across my eyelids. The surroundings are imbued with a serene sense of place. As I bask the morning's warm welcome, I pick up my glasses from the nightstand and put them on. My hands moving on autopilot. See. Seems like I fell asleep right after talking with Akiha. My joints are still a bit heavy, but I feel a lot better than I did last night.
よし。
I let out a short rallying cry to sign myself up. Opening my eyes, I greet the brisk morning. Oh.
あ、やっと起きたのこいつめ。
It doesn't have the same. It doesn't. It doesn't have the same feel. I mean, technically, it doesn't have the same feel as the original sprite, as the original art. This is just like, nah, it doesn't have the same feel, man. It doesn't have the same feel. I mean, it's okay. It makes sense that Arcueid would be closer. You know, you're like few centimeters away from her face, but you know, I like the first. How I like the angle of the first one. Wait, I'll be right back. I just need to turn on my AC. However, when I opened my eyes, I see Arcueid's face right in front of me. My train of thought is totally derailed. My mind is going so blank, it's as though my brain has turned into tofu. My mouth forgets how to even breathe and seizes up. Seriously, I absolutely have no idea what's going on. All I know is that Arcueid is in front of me. That this is my room. That the time is just past 9 in the morning. And on top of that, she hasn't even taken her boots off before getting on my bed. Japanese moment.
お前。
嘘つき。また明日って約束したのに。
Oh, I like it. No, this is one thing I like about Arcueid. Though Arcueid's not my favorite character. Maybe it's because she's in a very bad mood. But Arcueid's red eyes had lost their natural beauty. No, that's not right. Now that I'm up close and personal, I can feel their beauty more vividly than ever before. Arcueid is staring steadily at me. Her face is really close. So close that I can sense her breathing, her body heat, even the smoothness of her skin. Her frame hangs over my fallen body. A mounted position in martial arts terms.
ちょっと待ってくれ、アルクエイド。お前、なんで朝から俺の部屋にいる？
I try to keep my voice as low as possible when I yell at her. If I raise my voice and Hisoe enters the room, it will be all over for me. Even without the full handle of the situation, I can at the very least deduce that much.
とにかくどいてくれ。人の部屋に勝手に上がって眠ってる隙に馬乗りとか真剣無視にも程がある。インベーダーかお前は。
何よその態度。私がこんなところにやってきたのはシキが約束を破ったからでしょ。人を待たせておいて自分はずっと眠っているなんて一体どういうつもりなの？
Arcueid casts a sullen scowl at me. A promise. That's right, I made a promise. I'd made a promise to meet up with her last night, but I broke it, didn't I? I finally grasp the situation. I understand the reason behind Arcueid's anger. But even so, that doesn't justify her behavior. I honestly can't believe that she leaped straight past. I'll give him a piece of my mind when I see him tonight too. I'll break into his room. Seeing as how the window's open, that's probably the route she used to sneak her way in.
そうか。約束を破ったんだから、そりゃ確かに俺が悪い。けど、そんなことで人の家に侵入するのはやりすぎだぞ。
ここ、シキの家じゃないわ。
Arcueid issues a flat rebuttal.
それにね、本当は私、もっと怒ってたんだから。何時間も待ちぼうけで約束を保護にされたんだって気づいた時、自分でも驚くぐらい頭に血が上ったわ。もう絶対にこのままじゃ済まさない。 乗り込んでいって捕まえてシキの首根っこぐらい引きちぎってやる。波の言葉じゃ許さないからって。あんなの経験したことのない精神状態だった。自分でも冷静になろうって思うんだけど、思えば思うほど頭にきちゃってどんどん熱が上がっていくの。あなたへの文句だけで詰まった底なし沼にはまって、暴れれば暴れるほど沼が広がっていくような気分、分かってもらえる？
I wonder if she still feels that way, because her red eyes are brimming with a mixture of discontent, protest, and rage, all directly squared at me.
ああ、確かにたまらないな、それは。
Nodding along with her to feign attention, I stealthily checked that my neck is still intact.
でしょ？それでもう我慢できなくなって忍び込んだんだけど、シキが眠ってるから待ってあげることにしたのよ。言い訳ぐらいは聞いてみたかったから。でもシキなかなか起きないんだもん。やることもなかったし、しばらくあなたの寝顔を見てるしかなかった。
That's so cute.
うん。シキの寝顔はね、怖いくらい静かだった。死人のように眠っていて、もう起き上がることはないんじゃないかって不安になったくらい。
はあ、不安だったら起こしてくれればよかったのに、こっちはお前にいられる方がよっぽど不安だよ。
けど起こすのももったいなくって。私、自分の眠っている姿は知らないけど、シキみたいに眠れるのなら幸せかもしれないなって。どうしてシキはこんなに穏やかなんだろうってずっと考えながら見つめてた。そうしていたらね、あれだけ湧き上がっていた気持ちも収まって、その後にシキが目を覚ましたの。
それじゃあ夜から今までずっとそこにいたのか？
うん。何度か家の人がやってきたけど、見つからないようにしておいたから大丈夫よ。さっきもシキを起こしに女の子が来たけど、気に食わないから追い返しちゃった。
Just sweet. Arcueid lets out a carefree laugh.
待て、追い返したって何を？
手荒な真似はしていないわ。ほら、前に吸血鬼には未了の魔眼があるって言ったでしょ。あの女の子にはシキはもう学校に行ったって暗示をかけたから、私のことも記憶に残ってないよ。
記憶に残ってないよって、お前ね。
Is this the date? Yeah, this is the date day, I guess. She really does do whatever she feels like. Well, even so, it seems like she tried to respect my family situation in her own way.
経緯はよくわかった。それと、昨日のことはすまなかった、アルクエイド。その謝罪ってわけじゃないけど、俺は二度とお前との約束は破らない。
I make this declaration while staring Arcueid directly in the face.
反省してる？
反省してる。何しろ、後の報復が恐ろしいって今思い知ってる最中だ。
Still lying flat on the bed, I raise both arms in the gesture of surrender. I'm not sure where that displeased attitude of hers went, but Arcueid nods, seemingly satisfied with my answer. At long last, Arcueid gets off the bed.
にしても、ブーツでベッドに乗っかるなんて、シーツに足跡がついたら洗濯が大変だなとか思わないのか。
Japanese moment. Well, to be fair, that's so unsanitary and unhygienic. I pull myself upright, complaining. Arcueid watches me from the center of the room as I slowly haul myself out of the bed.
あのさ、お前何してるの？
何って、シキが着替えるのを待ってるんだけど、その格好のまま出かけるわけにはいかないでしょ。
まあ寝巻きのまま出歩くほどだらしなくは。待て、なんて言った？アルクエイド。
今日一日はずっとシキと行動しようと思って。
Oh, I knew it. They're gonna have a date. This is it. This is the day they have a date. Oh man. Oh, all right. Here we go.
約束を破った埋め合わせしてくれるんでしょ。
Arcueid says it like it's the most natural thing in the world. The whole day. In other words, she wants me to skip school and go out with her.
何言ってるんだ。こっちには学校がだな。
何よ、反省してるって言ったのに私より学校を取るの？あなた。
Oh, she got me there. I glanced at the clock. The time is just past 9 in the morning. Even if I were to leave for school right this second, I'd still be late. Plus, I did keep Arcueid waiting all night. And besides, if I'm honest, this sounds way more fun.
わかったよ。今日一日はアルクエイドに付き合う。けど、昼間に街に出ても手がかりは何もないんじゃないか。
ん？そこは気にしなくていいよ。だって街を散歩するだけなら昼間でも関係ないんだし。
The date episode.
なんだよ。昨日の夜できなかった分、これから吸血鬼探しをするんじゃないのか。
ええ、もちろん夜になったら調べるわ。けど一日ずっと手伝ってもらうのも大変でしょうから、お昼ぐらいは休んでもいいと思うの。
もっともない意見だけど、二人で街を歩くだけって、それって。
I know we've already spent a good deal of time walking around at night together, but isn't what she's describing now awfully close to what people might consider a date? A vampire like Arcueid probably doesn't even think of it like that. It is simply asking me to take her somewhere interesting, but is this for real? Am I really going to spend all day just hanging out with her? No vampires laying attached?
どうしたの、シキ？顔赤いわよ。
Flustered, I hide my face with my hands and look away from Arcueid. Well, I've been alone with her plenty of times before. But each time was in the midst of a crisis, where the fact that we were allies working towards a common goal took precedence over the fact we were a man and a woman. That's why, despite being aware of just how beautiful Arcueid is, I'd been able to put it out of my mind. However, if I simply pass the time with her with no overarching danger or objective, I might start to notice things that I shouldn't.
シキ？ねえ、やっぱり学校に行くの？
わけないだろう。うんと言ったんだから付き合うよ。約束は破らないって言っただろ。どんな気まぐれか知らないけど、街を散歩するぐらいなら問題ないだろうし。
ありがとう、シキ。それじゃあ早速行きましょう。
What is she thanking me for? Arcueid bounced over to the window that I suspected she broke into.
ちょっと待った。すぐに着替えるから、そこで外でも見ててくれ。
何？呼んだ？
ああ、呼んだけど呼んでない。止めて悪かった。外に出ていてくれ。すぐに追いつくから。
うん、屋敷の正門で待ってるわ。今まで散々待ったんだから、これ以上待たせないでね、シキ。
Arcueid makes a light tapping sound as she exits through the window, feeling grace and fluidity to her movements. She hears the trees in the garden rustling as she leaps from limb to limb. Moving through the treetops rather than on the ground, she disappears from the view as nimbly as the cat might. She could move around like that, sneaking into my room, must have been a breeze for her.
感心してる場合じゃないか。俺も翡翠に見つからないよう外に出ないと。
I change out of my pajamas into some casual clothes. Today's a weekday, after all. I'll be taken into a protective custody if I go wandering around the city in my uniform when I'm supposed to be in school. Crack the door open to make sure no one's hanging around the hallway and make my move. I can't risk going through the lobby, so I use the window in one of the rooms on the first floor to get out of the yard. I arrived at the front gate. I chose a more roundabout route to avoid being seen, so it took me a little while to get there. Arcueid is... Ah, there she is.
お待たせ。とりあえず移動しよう、アルクエイド。屋敷の周りにいると琥珀さんに見つかっちまう。
ああ、うん。行くなら早く行こっか。
Compared to her attitude earlier, her reply lacks vigor.
なんだよ、らしくないな。俺を待ってる間にまた何かあったのか？
別に何もなかったけど。
I emphasized the word again when I asked, but judging from Arcueid's absent-minded response, she didn't pick up on it.
もしかして昼間だから体調が悪いのか？無理をしてまで出歩く必要はないんだ。苦しいのならやめにしても。
体調は良好なんだけどね。ちょっとこの塀を見ていたら昨日のことを思い出しちゃって。
昨日のことって公園で俺をずっと待ってたこと？
Arcueid nods meekly in confirmation.
昨日の夜はここを全力で飛び越えてそのまま式の部屋に忍び込んだんだけど、今にして思うと不思議だなって。どうして私あの時あんなに怒ってたんだろう。約束の一つぐらい今まで何度も果たせなかったのに。
Arcueid folds her arms in deep thought, unable to come up with an answer.
あ、そうだ。式ならわかるかな。いつも私をバカバカって言い伏せるんだから、これぐらいわかるでしょ。
あのな。
If Arcueid herself doesn't even know why she was mad, I don't see how I'm supposed to be able to work it out. I have no idea what goes on in that head of hers. What if I had to hazard a guess? Ooh, let me think. I'll choose number one. Or maybe number three. I'll go number one.
単にアルクエイドは怒りやすいだけなんじゃないか？基本的にわがままな性格しているからな。
I gave her my blunt opinion.
そっか、言われてみればそうかも。私、式に殺されてからすっごく感情的になってるみたいだし。
Yeah, I did give her like a super like out of this world response, but this falls in line with like what happened in the original anime. Arcueid nods in satisfaction. Regardless of whether or not if it's true, if the person in question is convinced, then problem solved.
疑問は評価しましたか？ならさっさと移動しよう。
I don't have any real destination in mind, but my first priority is getting us away from the Tono residence. The small hill we're on is set a little ways apart from the city, and the only things up here are the Tono residence and the forest spread out behind it. There's no way there'll be enough to keep Arcueid interesting for long. I guess I'll start by leading her around the station at the heart of Soya.
おってかけ、おってかけ。
Arcueid is bounding ahead down the hill. He's like an excited kid running an errand for the first time.
ところで式、今日は服装が違うのね。いつもの黒い服はどうしたの？
いつもの黒い服って。
Oh, the uniform? Oh, she must have drawn a line from daytime Shiki school uniform in the brain of hers. Also, our uniform is ultramarine, not black. I wish she'd stop casting shade on people's character every chance she gets.
あのな、昼間っから学生服で出てこられるか。で、じゃない。今日は特別な今までとは違う街の探索なんだろう。だからこっちもちょい上品な私服に着替えてきたんだよ。
I think I'm gonna stop here for now. It's been 7 hours and 30 minutes. The stream. I'll continue when I wake up. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed watching. I'll see you guys on the later stream when I wake up. So yeah, ciao.